Our story begins with a scene set 10 years in the future within the Eastern Federation Kingdom. In that era, the kingdom stands on the brink of total destruction, brought about by the 5 great sins. These beings, possessing overwhelming power, would unleash a cataclysm so immense that it would forever reshape history. After the catastrophe, the kingdom would be left as nothing more than scattered ashes and crumbling remnants. To prevent this fate, one man has begun formulating an extremely daring plan. His strategy involves becoming the guardian to the future villains, looking after them while they're still children. However, he never imagined that this mission would spiral into such a big challenge. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious mansion, the pages of a book are being turned. The protagonist reveals his former life as a wage slave, working 78-hour weeks, now reincarnated into a noble family in a fantasy world. The catch is he's illiterate, possesses no special powers. He wonders why he doesn't automatically know the language. The butler watches him and inwardly notes that our protagonist is holding the book upside down. A moment later, the butler informs him that his meal is served in the dining hall. After a hearty meal, the satisfied young man is offered help with his bath by a maid. Though initially surprised, the MC quickly embraces his new life as a spoiled and useless young master from a wealthy family. Lounging in the tub, he muses that this is the good life, even if he's clueless about his exact whereabouts. The maid then mentions that the other young masters will return tomorrow, so he should sleep early tonight. This leaves our MC thoroughly confused. She clarifies that she means young masters Leo and Tonio, wondering aloud why he seems unfamiliar with his own family. Upon hearing the family name Palazzo, a sense of dreadful and sinister familiarity washes over him. In a sudden fit of panic, he plunges his head underwater, causing the maids to freak out. Submerged, it dawns on him he's inside the world of the game Psychedelia. Psychedelia is the very setting for the 5 villains he must prevent from rising to power. This turn-based RPG was a game our protagonist was absolutely obsessed with. He'd pour all his free time into it. In the game, regardless of the path chosen, the 5 great sins would inevitably appear. Their arrival spelled doom for the kingdom, the nobility, and all its cities. And of all the noble houses, the very first to fall was always the Palaccio family. The oldest son is Leo Palaccio, who is also known as the king of prostitutes. The second son, Tonio Palaccio, is known as the king of drugs. The protagonist drops to his knees, horrified, as he knows this dysfunctional family all too well. Investigating the dark secrets of the Asteria Kingdom's Palaccio household was one of the game's earliest quests. Now, standing before the mansion, he can't believe his rotten luck to have landed right here. Making matters worse, his new identity is Alan Palaccio, the third son in a disposable minor villain. Lying desperate in his bed, he pleads to return to his former life as a wage slave. Our MC begins to cry, lamenting that he'd prefer 6 months of late paycheck over meeting his end in 10 years. He also grumbles about how other protagonists are gifted with powers, while he arrived with nothing. But then a crucial detail about his situation flashes through Alan's mind. Since he knows the future, he has the power to stop the world's destruction before it begins. With the goal of securing a peaceful, noble life, he resolves to reform the 5 great sins. Alan foolishly assumes it will be easy since they're only children, but he's forgetting that he has 0 powers. 2 months later, we learn that Evan, his knight, had rescued a group of orphans from a human experimentation facility, just as Alan had asked. Evan informs that he placed a girl named Utia in charge of the management of the orphanage. The young master commends his knight, acknowledging his impressive skills. Evan seems a bit baffled, asking if that was a genuine compliment, as Alan's blank expression is hard to read. Flashing a painfully forced smile, the protagonist says he looks forward to continue working with Evan. The knight finds this odd, recalling how his master used to be an open book emotionally. It then occurs to Alan that his consciousness took over the body, but his facial muscles didn't get the memo, hence his inability to smile naturally. Regardless, Evan accepts the praise, and our protagonist reflects on hiring him specifically for his unwavering loyalty. The knight then inquires if the entire operation was orchestrated just to save the girl, Utia. As a seasoned ex-mercenary, Evan notes that she was far from an ordinary child. A brief flashback shows the moment he discovered her in a cell with other orphans. Even chained, the girl radiated a powerful aura, and he couldn't fathom why she'd allowed herself to be captured. Back in the present, Evan questions his master's decision not to bring her to the mansion. The protagonist knows that leaving her behind might look like neglect, but it's a calculated part of his plan. The truth is, that girl is Utia Bludia, a non-human who signs a contract with an otherworldly being for its powers, and will go on to become Wrath of the Five Great Sins to kill hundreds of thousands of people. Alan, however, believes that a peaceful upbringing will prevent her villainous turn, effectively neutralizing one major threat. Now he just needs to come up with a good excuse for his knight, who's still patiently waiting for an answer. The young master adopts a serious expression and states that the time is simply not yet right. This cryptic response leaves Evan utterly confused, wondering what it could possibly mean. Alan then commands that the topic be dropped and orders funds to be sent to support the orphanage. He also hands over a letter, instructing him to give it to Utia, and his knight asks if it contains anything important. The protagonist dismisses it as a simple note to check on her, which Evan interprets as a letter of comfort. Following his orders, the knight rides off while Alan watches from his office window. Gazing out the window, the protagonist thinks that, even if it's a long shot, attempting to soothe the girl is worth the effort. In reality, the letter's purpose was to use a quote he'd heard repeatedly in the game. It was a kind of charm used by an archbishop in an attempt to prevent the villainous wrath. This all played out during her character arc within the game Psychedelia. In the game story, however, the girl was too consumed by her power, making any attempt to save her futile. Consequently, every effort to calm her down failed, inevitably leading to a battle. But now, in this reality, Alan is convinced there's still a chance to alter her destiny. The idea of befriending a monster with a some quote seems silly, but he's willing to take the risk. After all, these beings worship otherworldly gods and possess a bizarre way of thinking, concluding they are essentially fanatics. The scene now shifts to Utia, receiving the fateful letter. As Evan delivers the letter, he is struck by the girl's incredible and overwhelming mana. He views her as a strange, emotionless child, while she quietly reads the letter. The little girl then looks up and asks if Lord Alan himself truly sent this message. Abruptly, her demeanor shifts to explosive rage as she demands to know why he doesn't want her with him. Evan is utterly terrified by the crushing pressure of her mana. He recognizes that manifesting mana with such intensity is a feat only achievable by those in the Master Realm. Unsure of what to say, the knight recalls the excuses Alan provided. Stammering, he repeats Alan's words that the time is not yet right, which instantly calms the girl. The letter contained the exact phrase from the game, serving as a secret code between them. Utia clutches the letter to her chest, believing it's a promise that only her master could understand. The knight reaches for his sword in confusion, as she starts to mutter that she gets it what Alan means. She levitates as her yandere nature is revealed. This girl is Sin of Wrath, daughter of monsters, the Bloody Queen Uida. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, our protagonist rests easy, content with having bought himself more time. He feels a surge of motivation, and that even the moon seems to be cheering on his grand plan. Sometime later, the protagonist is in the library searching for clues, nearly getting buried under a pile of books. Just then, his knight finds him in his frustrated state and reports that the second child has been rescued. The young master asks if the boy was handled with care, and Evan confirms he was saved. Evan then goes to say more about it, but all of a sudden a man kicks open the library door. It's Tonio, the second son of the Palatio family. The older brother mocks the MC for holding a book knowing he can't read. He grabs him aggressively and tells him to answer him. Our protagonist considers how the original Alan would have reacted. Based on that, he decides against fighting back, bowing and saying, "It seems you want to use the library, so I'll take my leave." Full of himself, Tonio adds insult to injury by kicking his younger brother while he's down. But out of nowhere, a dagger whistles through the air and embeds itself in the wall, inches from Tonio's face. The newcomer orders the insects to quiet down, leaving Tonio completely stunned. This is Leo Palacio, the eldest son, who states that he doesn't want to see blood first thing in the morning, so they should get lost. Tonio glares at him, telling him to drop the shallow attitude when entering the library. Leo claps back, telling that he reek of drugs, so he should get lost while he can. Our MC recalls that, in the game, the Palladio family met a swift end. Yet, their influence was enormous. In essence, his two despicable brothers are locked in a bitter struggle to become the next head of the family. To complicate things further, Leo is a colossal figure in the underworld, known as the King of Prostitutes. Tonio is no slouch either, managing a cartel and known as King of Crack. Witnessing their confrontation, the protagonist makes a swift exit, wanting no part of their madness. With his knight's help, the MC decides his best survival strategy is to play the part of an incompetent weakling. He collapses onto a sofa, utterly drained, as Evan mentions that the second rescued child was also far from ordinary. The protagonist lies there, seemingly lost in thought, while his knight observes him. This leaves Evan deeply intrigued, wondering how his master knows so many dark secrets. Noticing the young man's exhaustion, the knight concludes he must be overexerting himself. Remarking on how strange his master is, he confirms the rescued child has been safely delivered to the orphanage. The protagonist then reflects that calling the boy unusual is an understatement. He's a catastrophe-level threat. In this kingdom formed by a union of nations, the central power is the kingdom of Kalian, and the boy they just saved from the slave market was none other than the game's second major boss, Deus Makalian. After being sold into slavery, the boy endured immense suffering, being passed from one owner to another. This relentless torment twisted him into the living embodiment of one of the sins, the sin of sloth. In the future, he was destined to become unbelievably powerful, annihilating entire kingdoms in the most horrific ways imaginable. But contrary to his title, he was a hard-working individual, which is why the MC had insisted on treating him with kindness. He then says to Evan, the reason for sending him to the orphanage was the same as before. The time still wasn't right. In his letter to Utia, he had made small talk and included a special request. He had asked her to look after a new child he was sending, who was a little unwell. At the orphanage, we find little Deus standing alone, ostracized by the other children. In that moment, a figure approaches him. It is Utia, who has come to find him. Approaching the boy, Utia remarks that he is utterly broken and devoid of hope. She glances at his hands, recognizing the marks of a grim and potent dark ritual. The girl then asks if the ritual of the black goat was what left him in such a pitiful state. Despite his condition, she congratulates him for the great moon has chosen him through all his trials. With that, she urges him to embrace the power he's been granted and unleash his hidden potential. She extends a hand with a sinister grin, promising that if he pledges loyalty to her master, the boy will finally achieve his long-awaited vengeance against all who have wronged him. After delivering her message, she holds the letter and decides it's time to send her first reply with a light greeting. Meanwhile, at the Palatio family mansion, our MC is enjoying a rare moment of peace when his knight bursts in, frantically shouting that something has gone terribly wrong. Evan almost calls the second master trash right in front of the protagonist. Completely baffled, the protagonist asks, what on earth happened to that scum? It seems his brother Tonio was discovered lifeless on the floor of the mansion. We then see the funeral for the second son, attended by few. Their father is present with two women looking exceptionally bored. Alan observes the grim scene, thinking his family is truly rotten, straight out of a dark fantasy novel. Looking at the casket, he finds the story of an accidental fall suspicious, as that's not how it happened in the game. In the game's timeline, the older brother Leo would eliminate Tonio years later to secure his position as the Count. At the funeral, Leo wears a triumphant smirk, and the MC instantly knows he must be the culprit. Regardless, Alan isn't particularly concerned with the family power struggles within the mansion. His sole focus needs to remain on his true objective of resolving the threat of the five sins. The scene now shifts to 1 year later. As the successor problem was solved and Leo absorbed the crack business, the county became even more peaceful. We then see our protagonist and his knight eating sweets, enjoying the newfound calm. During this time, the MC and Utia have become pen pals, allowing him to keep tabs on her. In her latest letter, she shares that the children are thriving, and he finds her descriptions of them endearing. The end of the letter also included a list of new patrons for the orphanage. The protagonist notes that the list has grown longer, and Evan agrees that it's good news, though it's strange. The knight then shifts topics, revealing that the Information Guild has found a lead in their search. The protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, as this means he can finally locate the third boss from the game. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and our MC was settling in for a quiet, peaceful evening. The scene now shifts, and we see a shadow of a man taking his own life. At a distribution center for goods, a few men are commenting on what a generous boss Leo is. Their organization boasts hundreds of members, but suddenly chaos erupts. the henchmen finds themselves under control, forced to attack their own self against their will. The men scream for help, powerless to stop their own movement. The pandemonium continues as all the gang members turn on each other in a brutal frenzy. A lone survivor begs for help, but a mysterious figure simply watches the carnage from a distance. It was Little Diaz orchestrating the entire scene and reining in his puppet show. Utia joins him and says that she enjoyed the show. Deus questions the point of all this, to which she asks if he pitied them. Deus responds saying, "No, because they grind people to create illegal substance. I just don't know if this has anything to do with my revenge." Utia then explains this is all to prepare a space for their master's return. How can they let the place be shabby when he arrives? Combining their powers, they generate an enormous energy at the location. The two then take flight, declaring that everything will proceed according to their master's will. In the aftermath, a colossal light is seen through the place they were. The symbol of the blue moon is seared into the ground as they declare themselves the sword of their lord. 2 more years pass and our protagonist has become pen pals with Utia. Back at the mansion, Evan is frantically searching for his young master. He finds him in the yard, and the protagonist greets him with a casual air. The knight reports that the 5th and final child has been safely delivered to the orphanage. Alan feels a wave of relief knowing that in time, the other 3 remaining sins were also secured. He offers his knight few pieces of cake, which he gratefully accepts by fetching them all. Finding the sin of greed had proven difficult, but after a year of searching, they finally succeeded. The MC tells Evan he's done excellent work and can now rest as the orphanage mission is complete. With Alan's confirmation that their work is done, his knight can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Evan then asks why his master doesn't seem more pleased that the mission is over. The protagonist insists he's smiling, though his perpetually blank expression says otherwise. Alan stretches out on the lawn. He lies down, thinking that everything has gone even better than he had anticipated. A montage shows the bosses from Psychedelia, each with a past steeped in suffering and pain. It becomes clear that they all became the 5 great sins as a result of their tragic backstories. The odds of perfectly saving all of them before these tragedies unfolded were practically zero. This is why the MC prioritized rescuing them before they were pushed completely over the edge. Our boy then asks his knight on how's the orphanage doing. Evan hands him a letter reporting that the children who once seemed like broken dolls are now doing much better. Hearing this, Alan decides there will be no need to hire additional caretakers. He hadn't expected Utia to manage everything at the orphanage so competently on her own. It might be due to her in-game personality, which gave her a strong attachment to the place. Seeing it from this perspective, he realizes Utia is a good person at heart. Just as Evan asks about the letter's content, he sees that Utia had written that the children are growing up well and that there is no need to worry. A sense of pride swells in the protagonist, who concludes that a positive environment truly makes all the difference. This piques Evan's curiosity, and he asks when he plans to finally meet the children. The protagonist averts his gaze, while inwardly saying, "I don't plan on ever meeting them. Though it'd be nice to stay close to them, they don't exactly have personalities I'd like to be around with in-game. Maybe it's because of how brutal the process of them turning into sins was. It won't be as bad now that I rescued them before they experienced those events, but I'm still scared." He then says to Evan that perhaps in another 5 years he'll meet them. Regardless, the MC resolves that in this dark fantasy world, he must learn to protect himself. Fortunately, he has a knack for magic, which is when his knight asks if he's heard of the Blue Moon. Alan has never heard the name, so Evan explains it's a group dedicated to hunting criminal organizations. The MC thinks it sounds like a worthy cause, but dismisses them as irrelevant to his knowledge, predicting they'll soon fade away. But Evan adds that they've already taken out nobles, which is why he thought his master might be aware of them. Now feeling uneasy, Alan instructs his knight to sleep in the adjacent room as a security measure. Meanwhile, at the Blue Moon's base within the orphanage, the children convene for their weekly report. Utia asks about the northern sector, and Seolrang, the Sin of Pride, confirms she handled it. She boasts about wiping out the slave traders without her identity ever being discovered. She jumps in the air while saying to the girl seated near her that the clothes she made are great. Rinne, the Sin of Greed, reports that she disposed of all the bodies cleanly by melting them. Then a boy confirms the southern sector has been pacified and the illegal human testing grounds are no more. Radan, the sin of purity, announces that the Avalon bastards who were causing trouble has been dismantled into minced meat. Yutia is pleased as everything is unfolding according to her beloved master's will. She declares themselves as the Blue Moon, worshippers of the Great Moon, existing for its glory. Just then, Deus informs that there appears to be a problem. Yuita gives a terrifying glare, asking what could possibly be a problem when all is perfect under his will. Deus holds up a parchment saying, "Isn't the head of Avalon the oldest son of the Count family where he resides? I found a dangerous written order while cleaning the south up. The oldest son of the Count appears to be targeting his greatness." Yutia becomes enraged at this news. Unable to believe someone would dare to move against her master, all the other members of the Blue Moon tense up as Yutia unleashes her murderous aura as she sees that Leo plans to poison her lord slowly to kill him. Yutia furiously crumples the paper, her yandere side on full display as she decides the next course of action. The scene now shifts to 2 years later. Count Palatio passes away, and we witness his sparsely attended, emotionless funeral. The official cause of his passing was cardiac arrest, though it's clear that it happened since he overdosed. During the service, the protagonist overhears talk of yet another Blue Moon attack and is taken aback. Apparently, the group staged a nighttime ambush and completely annihilated another gang. This latest incident has finally forced the authorities and nobility to take the Blue Moon seriously. The Count's funeral concludes in silence with hardly anyone mourning his departure. After the ceremony, our protagonist and his knight head back to the mansion. Ian asks what he intends to do now that his father is gone, leaving the future uncertain. The protagonist begins to pack, telling his knight to do the same as they are leaving immediately. Evan is stunned by this development and asks if they are abandoning the estate. The MC clarifies it's not quite the case. They are simply relocating to the southern part of their territory. It dawns on the knight that they are moving to the small village of Rodmill. The protagonist confirms, and the pair departs in a luxurious carriage toward their new home. From a balcony, the older brother, Leo, watches them leave. Meanwhile, in their new house, our young boy is in the kitchen making breakfast. With surprising skill, he whips up some delicious-looking French toast. But 3 days later, our protagonist soon finds himself back at the mansion for yet another funeral. This time for his older brother. He can't believe he's back in this place, wondering why everything is deviating so drastically from the game. Looking at the coffin, he learns the cause of his passing was a blade through the heart. Alan begins to ponder who could possibly have the courage and power to take down his brother. He attempts to ask a guard about the incident, but the man recoils in terror. The guard stammers and apologizes for making eye contact before his friend yanks him away. Our boy is baffled by the extreme reactions of everyone at the funeral. His knight Evan approaches, and Alan asks if he's managed to find out anything new. But Evan bypasses the question, his expression grim, and asks if the MC was the one who made Avalon vanish overnight. Alan stares in disbelief and turns to the others in confusion. They all look away in panic. The story then flashes back to the day Alan departed for the village of Rodmill. Evan had asked why he chose a small village over a major city. A dark look had crossed the young master's face as he inwardly explained that Rodmill was the final piece of his plan. He detailed how he had saved the 5 sins from their cruel and tragic fates. In doing so, he had also prevented the disastrous future where they would destroy the world. Thanks to his intervention, the children could now grow up in peace and live normal lives. Rodmill has no ties to the original story, but still contained a Palatio family villa. This made it the perfect sanctuary for him to live out a quiet and luxurious life as a noble. The protagonist says to Evan that everything has a reason, but Evan was no longer so naive, stating he can't fool him anymore, and that he always says those things when he's not bothered. Realizing his knight is sharper than he looks, the protagonist tries to shut down the conversation. From the mansion balcony, the older brother had watched his sibling's carriage depart. He inwardly think, should I kill him or not? It doesn't matter if he's alive or not. I was planning to kill him with poison after father's death either way. He said he was going to quietly head off to the border, so I've lost all reason to kill him now. He then ponders for a bit and wonders, is it because matters with Avalon aren't going well? He states that he just bothers him. He then calls out to his henchman, Alman, and ordered him to follow the carriage. Alman, Leo's right-hand man, asked if the order was to eliminate the young master. Leo turned surprised, not understanding the reason for such a direct question. This was confusing as Alman was the type to follow any command without question. He couldn't comprehend why his most trusted subordinate was suddenly questioning his orders. Losing his patience, he snapped that his job was simply to obey. But before he could finish the sentence, Alman attacked him without a shred of mercy. Leo was in total shock, unable to process the betrayal from his own right-hand man. The henchman then revealed that, as it happens, he has a fondness for war games, remarking that it's been fun until now. We discover that Alman is actually Haydn, a member of the Blue Moon. He says to Leo, "We have the creed that was taught to us by the Red Moon. As the Blue Moon is that man's sword, it's only natural I move according to his wishes. But if anyone tries to harm the Great Moon, I can act on my own accord." Haydn delivers the finishing blow and Leo collapses to the ground. Haydn reveals that he had waited 2 long years to hear those words of betrayal, giving him the justification to act. Leo threatened that his men would seek revenge, but Haydn simply declares, "With your words, Avalon will disappear from this continent forever." He added that it was a pity the Great Moon had offered a chance, but it had been squandered. From the rooftop, the agent watches the moon before departing to finish his task. The next morning, the sun rises over Rodmill, and our protagonist wakes up in high spirits. For him, this village is a true paradise. He is adoring this peaceful life, waking and eating whenever he pleases. He can finally savor the life of a true noble, complete with every comfort. He even considers opening a French toast business, pleased with how well it turned out. But his tranquility is shattered when Evan rushes in with an urgent letter for his master. As our protagonist reads the message, the toast falls from his mouth in shock. The letter summoned Alan Palatio to return following the passing of his brother Leo. And just like that, the MC's heaven lasted a mere 4 days before chaos found him again. He returns once more to the mansion only to be greeted by the preparations for another funeral. He can't understand why everyone is acting so strangely and fearfully around him. His knight then bluntly asks, since when he had become the shadow leader. In essence, our boy had stumbled into a never-ending simulation of bizarre misunderstandings. Desperate for clarity, the protagonist begs his knight to explain how he ended up as the villain. Evan explains that since Leo passed away right after their departure, the MC has the perfect alibi. This revelation shocks the protagonist, who is stunned by how perfectly the events aligned. And with Avalon now dismantled, there's no one left to raise issues about Leo's passing. Through this series of events, he has inadvertently become the shadow ruler of the county by leading the assassination of a swordmaster. The protagonist is completely overwhelmed with no idea how to even begin to untangle this mess. He recalls the Blue Moon and asks Evan if they could be the ones behind everything. However, the knight reports that the Information Guild finds it highly improbable. He explains the group never leaves bodies, but they always leave behind a signature mark. In contrast, Avalon's members were all cut down by swords. Evan states that the road to hell has been opened. Our boy finally understands why he's the prime suspect, and is believed to be the shadow leader who killed a swordmaster. Our boy then inwardly says, well, the Blue Moon doesn't come out in the game. There's no way those weaklings are behind this since they disappear before the original story starts. Then who the hell was it? Meanwhile, at the Blue Moon's hideout, Utia asks if any traces were left behind. Rina confirms she left nothing, and Seolrang boasts about her own efficiency. Diaz reports that 486 Avalon soldiers remain. Radan notes this was exactly as Utia predicted. He brags about slicing every enemy in half. Utia expresses her satisfaction, declaring the plan a perfect success. And so Avalon, the massive organization that once dominated the kingdom of Asteria, met its end at the hands of the Blue Moon. In just 5 days, Avalon was completely obliterated, reduced to nothing but dust. But Radan interjects that the cleanup isn't finished, much to Utia's confusion. He presents a document, revealing more nobles with ties to Avalon. Apparently, the Duchy of Altea is deeply entangled in their illicit affairs. Utia falls silent for a moment, but her expression reveals everything she's thinking. With a look of cold fury, she says, "You already know what must be done next." The other members of the Blue Moon preparing for their next cleansing mission. Radan says with a sinister grin that he will handle this quietly. Utia then lets out a relieved sigh, pleased that the plan is proceeding as intended. She asks if the Information Guild is handling the narrative discreetly. Rene confirms they are not connecting the incident to the Blue Moon in any way. All the guilds are attributing the massacre to the hell created by the Swordmaster. Utia then orders them to maintain vigilance, as word of this must never reach their master. Deus points out that their master's own blood relative tried to harm him, so they merely acted first. Utia sternly reminds him that they are a sword, and a sword must not think for itself. The blue moon must only move upon the command of their master, the great moon. She warns them never to disappoint that person, for he knows absolutely everything. Deus observes Utia, while inwardly saying, I don't understand. For someone with abilities as overwhelming as Utia's, to feel anxiety and restlessness simply because she's scared to be found out. Deus then takes the document, acknowledging that he understands the message and their next mission. Everything they do is for the great moon. Back at the mansion, our protagonist is completely drained, unable to bear any more work. Following the funeral, he was buried in paperwork and family business for a solid month. With the game's timeline now altered, the full weight of the heir's duties has fallen on his shoulders. Suddenly, his vassals arrive bearing even more stacks of documents, sending him into a spiral of despair. The protagonist doesn't get why everyone is working so hard now, when they used to be so lazy. The vassals misinterpret his frustration as anger and out of fear decide to work even harder. Our MC realizes that the rumors of him being a ruthless mastermind are inadvertently motivating his staff. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, Evan is roasting food in the fireplace. He remarks on how surprised he is by his master's progress over the past 2 years. The protagonist had reached the second circle of magic in just 2 years of Poisoncraft self-study. Typically, reaching that level would take 4 years, and only for someone born with a natural gift. The protagonist nonchalantly says, I agree that my talent's pretty decent. Meanwhile, he inwardly says that he practiced relentlessly out of anxiety and a need for self-defense. Furthermore, the technique he's using requires incredibly precise and delicate mana control. Yet, he wonders about the point of having a power that remains so weak and unstable. He never imagined he would actually wield magic, and the initial idea had thrilled him. He had assumed that once his plan was complete, he'd be safe to study at his own pace. But the harsh reality he discovered is that his mana pool is laughably small. A mana pool is like an athlete's physical build, an innate trait you're born with, and is so minuscule that it severely caps his magical potential, leaving him deeply frustrated. The mana pool is so small that even the most rigorous training cannot compensate for it. However, the MC has an ace up his sleeve. Just then, Evan hands over an invitation to a ball. The protagonist is perplexed by the invitation. Upon arriving at the venue, he finds a lavish ballroom filled with nobles dancing and socializing. Our protagonist and his knight make their entrance, dressed in elegant and striking attire. But the young master already feels exhausted just from the sight of all the high society folk. This ball is a regular gathering for the nobility in the southern region of the Asteria Kingdom. Since he is poised to become the next count, he decides to use the opportunity to network. To his astonishment, however, all the nobles seem to be actively avoiding him, some even fleeing his presence. Our boy waves at them, and they all get terrified. Completely bewildered, the MC watches as the nobles part ways around him as if he were carrying a plague. Evan holds in his laugh and tries to reassure his master, but the protagonist insists he isn't the least bit bothered. He then waves off, saying that he'll see him later. As our boy walks forward with grace, he inwardly says, "This is as expected. I know they look down on me for lacking refinement." Unlike my esteemed great-grandfather's era, the current Palatio family is full of troublemakers from the East, but our boy came prepared and has a plan to turn the situation around. He takes a glass of wine and prepares to deploy the social skills he has been practicing in secret. Approaching a lady, he compliments the wine's unique flavor and distinct aroma. With a gentle smile, he mentions that he would love to acquire a few bottles for his own home. Unfortunately, his smile comes across as so forced and sinister that the poor woman is terrified. She stares at him wide-eyed, nearly dropping her wine glass from sheer terror. The panicked lady runs away while assuring him she will speak with her father immediately to arrange for the wine. Other guests begin whispering that he blackmailed that woman, and he's even worse than his brothers, a true monster. Evan laughs at this, and the MC tries to rationalize the situation, telling himself the young woman must simply be very shy. It appears that the protagonist is in denial. Sometime later, Evan reports that the protagonist's list of gifts has grown yet again. The new loot include a fine horse, rare tea, precious metals, and the aforementioned limited edition wine. It appears that the protagonist had approached many others and had frightened them as well. He is now frustrated, realizing the Palacio name is even more infamous than he had thought. Fueled by rumors that he eliminated his own brothers, He has become a person to be avoided at all costs. Seeing no hope of making connections, he decides to step out for some fresh air to clear his head. A mysterious red-haired woman watches the young master with a thoughtful expression as he walks away. Her eyes follow him as he makes his way to the ballroom's balcony. Out on the balcony, our protagonist contemplates where his perfect plan went so wrong. Suddenly, a feminine voice calls out, asking if she might have a word with him. He turns surprised, wondering who would dare approach him of all people. The girl steps forward and introduces herself as Loria, the third daughter of Duke Altea. The MC instantly recognizes the name, knowing this family plays a major villainous role in the game. He greets her awkwardly while inwardly saying, "The Altea family, one of the three major shadow players of Psychedelia, known as the Northern Troublemakers. So there's no way she's a normal person. But why don't I remember this girl from the game? I don't think she appears anywhere in the game. Folks, could it be that this girl is also from Earth?" Loria gets straight to the point, her eyes filled with desperation as she asks for his help. She pleads him to lend her his strength, and the MC looks back at her with a dark, intimidating gaze. The girl then reveals a chilling secret. She is about to be the target of a deadly assassination attempt. Alan listens intently as she lays out the delicate circumstances she's trapped in. Loria explains that, as the daughter of her father's mistress, she had always enjoyed his affection and protection. But now, the Duke of Altea has fallen gravely ill, and her shield against the world is gone. She reveals that her own sisters are plotting to have her eliminated to secure their inheritance. The protagonist recognizes her story as yet another grim battle for survival in this ruthless world. It finally clicks why he doesn't remember her. In the game's original timeline, she was already dead. Loria then formally requests Alan's aid, but he immediately refuses without a second thought. He is already juggling too many problems and has no desire to get entangled in another family's drama. She tells him that he can have half of her inheritance, but he just leaves. He inwardly reasons that even if he wanted to help, he lacks the special powers to make a difference. He turns to leave, abandoning the girl on the balcony to face her uncertain fate. Before departing completely, he sighs and looks back. He cryptically tells her that good things will happen. As he leaves, he inwardly expresses his hope that she finds a powerful ally to help her survive her sister's wrath. From a distance, a mysterious hooded figure observes the exchange, concluding that Altea has approached the Great Moon. She considers alerting the Red Moon, but another cloaked figure appears and stops her. The figure states it won't be necessary because if their intel is correct, Loria is the only Altea not tied to Avalon. So she's the only Altea who's not one of Radan's targets. Deus then remarks that this simplifies matters as the other Alteas will soon be eliminated. From their perch above the ballroom, they watch our protagonist and plan to block information so that the Avalon case doesn't reach him. Back at the ball, the MC senses an odd emptiness in the hall, as if he's surrounded by an invisible barrier. The red-haired woman approaches and greets him, and for a moment he feels a flicker of hope for socializing. But as he turns, he recognizes her face from the game and realizes she is yet another suspicious character. He concludes that anyone who initiates conversation with him cannot possibly be a normal noble. He greets her formally by saying her name, Lady Zenonia, and the woman expresses surprise that he knows who she is. Our boy smoothly replies that she's quite famous in many ways. The narrative then provides a recap of the three great villainous houses of the Asteria Kingdom. In the north stands House Altea. In the east is House Palatio, our protagonist-owned dysfunctional family. And in the west are the troublemakers of House Zenonia, a family of dangerous criminals. The woman is Kalia, the eldest daughter of Count Zenonia, and a major player in the underworld. If the Palladio are street gang, the Zenonia are a more sophisticated and dangerous corporate syndicate. The protagonist then internally panics. He just wanted to make a few connections for a peaceful life, and all he's finding is trouble. He compliments her beauty as a way to deflect, but the woman graciously accepts the praise. Kalia, with a seductive, sly look, says, "I'd like to talk more with you. How about it?" But he politely declines, saying, "I'd love to, but there are too many eyes on us right now." Meanwhile, he inwardly pleads her to just let him go quickly. Kalia smiles, remarking that he is just as the rumors describe a man of mystery. She bids him farewell, hoping they will meet again, which leaves our protagonist feeling uneasy. He is left wondering about her intentions after the unexpected encounter. The cloaked figures watch from above, noting that the Avalon incident has been successfully contained. But a new concern has emerged as Kalia seems to have deployed her goon to spy on the protagonist. The Blue Moon then resolved to monitor her closely and eliminate her if she poses a threat to their master. The scene now shifts to later. Our protagonist and his knight arrive at a desolate canyon, and Evan asks if he's certain about this. A spark of excitement appears in the protagonist's eyes. He's finally found his true objective, the Southern Labyrinth. He declares that this time it's for real, noting how much easier the location was to find in the game. In truth, the entire reason he came south was for the Labyrinth of Whispers, a secret dungeon. Within, one must solve the puzzles of 8 rooms to claim a priceless artifact as the final reward. Our MC still remembers every routes and puzzles, and is eager to finally start powering up. Seeing the labyrinth's entrance in person, with its glowing runes, leaves him genuinely impressed. Though it feels different even though he has entered this dungeon countless times in the game. He mutters that the inside of the canyon feels artificial, like someone deliberately built it. Evan asks how he knows of such places, and the protagonist cryptically replies that he used to visit often. Then our boy realizes he slipped up, so he says he's just kidding, and that he has his own ways. Seeing his scary expression prompts Evan to ask him to not joke with such a deadpan expression. Then further in the labyrinth, we see a dragon getting crushed by a stone golem's hands. Evan warns that the creature will crush them if they fail to solve the chamber's puzzle correctly. The protagonist calmly observes it. Evan watches his master, amazed at how he can remain so composed in such a dire situation. Evan reflects that even after 4 years, he still can't figure his master out. The knight is baffled by how his master knows so much, despite having never left his estate. Nevertheless, his trust in the young man is absolute, as following him has always yielded positive results. Meanwhile, the protagonist cringes at the gruesome sight, nearly straining his neck to look away. At last, the final puzzle is solved, and they enter Labyrinth's final chamber. The protagonist instructs Evan to take only the black ring, leaving all other treasures behind. Evan, however, picks up gold bars and questions the value of the plain ring, but the protagonist insists the other jewels would only attract trouble. Our protagonist has finally acquired the Oath of Restraint, an artifact of immense power. He assures the path back will be safe, though his knight remains skeptical. But upon exiting, they find themselves surrounded by stone golems, the labyrinth's ancient guardians. Evan panics, but immediately prepares to fight, ready to protect his master at any cost. Alan, with calm determination, stated that this time he would handle it himself. Evan tried to stop him, but Alan pressed on, declaring that whatever he was planning, escape was their top priority. Evan shouted that second-tier magic wouldn't be enough for this battle. Then all at once, the golems attacked. In the chaos, Alan activated the ring and invoked the Oath of Restraint. The ring began to shine brilliantly, and in a flash, time stopped, and Alan was transported to another place. A deep voice echoed through the void, declaring, "O fragment inheriting the great will of Nyakula, speak the 2 restrictions you can enact." Alan realized that, in the game, this part had been shown as a selection window. That same voice was now communicating directly with him. This was the labyrinth's clear reward, the Oath of Restraint. As the name suggested, it was an absorption-type artifact that imposed restrictions on the user in exchange for power. Hearing the voice made Alan feel this world almost like real. He began his declaration. The first constraint, he said, was that in all spellcasting, the hand seals of Babylonia would be absolutely required. The voice asked what he wished to gain by setting this rule. Alan answered that he desired the power to twist the laws of the world a little further. The voice acknowledged and granted it. Alan formed another hand seal and declared his second constraint, that in all spellcasting, only the sacred words of Babylonia will be used. The voice questioned again what he sought through this, and Alan replied that he wanted greater power to defy the world's laws. The voice fell silent. Nervous, Alan wondered if he had made a mistake. He had even mimicked the skill icon just in case, choosing both seals and words as constraints, provided the highest possible magic attack power. He had mastered all the hand signs and phrases through repeated play in the game, so this had to work. Finally, the voice spoke again, saying his choice had been accepted. It addressed him as a human who remembered the gestures and mysteries of a forgotten god, expressing gratitude to the one who carried on his will. Alan questioned what it meant by carrying on his will. But as the ring's light engulfed him, it was absorbed into his body, signaling that the restriction had worked successfully. The voice spoke one final time, declaring that it will forever watch him, the one who inherited the will. Moments later, Alan reappeared back to reality where the golems were still preparing to strike. Evan shouted warnings, reminding him that second-tier magic wouldn't be enough. Alan began forming a magic spell in his hands. The sphere of lightning that should have shone brightly remained faint, even after he poured all his mana into it. No matter how much he trained, this was his limit. It was time to test the restriction and the price it demanded. Focusing deeply, Alan cast his spell. A powerful sphere of energy formed between his hands, the ring radiating a blinding aura that spread across the surroundings.
Technique amplification, blue. Technique reversal, red. Hollow. Purple.
After the unexpected hollow purple casted by the protagonist, Evan is left in shock, while Alan just calmly stands there, aura farming. As they make their way out of the canyon, Evan turns toward Alan, his mind still reeling from what he witnessed. He asks if Alan had been hiding his true power all along. In his 15 years as a mercenary, he has never seen anything remotely close to this. He questions in disbelief whether that was truly second-tier magic. Alan confirms it was. Evan falls silent, unable to respond. Meanwhile, inside Alan's thoughts, he reflects that even he didn't know about it himself. He recalls that it wasn't this powerful in the game, if he remembered correctly. In the turn-based combat system of Psychedelia, a spell could only be enhanced using a hand signs or an incantation per turn. He inwardly says, "This time, however, I enchanted the chain lightning magic with 4 incantations and hand signs, for a total of 5 turns. In other words, I simply used a magic setting for a large-scale lightning spell. But in addition to that, due to my restrictions, I must use hand signs and incantations for all of my magic. It must have been enhanced time and again. Even so, to think that second circle magic was overkill. The result far surpassed my expectations. It also surprised me." Exhausted, Evan lets out a deep sigh, finally relieved that they made it out. Sitting down on the rocky ground, he murmurs that this ordeal was even tougher than fighting itself. He wonders in frustration, who on earth designed such a place filled with torment and exhaustion? Alan thinks to himself that the Whispering Labyrinth had another name. It had spread throughout the community through shared map settings and guidebooks. People said that the Palaeon Labyrinth was the same as the Whispering Labyrinth, a mid-level grinding zone in the game. According to the director, the labyrinth had an owner named Palaeon. Apparently, it was said that one could grind infinitely if they skipped the reward, and at some point, it started being called the Labyrinth of Palaeon. Alan mutters that it was created by someone named Palaeon. Evan, confused and weakened, questions what he just said. Alan quickly plays it off by pulling him up, saying, "I said, let's go back to the east." Alan then praises his work for the past 3 weeks, and mentions that there is something he wants to do once they return. Evan asks what it is, remarking that Alan seems more diligent than he had thought. Night soon falls as the two continue their way. Alan is still supporting the weakened Evan. He inwardly says, "If I choose a hand sign that matches the spell's attribute, its power increases. And if I choose the right incantation, its properties get enhanced." That's how the game mechanics were supposed to work. But unlike in the game, where visuals stayed the same and only the number went up, this time, I actually noticed the spell change shape with each incantation, even though my mana pool may be pitiful. Maybe I can see those transformations, because I'm especially good at controlling mana. I'll have to test it once my mana recovers. In any case, it's a relief that things turned out fine. After a long night, both of them mount their horses and begin their journey home. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, a figure watches them silently. Renee stands upon a tall tree, the moonlight reflecting in her eyes, making them glow faintly. She jumps down gracefully and moves toward the canyon where Alan and Evan had been earlier. As she arrives, she notices strange writings engraved into the canyon stones. The glowing letters read, "The Era of the Forgotten Outer Gods," the script of the Alanef Empire. She then notices another writing, stating, "For my friend, who shall be left alone from coward Palaeon." The inscriptions shimmer faintly as Rina places her hand on that stone. She realizes something profound. She inwardly says, "The one who stopped the invasion of the Black Things, while standing victorious against the Al-Akulaka, who ate the hearts of the citizens. The brilliant emperor, Palayan the Great." I obtained all of this knowledge because I was born with the ancient library after being assigned the Great Mission. She recalls Alan saying to Evan that the labyrinth was created by a guy named Palayan. Rina inwardly says, "I knew he was special since the Bloody Queen followed him, something one could only find in history. But I didn't expect the Great Moon to be a friend of Palayan. Moreover, the phrase he whispered doesn't even exist anywhere in the ancient library. Just what is he?" Rene smiles faintly, acknowledging that everything the Crimson Moon had said was true. A sense of guilt washes over her as she admits within herself that she feels ashamed for blindly following orders. But at that moment, her demeanor shifts. Rene's eyes shift toward Deus, recognizing his arrival. She notes his presence and asks whether he managed to obtain the information. Deus, positioned above on a tree branch, responds coldly that he did not. The man in black had perished. His head had suddenly twisted in midair, ending his life instantly. Rene's expression turns serious. She states that she will have to report this for proper handling. The moon shines dimly as they take their departure. The scene then transitions to Zenobia Count's house. Kelia sits calmly while sipping her tea. Her eyes narrow slightly as she remarks that it wasn't just a rumor after all. She remembers how his gaze had been so cold and chillingly emotionless. His eyes were just like the depths of the abyss. Her father then questions if he really said she's famous. Kalaya responds saying, "Yes, he said Count Zenobia is strong and famous." Then her gaze darkens as she says, "However, he called me famous, even though I do not participate in any social activities." "Isn't that fascinating, father? You're the count here." Kalia walks towards her father and with a sinister smirk snaps her finger, causing her father to lose consciousness and become a mere puppet. With a curious smirk, she says, "No one would know that I've made my father a puppet so I can work as the real head of the household. How did he figure it out?" She recalls the moment when Alan said to her that there are too many eyes on us right now. She's surprised that Alan had noticed the tails she put on him. Just then, a servant rushes in calling for her attention. He addresses her as Miss Kalia and urgently tells her that she should go see her room. She follows him. Upon entering, she finds the spy lying dead on the floor. The servant explains that the seal did not activate, meaning the spy must not have revealed the secret before dying. Kalaya narrows her eyes and states that he must have deliberately placed it in her chamber. A faint smirk forms on her lips. She lets out a low laugh, realizing the depth of the situation. She thinks about how they managed to find this out. She crosses her arms in irritation and mutters that he caught a major weakness of hers the moment they met. The scene now shifts to the Altea Ducal estate. In the carriage, Loria looks devastated as she mutters, "As expected, he's not someone to underestimate. The distinguished one of the underworld. He possesses cold eyes like my father. The kind of person I must never make an enemy of. He was my last lifeline, but he wouldn't accept a deal that would result in significant losses. Because I had my assets and power all taken away by my sly siblings, I have nothing." We are then introduced to the eldest son, Timalian, the eldest daughter, Marianne, the second daughter, Pyrene, the second son, Keeg. Loria gets off her carriage as she now stands before her ducal estate. She inwardly laments, "I've survived until now using my father's love and mercy, but I don't know what to do." The moment she entered the estate, the maids rushed toward her in panic, their voices trembling. They cried out, calling for Lady Loria, their faces pale with fear. They told her that Lady Pyrene and Keeg had taken their own lives. Shock spread across Loria's face, her body frozen in disbelief. Her thoughts raced. Those people would rather stab their own family, and yet they took their own lives. It didn't make any sense. Fear gripped her heart as she asked about Timalian and Marianne. They go to check on them, and they are all left in shock as the two siblings have driven their sword through each other's heart. Loria's body trembled as terror consumed her. Her mind screamed with confusion, wondering why and how such a tragedy had occurred. Meanwhile, outside the Altea estate, Radon was seen leaving swiftly, a faint smirk curling on his lips, as he muttered to himself that the targets were successfully eliminated. The maids scream and run in panic, while Loria's mind flashed back to Alan's earlier words, the ones that had hinted that good things would soon happen. A realization struck her. the true mastermind of the Count's household, the one who had hidden his claws and waited for the right moment to seize power, had finally made his move. This was exactly what he meant. Now she had become the only successor in the ducal family overnight. A bitter laugh escaped her lips as she wondered what kind of monstrous devil she had made a pact with. But she knew there was no going back now. Those who betrayed him had already met terrible fates. There were too many precedents. With determination, she told herself that she must walk the path she had chosen, no matter how dark it became. 2 months later, back at the Palatio estate, the protagonist receives a gift from the Duke of Altea. When he sees the gift, Evan is taken aback. It's a bottle of Cernant's wine, which is worth a small fortune, costing a few thousand gold coins per bottle. He can't believe he's actually holding one in his hands. As Alan reads the note inside, he's even more surprised to find it simply says "with respect from Loria Altea." This leaves him puzzled because Loria is the one who sent him this gift, not her father. It dawns on him that this isn't just some noble trying to make a connection, and he can't quite wrap his head around it. Deep down, he feels a twinge of guilt for not being able to help her back then. He quickly asks the delivery guy if he's sure this gift is really meant for him, and the guy nods, explaining that the Duke herself prepared it and insisted he deliver it directly to him. That's when it hits him. Loria has officially become the Duke Altea, which completely surprises him. Loria, on her end, reflects on how quickly those 2 months have flown by. She shares that after her father's funeral, she took on the role of Duke following the succession ceremony. Looking around her office, she remembers how she couldn't even step foot in this room back then. The loss of her siblings happened so suddenly, but she was never suspected because she had a solid alibi. She was at the ball. She recalls that during that time, her siblings had taken down her secret organization, and when she returned to the mansion, she felt utterly powerless. But now she realizes that it was a surprising turn of events. Loria thinks Alan picked the perfect moment to take out her siblings and even managed to give her an alibi, which makes her think he must have an incredibly high IQ to come up with such a plan. To Loria, it seems like Alan pretended not to care about helping her, all to keep up appearances at the party that night while he was actually busy cleaning up the mess behind the scenes. She wonders just how many steps ahead he is. She mentions that she didn't even bring up her father's funeral to him because she didn't want to add to his burdens. In any case, Loria wraps up her thoughts by concluding that Alan must have helped her because he needs the Altea for some part of his grand plan. She acknowledges that while she managed to unite all the subordinate organizations of the Altea, it still wouldn't be enough to match the hidden power Alan possesses, which can only mean one thing. He's after something from her. She points out that Alan is the Count of Palatio, a major player in the underworld, who has built his power and influence solely through business. Yet there's something he doesn't have. But I do. And that's probably the reputation of Altea. Loria also speculates that Alan needs the Altea name to continue manipulating the political landscape from the shadows. But for now, she decides to focus on her own tasks, knowing that her patron will surely contact her soon. With that, she wishes he enjoys the little thank you gift. Back to our MC, the delivery guy takes off, leaving him still bewildered about everything that's happening. He reflects on how Loria was threatened with death, and now she's the Duke. The protagonist senses that something feels off, and Evan wonders why Alan is acting like that again. We then get a time skip to a few months, just 5 years before the original story kicks off. And our boy has matured quite a bit. As Evan approaches him, he calls him Young Master. Then he realizes his mistake and asks if he should call him Count. Alan replies saying, "Well, technically the succession ceremony hasn't happened yet. But I guess since it's soon, I suppose it's fine to use that title." Deep down, our boy starts to feel a bit downcast, realizing that he never intended to become the Count in the first place. His original plan was pretty straightforward. First, avoid the succession war. Second, settle down in Rodmill. And lastly, embark on a gourmet adventure. But he lifts his spirits, thinking that since he's gotten used to this new role, he can really make the most of being a noble. Which is true because the balance between work and relaxation is way better than he ever imagined. Anyway, Evan hands him a letter saying it's from Utea. As they head inside, Alan asks Evan if he's found out anything about the assassins who took his brother Leo's life, but Evan admits he hasn't got any leads yet. Still, he encourages our MC to give the Information Guild some time, since they're still on the case. Evan then asks what our boy plans to do with that information, and jokes whether he's planning for revenge. Alan thinks to himself that the slight changes from the original game are probably butterfly effects caused by his actions. So he tells Evan he just wants to be prepared in case something happens. Evan teasingly remarks that he sounds like a real count when he says that, but our boy just lets out a sigh. As he opens the letter from Utia, he can't help but wonder what she has to share this time. In her letter, Utia fills him in on life at the orphanage, mentioning how everyone is diving into their own hobbies. She highlights Deus, who she claims has become quite the expert in puppet manipulation. Then there's Seolrang, who loves playing games with her friends, and Ryan, who still likes to quietly read but have gotten into making things. And Radan, he's found joy in nurturing his garden. Hearing all this brings a smile to his face. This monthly ritual of exchanging letters has become a comforting routine, and each message warms his heart a little more. Even though he's never seen these kids in person, knowing they're thriving fills him with joy. He then realizes that he doesn't actually know how old they are. Curious, he asks Evan, who points out that they're now at an age where they can step out into the world. Evan further says there are even children who left the orphanage earlier. Most of the children you personally ordered to be rescued are around that age. This surprises Alan. He hadn't expected them to grow up so quickly. He even pictures them as adults, coming back to thank him for everything he's done. It dawns on him that it might be time to let them go. Hearing this, Evan questions, saying, "Weren't you intentionally keeping together those sickly kids?" Alan replies, saying, "There's no reason to keep them at the orphanage any further. They've grown up well, so now I have to think about their future." Alan inwardly says, "They were cared for, which means they shouldn't awaken as sins, so now they would be able to manage on their own, right?" Evan nods in agreement, acknowledging that since they're all healthy, it makes sense to set them free. Alan recalls that in the Psychedelia game, each boss battle came with a vivid description of its setting through narration. Utia had the talent of faith, Deus wields the talent for sword, Rhine wields the talent for studying, Seolrang was a natural fighter, and Radan had the talent for apostleship. Alan believes that if these kids harness their talents in the right ways and in the right areas, they'll be just fine when they step out into the world. So he's decided to write each of them a personal letter, and in a moment of self-praise, he thinks his plan is absolutely brilliant. While he's at it, he figures he should also prepare a special gift for each one of them. He can't help but imagine how thrilled the kids will be. After spending the entire day crafting the letters, he finally finishes up. Evan, who is meant to keep him company, has dozed off, and as soon as he wakes, he rushes off to deliver the letters, and our boy waves him off. Our MC wonders if he might get something back from these children once they make a name for themselves in the world. He wraps up his thoughts by encouraging them all to read his letter and venture out into the world. However, contrary to his intentions, the kids take his letters with utmost seriousness, as if they've received a direct command from their lord. With a serious demeanor, Utia informs the others that their orders have arrived, adding that their lord has prepared something special for each of them. Folks, it appears that they have grown up a lot. Anyway, as they see the envelope, their reactions vary. Deus stays cool and collected as usual. Seolrang can't contain her excitement and starts jumping with joy, and we are shown the others' reaction. Utia reminds the other sins that before they dive into reading, they should all take a moment to read the previous letters she's been getting from their master. She even shows them the very first letter he sent her, which is just a friendly greeting and a complaint about how his brother used him as a chair. But Utia interprets it differently, claiming that our MC was actually giving a target for elimination and asking them to report back. Then she reads another letter reading, "Your reply makes me happy. Let's exchange the orphanage's daily life and well-being every month. Take good care of that place. You'll be okay." Utia then tells the others that this is the content where he entrusted the Blue Moon to her, and that he personally selected all of them. Diaz points out that our MC is doing this to prevent any leaks of information, and Utia confirms this, explaining that that's why they all need to learn to decipher his orders through the letters and carry them out. Deus then questions if our MC is worried about leaks. Wouldn't it be better for them to visit him in person or use a magic communication device? Radan agrees, saying that Deus has a valid point since letters are the riskiest when it comes to information leaks. But Utia, with a cold gaze, reminds them that they must never question the will of their great master. All they need to do is follow his orders. Deus feels a bit intimidated by her chilling, unwavering faith and reassures Utia that he understood. Meanwhile, Seolrang, on the other hand, is just thrilled to have received a letter. She encourages the others to read theirs too, And as each of them opens their respective letters, they interpret the messages in their own unique ways. Deus announces that his orders are to head to Caliburn, the nation of knights, while Seolrangs mentions she's supposed to go to the colony, which is in the middle of a desert. Radan says he's off to Raxus, the entertainment city, and Rhine is set for Lartania, the labyrinth city. Then there's Utia, who in her full yandere mode says she's heading to the Holy Kingdom Rosario. Utia then asks if everyone knows what they should do once they arrive. Deus admits he's not entirely sure why, but his orders are to become a knight. Seolrang reassures everyone that they've also been told not to worry as the funding will continue. Rhine chimes in saying their master has also revealed the location of the gifts, and Radan adds that whatever those gifts are, they'll find out when they get there. Utia praises them all and reminds them to keep one crucial thing in mind. Unless their great master says it first, they should never mention the name of the blue moon. And just like that, all the sins left the orphanage, ready to embark on their respective missions. 3 months later, back at our protagonist's desk, he was diving into some research on magic. As he went through the books for information, he realized it was just as he feared. There was nothing new about the changes in magic and its phases. This meant he'd have to figure things out on his own. Glancing over at Evan, who was nearby, he asked how the search for the person who killed his brother, Leo, was progressing. Evan replied that the Information Guild still hadn't uncovered anything, leaving our protagonist deep in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that the butterfly effect had spiraled out of control. After all, he had saved the 5 deadly sins, and even Loria, who should have died long ago, was not only alive, but had also become a duke, and she's been growing her influence in the underworld terrifyingly fast. He then instructed Evan to halt the investigation into his brother's assassin. When Evan asked if he was sure about that, our protagonist reflected that sometimes ignorance is bliss. In the game world, it seemed like nothing could escape the Information Guild's network. But this situation seems strange. He worried that these kinds of things could lead to unforeseen and pointless deaths. Ultimately, he reasoned that as long as he didn't interfere with the organization that killed his brother, they wouldn't pose a threat to him. There was no reason for them to attack unless he approached them first, and he had no plans to do that. So he told Evan that there was no point in continuing the search, and Evan nodded in agreement, saying he would inform the Information Guild to stop the investigation. Switching gears, Evan shares some news. It seems Deus has just been named a knight in Caliburn. Our boy, fully aware this was coming, simply brushes it off, saying, "Oh, that's great." Fast forward 3 months, and Evan has more updates. Deus has apparently formed an entire knight order. But again, our boy shrugs it off, only remarking on Deus's talent. He then asks if this means Deus has reached at least the sword expert level. The sword skills are divided into 3 tiers: sword user, sword expert, and sword master. Our boy figures it hasn't been long since Deus was appointed as a knight, but Evan points out that people are buzzing about it, claiming the world will see the 5th Knight Master within 10 years. Curious, our boy asks if those are the ones called Caliburn Sword. Evan confirms it. Hearing that, our boy can't help but feel a swell of pride. 6 months later, a whole year has passed since the 5 deadly sins left the orphanage, and by now, our boy is settling into his responsibilities as a count. Suddenly, Evan calls out to him with some fresh news. Deus has become a sword caliber, officially making him the 5th Master Knight in the kingdom. Our boy is taken aback as he drops the pen in surprise. He reminds Evan that only sword masters can achieve the title of Knight Master. The Sword Master of Psychedelia is a superhuman who has surpassed the Aura Blade and unlocked a unique ability called Derivation. He presses Evan again, asking if he's sure Deus has really become a sword master. Evan clarifies that, to be precise, Deus is on the verge of becoming one. He just hasn't developed his derivation yet. Still, the kingdom has already bestowed upon him the title of Master Knight, and on top of that, he has triumphed in a duel against the 4th Sword. Evan adds that Caliburn lost a Knight Master to the Northern Barbarians. Alan recalls that they have been at war for over 10 years. Evan then says that it takes around 15 years to awaken and control aura, and derivation can take decades. Our boy then inwardly says the first sword, Reinhardt, was just 32 when he became the youngest Knight Master in history. And this all happens during the main story's Act 3. Reinhardt was incredibly strong. Even with his natural talent, it took him over 20 years to reach that level. Now, here's Deus, a child with no sword knowledge, who's already a Master Knight. Our boy thinks that if Deus is just only waiting for his derivation, it basically means he could surpass Reinhardt soon. Alan then says that perhaps he could gain some benefits from him. And Evan, as usual, just nods as if it's the most normal thing in the world. But our boy quickly dismisses that idea, saying he can't do that. Just like that, Evan shifts his tone again, agreeing to his words. Our protagonist feels like Utia is the only one who truly cares about him. It's been a whole year and the only letters he's received have been from her. Even while navigating through the Holy Kingdom, Utia kept sending him updates about the other sins, which shows they've been in touch. Yet, he can't help but feel a bit down that these kids, despite never having seen his face, should have at least thanked him for the gifts he prepared for them back then. He feels a bit sad but slaps himself across the face to refocus. He says to himself, I should be grateful that they haven't awakened as the 5 sins and destroyed the kingdom. He mutters that as long as the kids live and eat well, that's enough. The scene now shifts to Caliburn's capital, Kurdum. Central District, high-ranking, noble residential area, the grand estate where the Eclipse Knight Order resides. As the knights went about their usual training routines, Deus watched from above. We then get to know that Deus Macallion is now the commander of the Eclipse Knight Order, the youngest Knight Master. Just then a woman looks up at him and catches him stalking her from the window side. She cheerfully raises her hand and waves at him while calling him her brother. Seeing this, a smile creeps onto his face. Then he quickly coughs and tries to be serious. He inwardly says, even after a year, I'm embarrassed when I think of that time. When Deus lost everything to the dark beings, he was separated from his sister, whom he thought he had lost forever. That experience filled him with uncontrollable rage and hatred. It was during this dark time that Alan saved him. Deus explains that just being saved wasn't enough for him to pledge his loyalty right away. But when Utia promised him a chance for revenge, he decided to follow orders under the Blue Moon, which led him through countless dangerous missions and intense training. Looking back, Deus admits he didn't care much about his own well-being. For years, he carried out tasks that would lay the groundwork for fighting against the dark forces. Eventually, he received his very first personal order, but honestly, he felt a bit skeptical about it, especially with letter. In the letter, Alan instructed him to head to a small inn in southern Caliburn, mentioning that he had left a gift for him there. At that moment, Deus wasn't particularly excited about the gift. However, when he stepped into that inn, he was completely taken aback. Inside that unexpected letter from our main character was something truly precious. The gift was his long-lost family, his little sister, whom he thought he had lost forever. As he embraced her tightly, Deus realized this was a gift more valuable than his life itself. Deus embraced his sister tightly. His voice trembled as he tried to speak through the tears. The sister he had believed to be dead was still alive. Overwhelmed by pain and relief, he looked at her and asked what had happened after they got separated. Siley also cried while holding her brother's arm, offering a faint smile of comfort as he wipes her tears. A little later, they sat together with cups of tea. When she had calmed, she began to explain. After those people dragged her away, she had been trapped in darkness for a long time. The memories returned vividly as she spoke. She described being locked inside a pitch-black cage, waiting for the moment she would be taken out to be killed. When her turn finally came, someone terrifyingly strong appeared. That person grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the light, allowing her to escape and survive. Years later, when she was nearly sold to a slave merchant, another powerful figure protected her again. A blade cut through the attackers, saving her a second time. That person was a mercenary named Evan. Siley explained that after those events, she had received precious medicine from a sponsor. She held up the letter which she had gotten from Alan. The letter reads, "Don't worry, I'll keep sending support. Under the name of Palladio, you're safe. Don't worry about your brother either." Siley, with a blush, states that he's someone she's truly grateful to. Deus, however, was stunned. Shock spread across his face as he whispered that the Great Moon had been protecting her under his own name. He could not understand how the Great Moon even knew about their situation. He had never spoken about his family to anyone. And even Utia had only guessed that he'd been attacked by the Black Goat, gripping his own shoulders, as he asked himself how he knew. At the same time, memories flickered inside Deus's mind, moments connected to Utia, where she warned that the Great Moon knows everything. Confusion and disbelief pulled at him like threads, snapping together into a single picture. Everything suddenly aligned. He had struggled to understand the anxiety Utia had shown whenever she spoke about the Great Moon, the nervousness in her voice, and her repeated reminder that a sword should never act on its own, without its master. Deus then realized that the foolish one had been himself. The Great Moon already knew everything and had been leaving hints for the child who would be forced to survive alone. A tear runs down his face as this truth finally struck him. Siley pulled him out of his thoughts by calling him brother. With a smile, he gently pats her head while inwardly says, "Even though as his sword, I acted on my own." He must have been broad-minded enough to overlook it. For someone like me, who had been dwelling on nothing but revenge and hatred toward the Black Goat, the survival of my family was a gift beyond measure. Deus looked at his sister. Her cheerful expression carried the happiness of the reunification of siblings, all due to the Great Moon. Deus recalls the words of Utia, that he'll come to understand too, on why she follows him. Deus with determination thinks, that wasn't just blind fanaticism nor blind faith. I must repay him. My mission is to become the pinnacle of Caliburn, a Knight Master, and form a royal guard made up of the greatest swordsmen. Sometime later, Deus stood on the balcony, watching the moon. A knight approached and informed him that the time had come. Deus walked forward and looked down at the assembled knight order. He announced that this expedition would become the first foothold for the solar eclipse. Hardship meant nothing to him. He gripped his mesmerizing yet terrifying sword and declared that he awaited the day he could express his gratitude to the Great Moon, along with a repayment that would satisfy him. At that very moment, the sky dimmed. A solar eclipse occurred by draping the world in an eerie twilight, as Deus said to his knights to prove thyself beneath the moon. And so, the Solar Eclipse Knight Order set out on an expedition to fight the barbarians and claim victory. The scene now shifts to Alan. Sitting quietly outside, remarked to himself that everything felt strangely peaceful now, perhaps because all his children had grown and gone their own way. A sudden gust sent several pages flying. Alan scrambled to catch them, muttering that they were all blowing away. He half-joked to himself, wondering if this could be taken as some sort of sign. Then he steadied his thoughts and went back to his research. He finally understood why he kept writing in cursive between lines. After returning from the labyrinth, he had spent all his time revisiting the strange phrases he had encountered there. He let out a small laugh, pleased that his reports were finally completed. Leaning back, he reviewed the concepts he had been analyzing. Refraction, the reinforcement of imperfections in magic, and the behavior of refraction inside spells. He noted that refraction boosted the flaws within a completed spell, allowing its range to stretch further. Repulsion distorted the internal structure and affected the path of a fired projectile. The phenomenon fascinated him. He wrote that blue light reinforced parallel magic, including electrical spells. He referenced the spell he used in the dungeon, explaining that the line of diffraction granted penetration, creating a devastating effect on impact. When he struck the golems in the labyrinth, the massive creature had been completely annihilated despite its size. He carefully recorded phrase rules essential to activating his spells. If any rule failed, the spell collapsed, he reminded himself. No repeating the same spell, no mismatched phrases, and a maximum of 4 phrases allowed. But with his current mana, he could only cast 1 spell per day. It had taken him a long time to grasp even this much. He grew thoughtful, remembering the limits of this world. The hand signs and phrases of Babylonia had long vanished from history. No written record survived, so he had to rebuild everything on his own from scattered remnants. Even so, he found the challenge strangely enjoyable. Although he had originally learned magic only for self-defense, he now pressed his fingers together and prepared the spell he had been refining for 2 months. A crackling purple light formed before him. Alan calmly described the result aloud, saying that removing the focal point of the monosphere created an imbalance that sparked lightning. A small sphere of purple lightning hovered in the air. Alan called it weak and useless, merely a fixation of his curiosity. But the moment he finished the chant, a wave of thunder rippled outward. Completing the structure, he chanted compression. The condensed magic sphere tightened as the phrases broke apart and reassembled. At the final moment, he formed the last hand sign, triggering the spell's intended effect. A violent thunder blasted skyward, flooding the area with tremendous energy. The ground trembled as brilliant blue lightning streaked across the field. Alan realized that the order of the spell mattered. He recalled that when he tried using Breakdown first, the spell collapsed immediately. Then a voice rang behind him. Someone exclaimed that it was impossible. Alan turned sharply. His expression froze the moment he saw who had arrived. Kalaya, the red-haired woman known as the villain of her kingdom, stood there with her mage. Her eyes were locked onto the lightning that lingered in the sky. Her mage's voice trembled as he said that it was clearly origin magic and that using origin magic placed someone at the level of a seven-circle mage. Alan stiffened as he absorbed the term origin magic. The hierarchy rose from 1 to 8 circles, with 8 being the pinnacle a mage could reach. He was stunned to hear that what he created could be mistaken for origin magic. Later, inside Count Palladio's reception room, Kalia and her mage sat waiting for Alan. She had come for 2 clear reasons. First, to confirm what his intentions were, since she knew he had the power to heavily damage Zenonia County. Second, to gauge the level of the mysterious organization protecting him, the group that helped him seize control over Palacio. Instead, she had witnessed an overwhelming display of magic. She never imagined she would see Viankel, the arrogant mage at her side, trembling openly. He was a 5th circle mage exiled from the tower for inhuman experiments, a man who could destroy an entire battalion with ease. Kalia had funded him for years, yet he had always been arrogant to her. But today he was afraid. She had never seen him like this. Her thoughts shook. She questioned whether what they had seen truly was origin magic, and what kind of being our protagonist actually was. Alan entered the room. His cold gaze pressed the entire space into silence. He asked them why they had come to his county. Kalia apologized for the sudden visit, saying she only wished to. Alan cut her off, saying, "I won't fault you, daughter of Zenonia. However, let me make one thing clear. What I had just used was not origin magic. If you really want to categorize my magic abilities, I'm only at the 2nd circle. The mage beside you must have noticed that that magic has no effect at all." Meanwhile, Alan inwardly says to himself that unfortunately, that magic couldn't be used in both defense and offense. But his explanation was not an explanation. It was a warning to stay silent about what they had seen. Or at least that's what they think. Alan didn't mean it that way, though. The misunderstandings deepen even more. Kalia and the mage trembled visibly, unable to hold on to their earlier confidence. The mage was the first to break, saying that Alan was correct, that he must have been mistaken. For Kalia, it was shocking to see Viankel, who prided himself on knowledge, speak so politely. Meanwhile, Alan leaned back on the sofa, utterly relaxed, radiating the effortless dominance of someone who feared nothing. He said he was satisfied now that the misunderstanding is solved. Then he moved on and asked again why they were here. Kalia hesitated before answering that she had finished some business nearby and thought she should visit. Alan didn't even blink. He said that if she had no real reason to be here, then he unfortunately had work to return to and could not spare more time. Kalia immediately stood and said that she understood, thanking him for granting her a moment and declaring that they would take their leave. But before they reached the door, Alan spoke again. His voice stayed calm, steady, carrying a quiet authority that made the air feel heavy. He said that if she ever needed someone to speak with, she should visit Duchess Altea. He added that he believed the two of them would get along. Kalia paused, confused by the mention of Altea. She bowed respectfully and replied that if he said so, she would pay the Duchess a visit. Outside the estate, Kalia and Viankel climbed into their carriage, while Alan watched them depart from the entrance beside his subordinate. Evan asked why a noble from Zenonia County had come all the way here, wondering how a ruined Western family ended up approaching their territory. Alan exhaled and said he had no idea. He thinks to himself that if rumors spread about him using origin magic, every battle-hungry lunatic in the shadows would swarm his doorstep. He hoped they had understood what he said. He didn't want unnecessary trouble. He assured himself there was no way someone from Zenonia would actually visit the Altea Duce, since they both are competing in the underworld. He prayed this would be the end of the matter. Inside the carriage, Kalia finally asked whether Count Palacio had truly used origin magic. Viankel immediately shook his head and said he hadn't. She asked why he reacted with such shock then. His face palled as he explained, saying, "Origin magic is the kind of magic that draws its own laws. Upon the canvas of absolute unchanging principles. It is permitted only to the pinnacle of mages. However, what the Count was using was different. Like you asked, I used my observing eye to take a glance at his magic. He was tearing the canvas itself. He was twisting the absolute unchanging principles. He fixated the lightning, twisted it, and collapsed the law. But even after he did all of that, the magic still materialized. He manifested an impossible miracle." Kalia's face darkened in fear. Viankel added that the presence they felt afterward was not just magical pressure, but the aura of forgotten gods. He holds his head with his trembling hands and stops thinking about that, as any more of that would be dangerous. Then he urgently says to Kalia, "In my younger years, I delved into ancient knowledge so deeply that I earned praise for my research on the magic of the Forgotten Era. Let me be clear when I say this. Do not oppose Count Palacio." Kalia exhaled shakily. She murmured, "So what you mean to say is, it's meaningless for someone so insignificant such as myself to figure out his intentions." Kalia then remembered Alan's final advice, to visit Duchess Altaya. She now understood she had likely already been moved into position as one of his pieces on the board. We then get a time skip. 5 months passed. 2 years had gone by since the children left the orphanage. Alan asked Evan for any news, preferably about the children. Evan shook his head and said it wasn't about them, then revealed that Zenonia County and the Altea Duchy had formed an alliance. Alan felt as if lightning struck his skull. The top 2 powers in the underworld joining forces. Evan explained that the underworld had its own rules, and no outsiders should know, but the rumor was reliable. Alan's heart pounded. He had worked hard to separate the 5 sins from the path of destruction. Yet now he faces an alliance between 2 masterminds. He wondered if the Asteria Kingdom was on the verge of collapsing and questioned why Kalia had taken his offhand suggestion so seriously back then. He shook away the negative speculation. He told himself it was likely temporary. Kalia was too cold and too proud to maintain a long-term alliance. Still, the development bothered him. He sat down and wrote a letter which reads, "To Kalia, I apologize if I came off as too blunt and cold. The reason for that is because I'm not really good with words." Alan then inwardly hopes that this doesn't make him seem like creating an excuse. He sealed the letter and handed it to Evan, instructing him to deliver it to Zenonia County. Evan said he would send it through the Mercenary Guild and added that he would continue keeping watch over the children. Alan leaned back with a quiet sigh, saying, "I wonder how Radan and Seolrang are doing. I haven't heard from them since Utia wrote that they arrived at their destination in her letter. I hope she's not dead on the streets. If she found the gift I wrote in the letter, she should become the pinnacle of all fighters, the Baba Yaga." He recalled the description of the essence of the Golden Mane tribe, a relic said to boost critical strike rate by 20% upon absorption. The item's description claimed that if the Sin of Pride had obtained it, she would never have fallen into corruption, but instead awakened as a great wolfkin. Alan had given Seolrang the location of a treasure he originally planned to save for emergencies. He muttered that she was talented and capable enough to earn her own money. She should be fine. At least he hoped so. Night settled over the desert colony, the nation where fighters ruled and strength alone decided everything. Under the moonlit ruins, Seolrang walked forward step by step. She had finally completed the trial. She raised her hand and whispered her thanks to the great moon, her voice trembling with joy rather than fear. She admitted she once believed the essence of the Golden Mane tribe was only a legend. She laughed softly, filled with relief and disbelief. She said that as a child she thought the stories were mere fairy tales, but she now understood they were real. The Wolfkin, descendants of the greatest beast kings, the Golden Mane tribe. For centuries the essence had been hidden, lost, sought, and protected. Yet now she held it. Now she had become one with it. Her body glowed with brilliant yellow light that surged like the sun itself. She called the great moon her benefactor, saying he had saved her from dying during those biological experiments and had gifted her the strength she now held. Her fists tightened. She declared that she would avenge her parents, the black dragon who had murdered them. She vowed to tear him apart with her own hands. Mana spiraled around her in a storm. She guided it with precision, feeding it into her limbs, spine, and soul. She said she was certain he had not saved her just to become some mediocre gladiator. She declared that she would become the strongest gladiator of the desert colony. She will revive the Golden Mane tribe, gather the scattered wolfkin, and kill the black dragon with the strength she had been given. She punched the air. A thunderous shockwave erupted, scattering sand for meters. She whispered that everything she would do from now on was for him. She turned from the trial grounds, saying that it was time to begin. Her final words rolled across the moonlight sky. The great kings of the Beastkins, the Golden Mane tribe, shall be revived beneath the blue moon after 500 years. The scene now shifts to our protagonist. He's having his usual chat with Evan while flipping through some documents. Evan mentions that the Information Guild has managed to dig up some details about the children. Evan reveals that he was supposed to share this news a while ago, but it slipped his mind. Trying to keep it casual, our protagonist asks what the info is, and Evan reveals that Seolrang has been doing exceptionally well in the colony, even earning the nickname the Golden Flash. Alan feels like he's heard the name Golden Flash before, but it's just not coming to him. Regardless, he's just happy to hear that Seolrang is doing well. Evan points out that in that land, anyone can become anything, as long as they're strong. Kind of like the lawless city in Eminence in the Shadow. Curious, Alan asks if Evan has any updates on Radan, since he hasn't heard from him since arriving in the entertainment city of Raxus. Evan mentions that there's some info about Radan, but the Information Guild is still checking its accuracy. Upon hearing this, our MC calls Evan out, asking why he's just lounging around when he should be busy. Evan is puzzled, thinking he's done everything he was supposed to do, but Alan reminds him that he was supposed to start getting ready for their journey to the Magic Tower, something that's going to take at least a month. Hearing this, Evan is taken aback, exclaiming that he had no idea they were heading to the Magic Tower. Our boy wonders if he really forgot to mention it. But Evan, who's pretty used to these surprises, just lets out a sigh. He insists that a month seems excessive. Getting to the Green Magic Tower should only take about a week or so, but Alan clarifies that they're actually going to the Blue Magic Tower, asking if he's talking about the one near the Labyrinth City, which is quite a trek. Still, he reassures Alan that he'll get started on preparations right away. Left to his own thoughts, Alan starts to grumble about his own laziness. He can't believe he's going to be stuck in a carriage for an entire month. Just the thought of it is already wearing him out. Alan then reminds himself that he doesn't have a choice, especially since the item that can help with his tiny precious mana hole is waiting for him there. As he reminisces, he recalls the Labyrinth City and the fond memories it brings back from his gaming days. He used to spend countless hours grinding there. The labyrinth at the heart of the city is the iconic level grinding spot in Psychedelia. Players could snag better items by leveling up and delving deeper into the labyrinth. Yet, despite the countless of players, no one ever made it to the end. It drove them crazy. Nobody could figure out why the developers kept adding floors when no one could reach that far. Some even resorted to cheat codes to hit floor 150, but the labyrinth just kept on going. Alan explains that just like in the game, relics and artifacts are always popping up in these labyrinths. Because of this, the role of official magic appraiser has skyrocketed in popularity, practically guaranteeing wealth for those lucky enough to land the job. And one such fortunate soul is none other than Rinna, the embodiment of greed. Our boy assumes that with her skills, she must have breezed through the appraiser exams. But as he reflects on it, he starts to wonder if the gift he picked out for her was a bit underwhelming compared to what the other kids got. After all, his gift is just an item that appraises other items. He even thinks about whether he should send her some extra support if his gift didn't quite cut it. But that's a dilemma for another day. In the maze-like city of Larthania, where the layout is as twisted as a real labyrinth, especially the houses, there's no one in charge. It's essentially a haven for explorers and mercenaries. If you wander past the countless shops in the southern part of town, you might stumble upon a hidden appraisal shop called Merd. This little gem has quietly made a name for itself, mainly serving nobles and rank explorers. Among its regulars is the Lord of Larthania, who is a customer there. The one running the shop is Rin. While she works, Rinna wears a mask to conceal her face. At the moment, she's just wrapped up appraising a magical item that ignites flames using mana for the Lord of Larthania. Rinne explains that the item can be imprinted, and when the Lord inquires about what she means by imprinted ability, she clarifies that with just a bit of mana, the flames will burn for an hour. This news delights the Lord as the item's efficiency has significantly improved. Imprinting essentially upgrades an item to the next level, and the specific imprinted ability varies based on the item. Once the customers leave, Rini takes off her mask and spots a special item nearby. She picks it up, claiming it can be imprinted as well. She goes on to explain that the real reason her shop has gained such fame, even though it's tucked away in a corner, is because of this imprinting ability. According to her, it's a gift from their great moon. This is actually the item our boy gifted her. But Alan doesn't understand how it works well. He believes this special item can only appraise other items. But little does he know, it also has a hidden function that can upgrade items too. With a smile, Rinna recalls how when Alan first suggested she become an appraiser, she was completely baffled. Reflecting on her earlier misunderstanding, when she thought Alan was only a friend of Palin from the era of the Forgotten Outer Gods, She realizes that everything he's been doing was aimed at getting rid of the dark forces, those mysterious beings that took Deus's sister. But when she received the orders to go to the Labyrinth City and become a magic appraiser, she couldn't see how that would help in battling the dark forces. She was genuinely confused about why he sent her to a place like this, until she laid eyes on the gift he had given her. The item is called the Eye of the Stalker. It quickly identifies items that fall below a certain mana threshold. Essentially, it's like a handy assistant for appraising. But that was just the beginning. Its true potential was yet to be revealed. Rina, who was born with the ancient library, instantly recognized that this item was nowhere to be found in any records. When she broke its seal, its true imprint ability kicked in, allowing her to handle up to 500 items. As usual, Rine misinterpreted the situation, thinking our main character must have known everything and gifted her the item to help her gain the strength needed to combat the dark entities. To fully awaken the item, she needs to offer 500 unique items as sacrifices. Right now, she's managed to sacrifice 248. With a mischievous grin, she thinks that only 252 more are needed before she can unleash the full power of this divine gift. However, the item only responds to specific high-tier relics. If she tries to sacrifice a low-tier relic, all her progress vanishes. That's why Rina has to appraise each relic before making a sacrifice. Then she starts acting a bit strange, hugging the item and declaring that their great master must have known she was the only one fit for this task, given her connection to the ancient library. It appears that Rina is also a yandere, just like Utia. Rina insists that everything she does is for his grand will, and that it will all unfold according to the will of the Great Moon. 3 weeks later, our main character finally makes it to the Blue Magic Tower. Inside, he encounters the Vice Tower Master, a six-circle mage named Finia Chrysini. She's a petite woman with cat ears who bluntly tells him to either state his business or get lost, leaving him a bit shocked by her rudeness. As he looks at her, he realizes she seems familiar. She was a key character in the Psychedelia game. At this point, she's still the Vice Master, since the main story hasn't kicked off yet. In the game, she was a prodigy who reached the legendary 8th Circle by the age of 20 and became the Master of the Blue Tower. He explains that magic towers aren't just powerful, they also control the production of vital goods, giving them a status comparable to that of nobles. Even though the Vice Tower Master has surpassed human limits, he can't shake off the feeling that her tone is way too disrespectful. He introduces himself as the Count of Palatio and mentions he's there to discuss the Time Gate, but Finea completely brushes him off. He tells her that he's here to deal with the Time Gate. This Time Gate is a rift leading to a mysterious subspace that pops up in areas with heavy magic use, causing all sorts of chaos and damage. Fenia, using her observation magic on him, can't help but mock him, asking what someone with such little talent thinks they can do about a Time Gate. She waves him away, telling him to scram. Our guy's left in total disbelief. Evan, who's supposed to have his back, is just standing there watching. When Alan presses for an answer, Fenia snaps back in irritation, saying that plenty of people have come before him, promising to close the Time Gate, but they all end up failing. He confidently insists he's being truthful, and all she needs to do is point him in the direction of the Time Gate. Inside, he's wondering why she has to be such a pain. He even feels a bit wronged by the whole situation. Fenia then mentions that she gets he needs something significant to sway public opinion, especially since people are starting to realize he became a count purely by chance after all his siblings passed away. With a surge of mana, she warns him that he can't just stroll into a magic tower acting all tough. This leaves our guy stunned as he wonders who's been spreading these rumors about him. It's been a few years since he did anything outrageous, and now people think he's gone soft, which, to be fair, is somewhat true, but doesn't really matter. He also notices that even though Fenia seems like a total workaholic, she's surprisingly well informed about what's happening outside. And that's a bit intimidating. Panicking, our MC admits he was annoyed with her earlier, but after witnessing her magic, all that irritation just vanished. Evan leans in and whispers that if they try to take her on, they'll end up folded in half, so he should tread carefully. But desperate to prove himself, our boy strides over to Fenia and declares that if he can't eliminate the Time Gate as promised, he'll hand over all his property to the Magic Tower. Fenia thinks he's joking, but he insists he'll even swear an oath. This takes her by surprise, and she agrees to guide him. When they arrive, she reminds him that, as promised, all his wealth will be hers if he fails. He confidently replies that there's no way that will happen. Fenya thinks this is the perfect opportunity to see what he's really made of, especially since everyone hails him as the leader of the underworld. Looking at his mana hole, she figures he's just been lucky. While she admits he has an otherworldly presence, the reality is he has a tiny mana hole and only slightly above average energy sensing. Barely at the second circle. She can't help but wonder what he plans to do with such underwhelming skills. Meanwhile, Alan inwardly says that, honestly, there's no need to worry about closing the time gate. In just 3 months, it'll vanish on its own after releasing the relic he's after. That's where the research wraps up, and it seems no mage skilled enough to close the gate will show up. Yet, the time gate at the Blue Magic Tower keeps causing chaos for over 2 years. As Alan starts using a Babylonia hand sign, Fenya can't help but tease him again, questioning why he's opting for hand gestures instead of a staff. She inwardly says that even ancient magic comes classified as a primal method. It's a method considered almost like a fairy tale. She then starts mocking him, telling him to stop imitating the signs and leave already. But Alan begins to cast, and suddenly everything goes eerily quiet. Fenya finds herself frozen. She can't move. Using her observation magic, she scans him and is taken aback to see him defying the laws of the world as a gigantic eye materializes in the sky. When it opens, Fenya feels a shiver run down her as she witnesses it. She tries to understand what's happening, but then she gulps as she realizes that she shouldn't try to understand what's going on, as it will be dangerous to try. The ominous eye stares at her and reaches its hand towards her. Fenya also reaches out to it hesitantly. Then she hears the words, "Absolute demand," and she starts sweating bullets. With fear, she mutters that she understands the demand. The eye stares at her one last time, and then closes. Time starts to gradually return to normal, as the ominous entity disappears away, due to Alan successfully closing the time gate using his mysterious power. He casually turns to her and states that the gate is closed. She flinches by this. Alan holds the relic thinking that it was easy. All he had needed are special items and methods. He tells Fenya that he'll be taking the relic that this time gate coughed up. He inwardly says that he needs to use it a few more times, so he used a convincing spell on her. Fenya remains in a thoughtful position, and Alan wonders whether she fell for it. Then we get to see her distraught face as she stutters that she understood and won't tell anyone. Alan misunderstands that her face shows that his bluff failed. He then approaches her saying that he appreciates it, but then his words are cut off as he sees her stumbling backwards. Fenya quickly mutters that she understood, and that she'll keep absolute silent about what she saw and won't tell anyone. She further adds that she can keep a secret well, and to trust her. Seeing this, our boy wonders what has gotten into her to act like this suddenly, because just a moment ago she was all bitchy. Alan then walks out towards Evan and instructs him to prepare to head out, but right at that moment Fenya tells him to wait. She, all sweaty, shows a case filled with valuable recovery potions that she made. She pleads him to take it. Alan inspects it and inwardly notes that these potions made by the Vice Tower Lord is top grade 1. Fenya nervously asks if he likes it, but he stays lost in thought, thinking 2 bottles cost the price of several lower ranks. I looked it up and almost choked when I saw the price. Is she that thankful for me closing the gate? But Fenya trembled, saying that she will absolutely keep silent as he requested. She also states that she'll make a mana oath for it. Alan and Evan watch in confusion, wondering why a mere thing like this requires an oath. But then Alan realizes that she seems to have misunderstood what he said. But it was too late. She performed the mana oath, sealing her promise of not revealing what she saw. Fenya proudly states that now he can believe that she keeps her promises well. Alan awkwardly says that he sees and inwardly thinks that she shows no sign of clearing up the misunderstanding. And so, at the Blue Magic Tower, Alan acquired the relic he wanted, along with 5 bottles of potion and an oath. As their carriage departed, Evan observes the relic on Alan's wrist and asks, "Is that the treasure that came out of the gate? It was difficult to get, but it looks more primitive than I expected. Is the performance good?" Alan holds the relic and states that it's something he absolutely needed. He stares at it thinking, "Seal of the Unholy One. I'm glad I got it safely." The gem embedded in the bracelet can absorb and store mana from the atmosphere. It's working well. The storage capacity isn't huge, but it's more than enough for my mana hole. Then he looks out the carriage with a displeased look, thinking that his body has less mana than a support item. But then he shrugs it off, because his goal is magical research and self-preservation, not fighting. So this is enough for him. Meanwhile, Evan just stares at our boy, who is nodding to himself. Alan then wonders what did Fenya misunderstand, because she was suddenly polite. We get a flashback of Fenya bowing a lot to Alan and waiting for him to depart. Alan then says to her, "Just to be clear, I am a second circle mage." Fenya anxiously gives a thumbs up, saying, "I know, you look exactly like second circle mage." Alan misinterprets it and wonders if she's mocking him. Now at the present, he recalls that it was a similar reaction to Kalia last time. She had also reacted the same way as Fenya. This makes him feel uneasy. Anyway, he shrugs it off, thinking that this doesn't matter since he won't be seeing them again anyway, so it's all fine for him. He then tells Evan that the weather is great, and he affirms that it's peaceful. The scene now shifts to Duke Altia's mansion. She holds a cup of tea and calmly says, "It's been a while. I hope you'll have a comfortable stay, young lady Zenonia." Kalia smiles, saying, "Of course, Altia. You haven't changed either. I'm honestly just happy to see you." Altia remarks that it's convenient that they don't need to discuss class or authority among themselves. Kalia agrees that Count Palladio's foresight is astonishing once again. She recalls what he had said to her that fateful day. She inwardly says, upon following his advice, "I quickly understand his true intention." While chatting, they both realized they were both inferior to Palladio. Regardless of the reason, it was an alliance built on Count Palladio's command. Since a power struggle is meaningless beneath the absolute number one, Zenonia and Altia became more comfortable allies. Altia curiously asks why she visited today, since the conference is next month. Kalia hands her a letter saying, "The Count sent a letter during the day I visited as an excuse." Loria opens it, wondering what it could be. The letter reads, "Young Lady Zenonia, I hope you are well. Regarding your visit the other day, a few nobles have grumbled to me about it as well. Therefore, there are not many nobles that suit me. So please understand." Altia is confused, wondering that this is just about the conversation of noble families. Kalia remarks that it seems like a normal apology letter, but Altia then adds in that there must be some kind of scheme hidden within. Kalia smiles and affirms, stating that they need to discuss it together. They both read the sentence again. "There are not many nobles that suit me." They both check the noble's background, saying, "Baron Cania belongs to the noble faction, and Marquis Marantino is one of the key figures in the royal faction. Viscount Belanda belongs to the royal faction. Duke Faldian is a key figure in the noble faction." Among the nobles he was speaking to at the ball, they both finally come to a conclusion. In short, Alan doesn't like either the noble faction or the royal faction, so they should kill them all. Altia then states that they should draw a conclusion based on common sense, and Kalia agrees to it. Then they both mutter that he wants to push out the existing nobles and create a new regime. Loria then looks up, thinking that this is the reason Alan made her the Duke of Altia, so he could use that fame to influence. She mutters that if the hegemon of the West is with him, then certainly victory is near, and no force can stand in his path. Kalia remarks that it seems that way. Then they both decide what move they should make. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Blue Magic Tower. The Tower Lord, in surprise, asks if she's saying that Count Palacio resembles the gate. Fenya slumps onto the table and affirms. The Tower Lord then asks for a detailed explanation. Fenya lets out a sigh, and so the puzzle pieces were randomly being created, running wild and sitting into place. Then the scene shifts, and we see Alan nearly choking. Evan asks if he's alright, to which he says that he suddenly choked because of the sweet potato, though he remarks that it's still delicious. Evan offers him water, and Alan thanks him. He drinks the water and mutters that he wants to go home quickly. He also wonders that it's about time Utia's letter arrived. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Holy Kingdom Rosario. We see a woman standing in front of the statue of Rosario. She smiles, and it is revealed that it's none other than Utia, who is wearing a saint uniform and is looking stunning. Meanwhile, over at the Blue Magic Tower, the Tower Master, who goes by the name of Selene Micardo, an 8th Circle mage, finally comes to the shocking realization that the time gate in the tower has vanished. He turns to Fania, who looks completely drained, and asks if something went down while he was away. She simply replies that she's wrapped up all the tasks he assigned her. This catches the Tower Master off guard. He can't help but wonder if something serious has happened since Fania isn't acting like her usual self. Normally, she'd be giving him a hard time non-stop, As the Tower Master tries to piece together what's going on, he reflects on how Fenya became the Vice Tower Master of the Blue Tower at such a young age thanks to her incredible magical talent. But along with that talent came a rather arrogant and carefree attitude that could pierce the sky. She was practically a genius compared to her peers and had a knack for bullying them relentlessly. There was even a time when she made a rookie cry 77 times in a row. The Tower Master admits he never bothered to correct her twisted personality because her magical prowess was so exceptional. He figured that once she hit the 7th circle, she'd come to see the futility of her achievements and would naturally become more humble. But seeing her like this now is definitely unsettling. The Tower Master can't help but wonder who could possibly be powerful enough in magic to bring a genius like Fenya down to earth. He awkwardly tries to strike up a conversation, mentioning that his business trip to the north felt pretty long. He asks if anything happened while he was gone, but Fenya just gives him a defeated look. After a moment, she finally opens up, revealing that Count Palatio is the one who closed the gate. She mentions that because of the oath she took, she can't go into details about how the Count did it, but adds that there's really not much more to say. This only leaves the Tower Master with a flurry of questions, but he starts to piece together that what truly humbled Fenya was some unfathomable magic, or more specifically, origin magic. The Tower Master had already figured everything out. He gently runs his fingers through Fenya's hair, realizing she must be so frightened that she doesn't even swat his hand away like she usually would, she acting like a good little kitten. He starts to think that this whole situation is fascinating and that a visit to Count Palladio is definitely worth it. Meanwhile, let's check back in with our main character. It's been a whole month since he returned from the Blue Magic Tower, which really means it's been about 2 months in total, considering the month-long journey back home. As usual, he's looking sharp while practicing his magic. He shares that after getting the mark of the corrupted, he dove into researching magic phrases with a newfound seriousness. Now that he can use his magic more than once a day, he's been going all out in his training. Because of this, he started to uncover some crucial new rules for using magic phrases. Specifically, there are some guidelines he needs to follow for the magic to actually work. You can't use phrases that don't match. You can't repeat the same phrases in a single spell. Only 4 phrases can be stacked for one spell. What he's discovered this time is that using similar phrases can create an overlapping effect, and some phrases need to be set up correctly beforehand. Evan points out that our boy's magic seems to be getting stronger every single day, but our Alan just lets out a sigh. Evan goes on to explain that even before his master's magic was already on a whole different level compared to standard 2nd circle magic, but now it looks like it's leveled up even more. And honestly, he's not wrong. The guy literally created a massive crater in the garden. Even Alan admits that regular gravity magic couldn't possibly make a crater like that. Deep down, the MC knows that the gravity magic of a 2nd circle mage, even at full power, wouldn't be enough to crush someone to death. But his version looks like it could take out an entire army. He starts to feel all smug, thinking he's definitely getting stronger, just like he suspected. Evan boosts his ego even further by complimenting how cool and interesting his magic really is. Our boy explains that if there's a reason his magic power has noticeably increased, it's not because of his skill or the phrases he uses. An increase in magical proficiency basically means he's getting better at precision and realization. He adds that phrases are more like trigger words that change attributes. He goes on to explain that he spent months studying the phrase array for gravity magic, and lately he's been using almost the same phrases in rotation. In the end, he figured out that power only increases gradually as he fine-tunes the best arrangement. So he starts teasing Evan, claiming that he's just imagining things since it wouldn't make sense for his firepower to suddenly spike. He adds that maybe it's just because he's feeling good and in better shape these days. Evan, who's pretty used to this kind of banter, just nods along. Then he tells our boy that a letter from Utia has just come in. Our protagonist blushes a bit, saying he's heading to his room to read it at his own pace. It appears that Alan is excited to get letters from Utia. He even decides to head inside right away. When Evan asks him about it, he claims he's already burned through his 3 uses of magic for the day, so he might as well call it a night. But as he walks inside, he can't shake off Evan's comments about his magic getting stronger. Realistically, there are 2 ways his magic could be on the rise. Either as a reward for his hard work or as a curse. A curse is an Eastern ritual where the caster sacrifices themselves to place a curse on someone else, or even themselves. When hit by this curse, the target suffers a loss but gains something in return. He realizes that since he doesn't have anyone in the East who would curse him, that can't be the reason. He wonders if it's faith, but as account of a small kingdom that the underworld has pretty much overlooked, he brushes that thought aside. It doesn't make sense for him to receive faith. As usual, he decides to let it go, reasoning that as long as it doesn't bother him, he'll just keep on living. The scene shifts to the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, specifically to the capital, Rionel, the pure white city, where the people worship Chironia, the goddess of the moon and peace. Inside the East Prayer House, Utia was lost in her prayers when a holy knight interrupted her. As she turned to greet him, calling him Loke, Loke can't help but think about how Utia is just a simple nun ranked below a paladin, and she's behaving without even a sash of holy grace. Yet despite that, he feels an overwhelming urge to bow, showing her the utmost respect. He informs Utia that they managed to save 8 children and 25 lives from a small village nestled between the east and west, all thanks to her expertise. But Utia insists it's really Loke and the team who deserve the credit for executing the operation. Loke, on the other hand, claims that Utia was the one who taught an ignorant person like himself, and he will always be grateful for that. Loke explains that for 20 long years, he spent his life in despair because he couldn't even feel divine power. Just when he was close to giving up, Utia showed up. Using her usual phrases, she tells Loke that if he wants something, he should try putting his faith in the moon. Look at those red eyes and that white robe. This woman is evil. For some reason, I think that when she is praying to the moon, she is actually talking about our MC. And that is what increased our boy's magic. Anyway, Loke was baffled by what she meant by the moon. But Utia insisted he'd understand once he took the leap and had some faith. He confesses that in his desperation, he was ready to try anything. So he ended up praying to the moon for a few days, just like Utia suggested, and to his surprise, he learned how to harness divine power. Loke admits he was so overjoyed that he fell into the temptation of putting his faith in the moon instead of the goddess Chironia. Basically, what's going on is that Utia is clearly trying to replace the goddess Chironia with our main character. Since the goddess is known as the goddess of the moon, this little trickster is encouraging people to put their faith in the moon. To make matters worse, they actually gain power by believing in our MC, which is practically crazy since our protagonist is basically on the path to becoming a god. Loke expresses his concern that he might have wandered into heresy. He acknowledges that the divine power he received from the moon felt just like everyone else's. And even when using an artifact given in the name of the goddess, his divine power still kicked in. This confirmed that what he had was indeed divine power. Naturally, he went to Utia and asked her directly why she urged him to believe in the moon instead of Chironia. Utia laid it out simply. Faith springs from an invisible belief, but it takes time to really show itself, so it's often easier to grab what you need from what's right in front of you. The moon being a tangible thing that will always be there fits the bill perfectly. Talk about some next-level gaslighting. When Utia mentions the moon, she's actually talking about our main character. But since she can't use a statue or any symbol of him, she cleverly used the moon as a stand-in. And Loke totally buys into it. He even goes so far as to say that the goddess Chironia is the moon herself, so he feels like he's not crossing any lines. He promises to keep believing with all his heart. With a grateful bow, he thanks Utia sincerely. Fast forward to the present, and Utia suggests that if Loke wants to show his appreciation, they should pray together. Folks, Utia is stunning. Who would say no to her? Loke agrees, saying he can pray as many times as needed. Utia mentions that he arrived just in time since a crowd has already gathered for prayers. That's when we realize Utia has a whole congregation of believers. She moves gracefully and strikes a pose that's either incredibly alluring or majestically divine, depending on how you see it, and she suggests they all start praying to the great moon. Utia is then reintroduced as a sister of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. She's literally crafting a religion that worships our main character. It's wild. Our guy's on the path to godhood, without even lifting a finger. The scene now shifts to Alan's office. He sits quietly, rereading Utia's letter. It contains nothing extraordinary, only details of her daily life. He exhales slowly. Nothing unusual means she is safe. Resting his forehead against the desk, letter in hand, he accepts that this is proof the children are living the peaceful lives he wanted for them. Still, a faint loneliness settles in his chest. of the 5 children he guided away from sin. Only Utia still writes to him. The others remain silent, and Alan understands why. To them, he is only a figure from the past, someone who intervened briefly and then vanished. He tells himself this is acceptable. He never intended to be remembered or thanked. His role ended the moment they chose paths that would not lead to the destruction of the world. There is no reason to feel sad, he repeats internally, forcing himself to accept it. Still, fatigue shows clearly on his face. Despite her own busy life, Utia continues to write to him regularly. Part of him finds comfort in that consistency, while another part feels a quiet ache he refuses to name. A voice suddenly calls out to him. Evan asks whether Alan is busy. Startled, Alan lifts his head sharply, realizing he never noticed Evan entering the room. He remarks that Evan startled him and asks why he is still there. Evan replies calmly that he stayed because new intelligence arrived from the Information Guild. That immediately sharpens Alan's focus. He tells Evan to report. Evan explains that the information concerns one of the children. Alan urges him to continue. Evan states that the report is about Radan. He explains that confirmed intelligence shows Radan has become a pirate. Alan freezes, the word echoes in his mind. Piracy represents a low-class job, a life far removed from what Alan envisioned for him. Suppressing his reaction, Alan demands the full report. Evan continues without hesitation. He explains that among all circulating rumors, the most significant involves Seolrang's and Deos. At Seolrang's name, Alan's attention sharpens. Evan reports that she has achieved a 32-match win streak in official combat arenas. Out of the 100 wins required to earn the title, Baba Yaga, she is already nearly 1/3 of the way there. The number hits Alan hard. He interrupts Evan and asks who currently holds the longest streak. Before Evan can answer, Alan recalls it himself. The Lion King, holder of a 41-win streak. Evan confirms this. Alan leans back, recalling the Lion King from the game. He was a force of nature, a temporary party member who dominated battlefields through sheer strength. He was not just powerful, but a symbol that maintained the colony's balance. And now, Seolrang is approaching that level. Alan mutters that she is close to surpassing even the strongest pillar of the colony. Pride and unease mix within him. He guided her to prevent her from becoming a calamity, yet her growth is now edging into monstrosity. Evan moves to the next report and speaks about Deos. He explains that Deos personally executed one of the 8 barbarian chiefs, Kurga of the Snowfields. Evan adds that Kurga led a faction that practiced grotesque blood rituals, transforming themselves into monsters. He asks cautiously whether Alan is familiar with them. Alan does not answer aloud. His thoughts drift to the past. In the game, he remembers he destroyed their god, Ultulris. He recalls that Ultulris only manifested when the 5 deadly sins gathered together. That means one thing. As things stand, Ultulris will never appear. Alan finally speaks, stating calmly that there is no longer any reason to worry about Deos. Evan beams and adds that Deos is now widely acknowledged as being on the same level as Reinhardt, the First Sword. That comparison makes Alan think. Reinhardt is not a name given lightly. Alan wonders if perhaps he should have met Deos face-to-face at least once. Evan continues with the 4th report and speaks about Rein. He explains that she has become an appraiser, a rare specialist capable of analyzing artifacts and engraving them with black runes that greatly enhance their power. Alan is genuinely surprised. He mutters that he did not even know such a profession existed in this world. The idea fascinates him, and he feels quietly relieved. Then his expression shifts sharply. He asks Evan the question that truly matters. Did Radan really become a pirate? Evan answers without hesitation. He asks whether Alan knows of the 7 archipelagos off the coast of Raxus City, infamous as the gathering place of the greatest pirates of the era. He then reveals the truth. Radan has become the captain of the 1st archipelago, the largest and most powerful of them all. The words hit Alan like lightning. He exclaims that it is impossible. A strange sense of déjà vu floods him as memories from his past life surface. He recalls an old internet joke about donating for years, so Radan could live an ordinary life only for him to become a pirate. That joke has become reality. Tears well in Alan's eyes as he mutters that he never sent Radan to Raxus to become a pirate. Evan remains composed and continues. He explains that Radan has an exceptional talent for detecting enemies and navigating danger. More importantly, he reminds Alan that Radan is a sea godkin, naturally attuned to the ocean and capable of moving freely through it. Evan adds that the seas around Raxus are filled with priceless relics from ancient eras. That is why he originally recommended that Radon pursue treasure hunting, a profession of immense prestige and potential. However, matters escalated far beyond that. Evan explains that ruling an archipelago is no different from ruling a territory. A pirate captain holds absolute authority and immense political influence. Alan leans back, thoughts racing. He wonders how Radon could have defeated the previous captain of the first archipelago. He knows the truth. Every archipelago captain is a superhuman who has never lost a naval battle. That leaves only one conclusion. Radon must have discovered something extraordinary. Alan reasons that Radon uncovered genuine relics of the old era, powerful enough to overturn the balance of the seas. In his past life, Alan himself spent countless hours chasing such relics in the treasure hunter minigame of this very world. He presses a hand to his forehead, utterly drained. He thinks bitterly that he always knew this world would never unfold according to his expectations. Even so, this outcome is not the worst. In fact, it is almost impressive. Letting out a long breath, Alan slumps back into his chair, completely limp. Evan rushes to his side and asks with concern whether he is all right. The scene shifts to the heart of the Principality of Korchia, the massive maritime city of Raxus. Endless sails crowd the horizon. Beyond the coastline lie the 7 pirate paradises, lands ruled by strength, blood, and greed. The most powerful among them is the first archipelago. It once belonged to Alcride, the Red Slayer, who secured the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. His reign ended the day he was defeated. The one who struck him down was Radon. Now Radon stands on a rooftop overlooking the sea. He is now the captain of the first archipelago. Leaning against the wall, he cracks his neck and mutters that he still does not understand what the Great Moon truly is. He never cared enough to think deeply about it. At first, the Great Moon was simply someone he felt grateful toward, someone who altered his fate. He was meant to die as a vivisection slave. Because of the Great Moon, he met Utia. Because of her, his power awakened. In truth, he feels he followed Utia's will far more than the Great Moon's. It felt less like faith and more like obedience to her guidance. So when the Great Moon directly issued a vague order about becoming a treasure hunter, Radon could not understand its meaning. What did treasure hunting have to do with revenge? His thoughts darken as memories resurface. His clan once lived peacefully on a forgotten island, harming no one. Then the Black Things descended without warning and slaughtered them. Survivors fled, only to be hunted down by so-called hunters. His parents, exhausted and wounded, were butchered. Radon was captured and sold as a slave. Standing at the sea cliff, staring toward a distant city glowing beneath the dying sun, he does not believe that treasure hunting or receiving gifts from the Great Moon will fulfill his revenge. For now, he decides he will pretend to follow the order. As his gaze drifts across the sea, he notices a massive ship in the distance. Laughter echoes, fireworks explode, and celebration fills the sky. He frowns, and realization strikes. That ship belongs to the chosen captain of the 7 archipelagos, the same people who once hunted his parents. A voice boasts that only those chosen by fate can receive the Heavenly King's protection through wealth. Radon's smile vanishes. His expression turns pitch black. So this is the truth. He mutters that the Heavenly King spreads lies deliberately. He knows the real source of their power. It does not come from wealth or divine favor. It comes from a secret ritual that requires the flesh of sea godkin. Only by sacrificing their bodies can one gain the power of the sea god Clead. Every captain of the 7 archipelagos has performed this ritual. As laughter and fireworks continue, Radon's breathing grows heavy. His eyes tremble with restrained fury as he realizes the final truth. Those hunters split his parents' bodies into 7. Fireworks were bursting across the sky. Radon stood still, lost in his thoughts, wondering how the truth had been discovered. He had never told anyone his story. It felt as though the Great Moon itself had prepared this opportunity for revenge, simply to fulfill a long-standing promise. He slowly clenched his fist, realizing that revenge could not be taken immediately. His enemies were superhumans who wielded the power of the sea god. If everything that had happened was truly intentional, then there had to be meaning behind the gift he had received. He took out the locket given to him by Alan and reflected that this gift too must have a purpose. The Great Moon had arranged everything and carefully laid the foundation for his revenge. With that belief, he touched the locket to his forehead and offered a silent prayer. As the night passed, the scene transitioned smoothly into the following morning. At dawn, Raiden leapt into the sea, diving deep into its vast and silent depths. He reflected that the Great Moon's gift, Amrita's goggles, made it easy to locate artifacts hidden far beneath the ocean. The specific artifacts he discovered were more than enough to compensate for his lack of strength. Deep underwater, Radan found a treasure chest, filled with valuable items. He emerged from the sea carrying the chest and reflected on how foolish it had been to offer only a simple thanks before. The Great Moon had truly kept its promise. Not only had it brought the target of his revenge directly to him, but it had also granted him the power needed to carry it out. A smile formed on his face as he finally understood the command sent in the letter. The true intention was clear: to exact revenge and seize control of the 7 archipelagos. At that moment, he recalled the words once spoken by Utia. He tries to recall what she said, something about everything but he doesn't remember it. Then the moonlight shines on him. He looks up at the moon and remembers that everything was for the Great Moon. 3 months later, as the oppressive heat finally gave way to the crispness of autumn, the time when the grand social gathering of the Asteria Kingdom takes place, we find the protagonist riding in a carriage heading to this event. Looking utterly exhausted as usual, he grumbles about being forced to attend. Every 4 years, all nobles are required to show up, and our protagonist, being the lazy guy he is, absolutely despises it. Before long, his carriage is joined by others, making the same journey, and Evan lets him know that the carriages of the Kryld and Edorn families have finally caught up. Alan explains that this is a way of banding together to avoid trouble like bandit attacks or other dangers. He admits it's a weird and annoying custom, which is totally understandable, since our MC is more of an introvert. That night, as they settle into an inn in a nearby town, our protagonist reflects on what he learned that evening. Dealing with nobles is way tougher than facing bandits. Honestly, he'd prefer to take on bandits over these nobles any day. It's because the 2 nobles he's stuck with are nothing but of trolls and fools. They start poking fun at him for bringing just 1 escort knight, assuming it's because he can't afford a full escort. They tease him, claiming he's out of money. The jerks even laugh right in his face. Normally, Alan wouldn't let this kind of thing get to him, but with these idiots right in front of him, laughing and even spitting as they do, it becomes a real issue. Our boy openly admits that he'd prefer these 2 fools to just leave and talk trash about him behind his back. He understands why they look down on him. After all, the notorious Palatio family's reputation was built on his brothers ruling the vast underworld of the East and amassing a fortune. But with his brothers long gone, and our main character happy with his life as it is, he's let the underground business slip away. Since our protagonist refuses to dive into the underworld like his brothers did, other nobles see him as weak, and that's why they look down on him. But true to his character, our MC insists that as long as he's earning a decent living through honest means, he has no reason to get involved in the dangerous underworld. Now, the East's underworld is crawling with small-time players trying to fill the void left behind. The gossip that Alan became a count purely by luck has become the accepted story. That's why these 2 noble idiots feel so comfortable looking down on him. Alan reflects on how he's been reduced from the mastermind of the country to just a lucky man-child in the eyes of the public. But for these 2 nobles to mock him openly, even asking if he needs money, is just absurd. He can't help but notice that they're significantly older than he is, making their childish behavior all the more ridiculous. As our protagonist dives into his thoughts, he realizes that the antics of these 2 nobles have definitely crossed a line. Then it suddenly dawns on him. Their behavior might stem from the fact that they were once victims of his brothers. And honestly, that could very well be the case. These 2 clowns, Kryld and Edorn, were practically just errand boys for his brothers. But now that his brothers are gone, it seems they're taking out their frustrations on him. Feeling a bit pouty, our main character thinks this is incredibly unfair. After all, he wasn't the one who humiliated them, so why are they directing their anger at him? He even jokes that it feels like he's dealing with some internet trolls. Just then, Evan strolls back with some roasted corn, looking a bit surprised that these 2 fools are still at it. Evan and the protagonist are just so laid back about the whole situation. They decide to simply ignore the nonsense and carry on. Turning to Evan, our guy asks where he's been, and Evan casually replies that he just went to grab some snacks from the kitchen. The snacks in question, roasted corn that looks absolutely mouth-watering, and even our MC can't help but agree. As they dig into the corn, our boy reflects on how staple crops are such a blessing, especially on chilly evenings like this one. Meanwhile, back to the idiots. They're still at it, mocking each other like they're in some underground rap battle. Our MC can't help but joke that their chatter is starting to sound like diss tracks. Still, he chooses to ignore them and savor the corn, while Evan casually mentions that it would taste even better with a bit of butter. Far away in the north, an endless expanse of bitter cold ruled by barbarians. There lies a place shrouded in a cursed grayish light, as if life itself has turned its back on it. Here the bodies of fallen barbarians litter the snow. One of them, who seems to be their chieftain, is still clinging to life despite having lost an arm and an eye. He's introduced as one of the 8 great Kulkan barbarian chiefs. He hurls curses at those Caliburn bastards, insisting they know nothing about true honor. For these warriors who revere battle, dying in combat is the ultimate glory. Yet, they were deceived by the Knights of Caliburn, who are actually part of Deus's Knight Order. It turns out Deus and his knights tricked the barbarians by promising a fair duel, only to ambush them from behind. As the chief succumbs to his wounds, he ponders the fate of the other chiefs, particularly Kurga of the Snowfield. But all around him is the ominous thread magic, Deus's signature. In his final moments, the chief falls filled with regret as he apologizes to Kurga for such a disgraceful death, so disgraceful that he can't even close his eyes in acceptance. Tears of blood stream down his face. Suddenly a voice calls out to him, urging him to speak the name, to invoke the great name of the god they revere. With this encouragement, the chief summons every ounce of strength he has left and rises, shouting the name of their god, Ultultus. He calls upon his honorable name, and in that instant, the god of the barbarians finally manifests, promising to grant them their vengeance. The scene now shifts to our protagonist. The awkward journey drags on as they head to the spot where the social gathering is set to take place. Even with other noble families tagging along, Edorn and Kraeld can't help but keep poking fun at him. But our MC, being the clever guy he is, just brushes them off. He even thinks that resisting the urge to get angry over their taunts is a skill he picked up from gaming. Meanwhile, Evan is doing his thing, fishing nearby while his master takes a breather. Eventually, they decide to set up camp for the night since they're out in the middle of nowhere. Evan cooks up the fish he caught, and the two of them dig into their meal, completely ignoring the idiots. This just makes those two even angrier. But our MC, being the cheeky guy he is, considers himself the winner in this little showdown. The classic, the one who ignores versus the ones who mock. Now we finally get a glimpse into the minds of these two foolish nobles who've been bothering our guy. One of them asks the other about the extra escort troops from the noble families. The one with the mustache insists he checked it with his artifact. Everything's in order. Each noble family has more than 5 escort knights, except for our MC, who they mock for only bringing 1 knight along. They even question how he dares to sit at the same table as the other nobles. Basically, these guys are just jealous and think our MC is a fool. Meanwhile, our boy and Evan are happily munching on their roasted fish, completely unfazed. Edorn and Kraeld then decide to huddle together for a private chat, saying their plan to take over the underworld can finally kick off now that they've confirmed our MC is an idiot. They even boast that the days of being pushed around by the Palacio family are finally behind them. They start daydreaming about finally tasting the immense wealth and power of the underworld. But just as they're laughing and plotting, they hear some rustling in the bushes nearby. When they turn to look, they're confronted by something so horrifying that they scream in terror. The commotion grabs the attention of the escort knights, who rush over to see what's going on. And that's when we finally discover what the two idiots stumbled upon. Not just a couple of monsters, but a whole horde. The escort knights sprang into action, quickly instructing their mages to secure their vision first. The head mage cast a light spell into the sky. A few other mages joined in, sending beams of light into the forest, which finally revealed a horde of oddly shaped goblins, armed to the teeth. At the sight of goblins, some of the escort knights let out a sigh of relief. They figured that since they were just goblins, taking care of them would be a piece of cake. But as the mages cranked up the brightness of their spells, illuminating more of the woods, the knights began to grasp the gravity of their situation. These weren't your run-of-the-mill goblins. Sure, goblins are typically weak creatures found all over the forest, but in large numbers, even the weakest can pack a punch. As the sheer volume of goblins became apparent, panic set in among the escort knights. In mere seconds, some of them were already down. Every knight who had been on lookout was swiftly taken out by the goblins. The remaining knights were in disbelief, claiming they had never encountered goblins like these before. These ones were covered in strange purple crystals and seemed far more vicious than usual. As the goblins cackled and charged, one of the knights shouted that they were a new breed. They were larger and had mana, which meant their physical prowess was on a whole different level compared to the goblins the knights were accustomed to. They were way more muscular and seemed more like orcs than goblins. The goblins leaped into the air to attack as if trying to show off their skills. But just as they were about to reach the knights, someone conjured a massive wall of earth, halting their advance and saving the knights. The goblins crashed into the wall, some meeting their end on impact. But before they could regroup, they found themselves caught in a gravitational zone. The size of the sphere was enormous, leaving even the escort knights in stunned silence, wondering what on earth was happening. One of the knights quickly recognized the spells being cast, a third circle spell called Rock Wall, and a second circle spell known as Gravity Shield. The mage couldn't help but wonder who was capable of wielding such powerful spells with such ease. They seemed far more potent than the usual incantations. That's when our protagonist finally made his entrance. Reciting his signature enchantment, he kicked things off with enhancement, boosting his own power, and then moved on to compression, forming intricate hand signs by clenching his fists. The sphere that was trapping the goblins began to compress, morphing into a magical orb that floated skyward. Alan starts aura farming by confidently stepping into the front lines, standing boldly against the oncoming monsters, and followed up with one final chant, Vacuum. Before the spell could fully take effect, he executed another stunning hand sign. He chanted, Return to Origins. This drains one of the mana reserves in his bracelet as the sphere compressed, utterly obliterating the goblins trapped inside. The brutality of it all was mind-blowing. Goblin bodies rained down from the sky while our guy stood there unfazed. Even the two clueless nobles from earlier were left speechless, not to mention the escort knights. But with a few goblins still charging at our MC, he quickly ordered the knights to attack, wondering why they were just standing around. Just like that, our MC took charge of the battle. The knights began cutting down the remaining goblins, but of course our Gojo wasn't about to let them have all the glory. Using his magic, he continued to eliminate every goblin foolish enough to rush at him, while Evan skillfully defended his master from any sneak attacks with his sword. Anyway, this relentless routine dragged on until morning, taking down goblins and leaving a chaotic scene strewn with their bodies. Just when it seemed like it was all over, the nobles who had been lurking behind the trees started to come out one by one. The escort knights, worn out from a night of fighting, let out a collective sigh of relief. But as they glanced at our main character, they couldn't help but wonder who this guy really was. He had fought all night without a hint of fatigue, which was nothing short of amazing. Of course, they couldn't see the real face of our MC, who was actually in a bit of a panic. He felt like he had come close to death, and as he looked at his bracelet, he realized he had completely drained his mana reserves. He even admitted that he ran out of mana during the fight, leaving him feeling like an ordinary person with a pitiful amount of mana. Evan walked over, checking to see if he was hurt, but our MC assured him he was fine. Still, the look on his face told a different story. Deep down, he was shaken despite having Evan there to protect him. The thought of being unable to defend himself was terrifying. Essentially, running out of mana had left him feeling utterly vulnerable. Evan asked again if he was really okay, and he nodded, convincing himself that teaming up with a group of nobles and their escort knights was the right call. If he had been alone with Evan during this chaos, things could have turned out badly. On a more serious note, as he examined the purple crystals from the goblins they had just defeated, Alan recognized them as amethyst. He pointed out that this was a significant issue because it indicated a divine descent. Divine descent is a strange phenomenon that occurs when an outer god is about to make an appearance. And the outer god in question, none other than Ultaltis, the god of barbarians. This means the affected monsters become even more ferocious with their physical abilities pushed to the limit. Our boy thinks that something like this should be impossible. But then again, it's a clear indication that the outer gods, who are meant to show up only after the 5 great sins awaken and the world's laws fall apart, are about to make their entrance in this land. He's not sure if all the outer gods are coming or just one, But either way, it's a real headache. Our protagonist is left wondering what's actually happening, since the kids haven't transformed into their great sin personas yet. For now, he figures he needs to gather information as quickly as he can. Meanwhile, the two fools who were planning to mess with our MC are freaking out after witnessing his power. When our boy glances their way with a fierce expression, they totally misinterpret it. He wasn't even looking at them, he was just panicking inside, thinking that with all this outer god's chaos, he might not make it if he can't find a solution soon. But the idiots believe he's glaring at them, which only makes them panic even more. The next day, our MC arrived at the Rotegre ducal house, a majestic mansion that looked like a palace. After so many hardships along the way, they had finally reached the grand social gathering of nobles. As always, our MC wasn't feeling good about this. He playfully claims that he wants to go home, while Evan, already used to this, just pushes him forward. We finally get a glimpse inside Duke Rotegre's stunning mansion. The interior is nothing short of extravagant, gleaming as if everything were crafted from gold. Even Alan, while taking in the surroundings, can't help but think this place is perfect for a lavish social event, especially since everything really is made of gold. Even the wine glasses sparkle with hints of gold. Evan leans in to examine the wine glasses more closely and can't help but chuckle, realizing that Duke Rotegre is clearly trying to flaunt his wealth. He even jokes that they should steal a few, since someone this rich probably wouldn't even notice if a couple of wine glasses went missing. As he stands there, he notices nobles all around him chatting and networking. He considers that maybe he should try mingling with the other nobles too. Honestly, he'd prefer to keep his distance, but he figures he might as well put on a show for appearances. Out of nowhere, one of the nobles sneaks up on him from behind. When he turns around, he's instantly annoyed. It's Edorn and Kryld, the same ones who were bothering him earlier. Now they're acting all humble and nervous, immediately trying to bribe him. Edorn offers him the finest meat from his territory, while Kryld presents a chest full of gold coins, asking if our protagonist would consider accepting some support from his land. Naturally, our protagonist is completely baffled. He frowns, wondering why these fools have suddenly switched their tune, but to them his frown looks downright terrifying, as if he's ready to tear them apart. They shrink back in fear. The two fools finally admit they should never have messed with our main character in the first place. And we get a flashback that shows what went down after the battle with the goblins. Back then, when these two saw our MC's incredible magical power, they were completely taken back. They had no idea he was a mage, so watching him effortlessly wipe out such a huge horde of goblins left them in shock. So, like any normal person would do in their shoes, they pulled one of the mages from the escort knights aside to ask her about magic. This particular mage was a third circle mage hired by Baron Allman, who wanted to flaunt his wealth. The idiots asked her if she knew anything about the massive spell that looked like a black hole, which our MC used to take out the goblins. They were curious if it was just a second circle spell and nothing special in the magical realm. But the mage quickly burst their bubble when she explained that the magic our boy used was definitely not second circle magic. She added that a spell of that level easily surpassed her own skills, which is saying something since she's a third circle mage. Realizing this, the idiots finally understood just how deep in trouble they were. They figured that the magic our MC wielded had to be above third circle, maybe even fifth circle. That's when it really hit them. They had mocked our protagonist, calling him lucky for becoming a count after his brother's death. But now they saw that our MC was just hiding his true strength. That's why he didn't even bother bringing along escort knights. To make matters worse, our MC was menacingly glaring at them. They realized that this is the cold and cruel nature of the Palacio. He's way worse than his brothers. He looked downright terrifying in their eyes. In a desperate bid to save their skins, they hatched a plan to bribe our MC and win back his favor. Now, at the present moment, they realized their bribes were falling flat, so they figured their only shot was to beg for mercy. Both of them immediately bowed their heads, pleading with our MC to forgive their earlier arrogance and the jabs they threw his way. Of course, our protagonist, blissfully unaware, has no clue what these two are up to. He even thinks they're just poking fun at him. Anyway, our guy decides that if this keeps up, it's just going to lead to more trouble. Evan jokingly suggests he should just take them out altogether. But our MC counters that it would only stir up more chaos. Deep down, our MC is completely misreading the situation. He thinks that even though he's generally a merciful guy who doesn't care much about what others say, these two have really crossed a line by making fun of him. Getting serious, he he shoots them a death glare. Internally, he knows he doesn't really have the power to do anything drastic, but he figures he might as well give them a little scare. This guy can be pretty petty sometimes. The two fools catching sight of our MC's death glare instantly realize they're in deep trouble. A little while later, our MC acknowledges that now that he's sent Evan off to the Information Guild, it's time to do some snooping for noble gossip. Grabbing a bite to eat, he scans the area for his first target and quickly spots two nobles engaged in a hushed conversation. This cheeky guy then uses a bit of magic to enhance his hearing so he can eavesdrop. He catches snippets of their chat about Duchess Altaya and Count Zenonia, and they seem pretty shocked that these two powerful factions have teamed up. Hearing this, our guy figures he doesn't need to stress since they're just discussing stuff that doesn't involve him. He thinks to himself that families like the Altea and the Zenonia clan have never really seen eye to eye, so their alliance probably won't stick. He shrugs it off and goes back to savoring his egg tart, which he insists is absolutely delicious. But then, out of nowhere, he hears the nobles mention something even more jaw-dropping, something that's supposed to be kept a secret between the nobles. They claim that the real mastermind of the underworld isn't Duchess Altea or Count Zenonia, but rather the Count of Palacio. Our guy freezes mid-bite. The nobles double down, muttering out his name, and insisting he's the true leader of the underworld. Completely taken aback, our MC drops his food and starts to panic, wondering who's spreading such absurd rumors about him. He recalls that he's only met Altaya once when she was younger, and as for Zenonia's notorious daughter, just twice. So how on earth did such rumors even start? He tries to reassure himself, telling himself that it's all just gossip and baseless chatter. But while he's lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly calls out to him from behind. Turning around, our boy can't help but wonder why so many people seem to be approaching him today, which makes him feel a bit uneasy. The newcomer introduces himself as Carmine, the third son of Duke Camelon from the Ashutalon Kingdom, a noble from a different country. Our MC, in his usual awkward fashion, gives a slight bow that almost comes off as sarcastic and introduces himself. Inside, he's kicking himself for forgetting that nobles from other kingdoms were also part of this grand social event. In an instant, Carmine flips the script and starts poking fun at our protagonist, claiming he heard that our MC only became a count by sheer luck. He adds with a smirk that he was so envious, he just had to see him face to face. Naturally, our guy gets irritated right away, thinking that these days even twisted donuts can talk. A little dig at Carmine's donut-shaped hairstyle. Just then, two nearby nobles jump in to defend our protagonist. They stride right up to Carmine, questioning if he's really mocking a noble from the Asteria Kingdom. Realizing the high status of these nobles, Carmine's face drops as he comprehends the blunder he's made. Panic sets in as he wonders what just happened. He thought Count Palacio was the weakest and most ridiculed noble, so he figured it was safe to take a jab at him. Carmine introduces himself as Carmine Camelon, a self-proclaimed charming and romantic guy hailing from a distant land. His mission in the Asteria Kingdom is to win the heart of Duke Rodagre's youngest daughter and make her his wife. This guy is so full of himself. He genuinely believes that no woman could ever regret saying yes to him. At a fancy gathering, he was meant to unwind with his fiancée and enjoy getting to know her better. But honestly, this guy had no shame. Every time they walked past other women, he would stop to gawk, making comments about their weight and looks right in front of his fiancée. He even had the nerve to insult one woman by saying she had a big nose. Then he'd turn back to his girl and throw out compliments like, "You're beautiful just like your mother." Seriously, did he think that was romantic? Before he knew it, his fiancée dumped him, leaving him utterly shocked and confused about what just happened. He somehow managed to blow his chance with the daughter of Duke Rotegre. He admits he still can't figure out what he did wrong. But the marriage is off the table now. In a fit of frustration, while he was venting, he spotted our main character. He thought he'd found the perfect target to unleash his anger on. Rumor has it that Count Palacio is an immature noble with no connections, making him an easy target. Fast forward to now, and Carmine realizes just how foolish that decision was. The three high-ranking nobles in front of him tower over him like giants. Meanwhile, our protagonist, observing the whole scene unfold, thinks this is just plain old bullying. He's not quite grasping the full picture. No matter how clueless Carmine might be about politics, he should at least recognize who these nobles are. Standing before him are some of the most significant figures in the Asteria Kingdom. the host, Duke Rotegre, the leading figure of the royalist faction, Marquis Mardanio, and the key player of the moderate faction, Count Palin. These nobles are the backbone of the Asteria kingdom, and they have the power to easily put someone like Carmine in his place. Duke Rotegre kicks things off by asking Carmine if he's looking down on them, questioning whether that's why he insulted a noble of the Asteria kingdom. Feeling the heat, Carmine quickly tries to clarify that he didn't mean it that way at all. But Count Palin jumps in, asking why Carmine would dare to call Count Palladio by his name so casually. By doing so, he's shown a complete lack of respect. And since our Alan is a noble, it suggests that Carmine is looking down on all of them. Carmine hastily apologizes, acknowledging that he messed up. However, Marquis Mardanio steps right up to him, pointing out that the real problem is that he disrespected Count Palazzo. As Alan watches the scene unfold, he can't help but wonder just how unlikable Carmine must be for three high-ranking nobles who hardly know him to come to his defense like this. He also notes that the whole situation feels strangely familiar. And honestly, he's spot on. It's like a junior officer in the army getting bullied by the higher-ups. For some reason, this brings back some painful memories for our guy. Since Korean men have to serve in the military, our protagonist is definitely dealing with a bit of PTSD here. Anyway, Carmine takes off running and crying like a kid. The three nobles then start asking if he's okay, their faces filled with concern. This completely catches our MC off guard, leaving him to wonder what on earth is happening today, and why everyone is suddenly being so nice to him. With his enhanced hearing thanks to some magic, our MC tunes into the conversations buzzing around the hall. It turns out the other nobles witnessed Duke Rotegre, Marquis Mardanio, and Count Palin rushing to defend him, and they've completely misread the situation. They now believe the rumors that our MC is actually the leader of the underworld. They even speculate that if powerhouses like Duchess Altea and the Zenonia Count were to enter politics, Count Palladio, who supposedly outranks both Altea and Zenonia, would have an overwhelming influence. Hearing all this, our protagonist realizes that everyone has totally misunderstood what's going on. He admits it's becoming quite annoying, and he thinks about just setting the record straight and telling them the truth. But before he can say anything, Duke Rotegre and Marquis Mardanio start showering him with compliments. They acknowledge that he's a busy man, but they have something they'd like to present to him. Marquis Mardanio kicks things off by mentioning that he's heard our boy has been diving into the world of magic lately. He goes on to say that he's recently gotten his hands on a top-notch magical artifact and wants to gift it to our MC. This artifact, he adds, has the ability to store mana. Before our MC can even get a word in, both Duke Rotegre and Count Palin jump in, eager to share that they too have gifts they'd like to present. Our protagonist, hearing all this, is left utterly speechless. Tempted by the offers, he wisely decides to keep quiet, which turns out to be a clever move. By saying nothing, he ends up with 2 magical artifacts and 5 mana potions, all for free. At dawn in Duke Rotegre's annex, we finally come face to face with the mastermind behind all the chaos and mind games our MC has been caught up in. A stunning woman dressed in black asks Marquis Mardanio how everything unfolded, to which he responds that Alan graciously accepted his gift. Typically, light gifts exchanged among nobles are just polite greetings. But when a noble presents another noble with something as precious as a magical artifact, it carries a deeper significance. In this scenario, the gifts from Marquis Mardanio, Duke Rotegre, and Count Palin are essentially a signal that they want to align themselves with Alan's faction. The woman in black finally reveals her identity. She is none other than Duchess Altea. She welcomes Marquis Mardanio into our MC's faction and adds that now they can officially share the same purpose. Altea then asks how things went with the others. He replies that it's a great honor and that they all readily accepted. Meanwhile, he inwardly says Duke Altea, who rarely makes a move, personally showed up and gave word to only a select few. After selecting the necessary cards, they were made to go through a rite of passage with a sincere bribe. Though rumors seem to be spreading like wildfire, this is clearly the political flow. Realizing the importance of the moment, Marquis Mardanio decided that he had to seize this opportunity. Duke Altea, with a satisfied smile, says that they can finally move in earnest now. The focus then shifted to Alan, who explained that on the 4th day of the banquet, spoils were somehow being added one by one. He assumed this was because he was being treated well due to the false rumor linking him to Altea and Zenonia. He decided to take the spoils for now, wondering if they would later be taken back, and internally planned to do a hit and run. At that moment, Evan appeared from behind and placed a hand on Alan's shoulder, announcing his return. Alan is startled by this. Evan questioned why Alan looked so surprised. Alan quickly brushed it off, explaining that he had simply been lost in thought for a moment. The scene then transitioned to a private conversation between Evan and Alan. After hearing Evan's information, Alan was left in shock upon learning that an outer god had descended in the north. Evan confirmed it and added that Caliban is currently in an uproar. According to ancient texts, scholars were speculating that the amethysts were connected to the outer gods. Alan then asked about the additional information he had requested. Evan revealed that the person Alan was searching for was located in a village north of Ashtalon. Hearing this, Alan stated that they can stop by on their way and that they will be going to Caliban. Evan was visibly shocked by the sudden decision and wondered why Caliban was chosen. He asked whether Alan is planning to go to the north. Alan stated that he would explain the details along the way and ordered Evan to prepare for immediate departure. Evan acknowledged and left to make preparations. After Evan departed, Alan let out a long sigh and reflected on the situation. He had truly hoped it would not come to this. Calamitous beings like the 5 great sins and the outer gods were beyond prediction. It was impossible to know which outer god would descend or when a divine descent would occur. That uncertainty was the reason he had tried to gather information and act as quickly as possible. Yet he had never expected events to unfold this fast. As fragments of data and probabilities crossed his mind, memories from playing the game resurfaced. Having seen hundreds of possible outcomes, the ending now painted itself clearly. The allied kingdoms would crumble and collapse, falling into ruin as they fought foolish wars in lands contaminated by otherworldly powers. In the end, his own life would be shattered in an instant. He reminded himself that he had devised a plan to deal with this crisis. After descending, an outer god enters a stabilization period lasting several months before awakening as a living god. During that time, they could not fully exert their power as heroic spirits, making that window the best opportunity to target them. Even though nothing was guaranteed, he knew he had to try. This was the only way forward. With those thoughts settled, Alan began writing a letter. Once done, he stamps the seal and briefly wonders what that kid might like. The scene then shifted to 1 week later. The vice commander approached the commander and handed over the letter written by Alan. After reading the contents and realizing it, Deus was left in shock. He immediately addressed the vice commander and gave a clear instruction to inform everyone that the next northern schedule is being pushed back by 2 weeks. Folks, I think Deus is finally going to meet up with Alan. The scene then shifted to Pakran, a village located north of the Ashtalon kingdom. As Alan spotted someone ahead, he reflected that he never expected to find him this easily, and the discovery felt unexpected. Standing before them was a bright-looking child who warmly greeted them. Alan observed that the boy truly stood out. He immediately recognized him as the real protagonist and playable character of the Aliban roguelike, turn-based RPG Psychedelia. Seeing him in person made Alan quietly acknowledge that a protagonist was indeed a protagonist. The boy looked exactly like the illustration from the game. Alan noted that he was a boy, but found him unusually beautiful, almost too striking in appearance. Alan asked whether the boy knew who he was. The child replied that he was simply happy to meet a new person and introduced himself as Eliban. Alan reflected that no matter how much this world differed from the game, the protagonist would always remain the protagonist. Eventually, Eliban would become famous and strong. Alan remarked that Eliban had a very bright personality, while internally admitting that facing a character he once played as felt strange. Alan then handed Eliban a small pouch and told him it was for him to take. When Eliban opened it, he found a large number of gold coins inside. Alan then instructed Evan to bring the other item. Evan stepped forward, opened another box in front of Eliban, and revealed that it was filled with potions, explaining that all of it belonged to him. But that wasn't all. Evan brought up more gifts, and just like that, there was a whole stack of gifts just for the little boy. Eliban reacted with joy, overwhelmed by happiness, and expressed disbelief that everything was really for him, wondering why it was being given so suddenly. Alan explained that it was an investment. Internally, he affirmed that he had brought everything necessary for the real protagonist's early growth. Alan explained to Eliban that he was doing this because Eliban was destined to become a big deal in the future. Internally, Alan urged him to grow quickly. so that he could one day deal with threats like the outer gods in his place. Alan then just walked off aura farming by bribing the real protagonist with everything in the world, and wonders this generous treatment might have won him over already, making him a valuable tool in his wider goal. Suddenly, Alan realized he had forgotten something, and introduced himself as Count Palacio. He inwardly says that this is the name of the patron he should be grateful to when he succeeded. Elaban runs towards his carriage, thanking him and brightly saying that he'll remember him for sure. Filled with excitement, Elaban then happily said goodbye to them. Watching this, Alan reflected on Elaban's personality and wondered if it had always been this bright. Considering that the story belonged to a dark fantasy genre, he had never expected the protagonist to be so upbeat. As they prepared to leave, Evan addressed Alan, acknowledging his intentions, but pointing out that they were leaving without even having a proper conversation. Alan responded that Elaban was a sharp kid and would understand. Internally, Alan admitted that his own life was on the line, and that he did not have time to build personal affinity. He noted that he had effectively set the protagonist on auto-hunt, and embraced the idea of pay to win as his chosen strategy. Evan then remarked that the child seemed to possess incredible talent. His mana felt dense and constantly swirling, and despite wearing ordinary clothes, he appeared to be equipped with artifacts. Alan agreed, stating that he could feel the manner as well. Alan inwardly says the original setting was that he's ordinary before his adventure. This could be another unexpected butterfly effect that differs from the game, especially since he's the protagonist. But in any case, I just need to preserve my easy life plan. The stronger he is, the better. It will be worth the investment. After all, Elaban is one of the few kind-hearted people in this wretched dark fantasy world, so there's nothing to worry about. Thinking about kind-hearted, Alan remembered something. He then asks Evan about Deus, that he'll be meeting him. Internally, Alan reflected that he had never even visited the orphanage because he was scared, and he never imagined things would end up like this. Evan, though, is optimistic that he will get to see them because he had interacted with some, but he's not sure about Alan. 10 days later, the journey reached the capital of Caliban, Kurdum. The massive northern gate of Kurdum stood ahead, imposing and orderly, marking the end of a long road. As the carriage continued forward, Evan grew heavily fatigued from constant travel. Boredom and exhaustion settled deep into his body, and he openly expressed how completely worn out he felt. Alan, equally exhausted but composed, reflected that long journeys were naturally draining and unavoidable. Evan, still pushing through his frustration, thought about how the final stretch had been made worse by the bizarre labyrinth they were forced to pass through, feeling that, without it, he could have at least maintained some pride in their arrival. Alan accepted the hardship calmly, understanding that nothing could have been done to change it. While the carriage rolled onward, Alan gently held the locket in his hand and sank into his thoughts. He reflected on how they had traveled from place to place in preparation for the coming war against the outer gods, gathering strength and securing gifts along the way. His thoughts turned to Deus, wondering whether those efforts would be enough to please him. Within him stirred the heart of a father, one who wished to give without restraint or hesitation. We see that he had prepared a lot of gifts to bribe him. As the capital gates drew closer, Evan noted that their turn for inspection was approaching. Soon after, Evan stepped down from the carriage and moved ahead for the capital inspection, the process to conclude with nothing more than simple identity verification. He assured Alan that he would return shortly. Alan, remaining relaxed, waved him off casually and encouraged him to take as much time as needed. Left alone, Alan sat back comfortably within the carriage. He allowed himself a brief moment of rest, closing his eyes and feeling relief that, at least in this city, things seemed to move quickly and efficiently. That calm did not last long. Evan soon returned with a tense expression and urgently addressed Alan, informing him that a minor issue had arisen. Alan sought clarification, and Evan explained that they had been asked to step aside. Although Alan's identity had already been verified, something else appeared to be causing concern. Responding without visible agitation, Alan stepped out of the carriage. At that moment, a knight approached him. The man wore a twisted, overconfident smile as he closed the distance. He identified Alan directly, confirming whether he was Count Palacio. The knight introduced himself as Viren, declaring his status as the direct disciple of Master Knight Fiola, known as the Fourth Sword. With a smug expression, Viren fixed his gaze upon Alan, his smirk heavy with provocation. Annoyance flickered through Alan's thoughts as he fixated on the unfamiliar name Fiola. He found himself questioning what that name even meant to him, realizing he did not know who Fiola was at all. Maintaining a cold and disinterested expression, Alan openly questioned the situation, noting that Viren had even brought knights along and demanding to know the meaning behind such a display. Viren calmly explained that a friend of his from the Asteria kingdom had sent word, claiming he was indebted to Alan. Alan immediately rejected the notion, stating that nothing of that sort had ever happened between them. Irritation deepened within him as a realization surfaced. He suspected the so-called friend could only be that excessively dramatic and unstable man, Carmine. With clear boredom in his tone, Alan asked whether Viren's friend was Carmine. Viren responded with a twisted smirk as he confirmed that Alan had indeed thoroughly offended his friend. Inside his own thoughts, Viren recalled his friend's furious words, remembering how Carmine had claimed to be humiliated beyond measure. The scene then shifted into the past, revealing Carmine communicating with Viren through a magically conjured globe. Carmine appeared consumed by rage and exhaustion, seething as he described how Count Palacio had harassed him severely. He branded Alan a bastard and informed Viren that the Count was heading toward Caliban, demanding that Viren cripple him in retaliation. Carmine's expression darkened further as he formed a sinister grin. He tempted Viren by suggesting that if he truly wished to improve his skills, he would need more abyssal bodies. Now in the present, Viren says, "I owe that friend of mine, so I must at least put on a show." At that moment, the knights who had arrived alongside Viren moved without warning. In unison, they drew their swords and swiftly surrounded Evan and Alan. Evan reacted on instinct, pulling out his own sword. Irritation surged through Alan's mind as he reflected that brat Carmine picked a fight alone and ran away. Viren then drew his own sword. He stepped forward and pointed the blade directly at Alan. He made his demand clear, insisting that if every valuable item inside the carriage were handed over, he might consider showing leniency. He regarded this act as nothing more than the favor he had been asked to fulfill. Viren, with a smirk, thinks, "There's nothing for me to lose." He is merely a fringe noble from the Asteria kingdom with little influence in the Union, and he has absolutely no ties to Caliban. I looked into it thoroughly. Alan visibly grows angry, irritated by Viren's behavior. A thought crosses his mind that birds of a feather truly flock together. He begins to summon his skill, preparing to strike at him. At the same time, Viren rushes forward with a wild grin, charging toward Alan, thinking that even if things go slightly awry, his master will smooth it over. But before the clash could happen, someone suddenly appears from behind and forcefully grabs Viren by the neck, stopping him mid-attack. Viren lets out a strained scream as the person gripping his neck then lifts him up into the air. Viren groans helplessly as the sword falls to the ground as he tries to free his neck. He clenches his teeth hard as he endures the agony, muttering who the man is. It is then revealed that the one gripping Viren by the neck is none other than Deus. He coldly mutters, "What do you think you are doing? How dare you lay a hand upon my benefactor?" Alan is surprised by this. The other knights watch in confusion. Then Deus hurled Viren to the ground, then kicked him mercilessly. He grabbed Viren by the hair and forced him down. Then he coldly warned the surrounding knights that if they make even a slight movement, unimaginable consequences will happen. The knights stay still, as Viren is held accountable. A brutal kick to Viren's chest sent blood spraying as he was launched away. Alan watched in shock, recognition dawning as he realized this was Deus in the present. Deus told Viren that he should be grateful he could not be killed. Viren barely managed to stand before Deus slammed a knee into his chest, pinning him to a tree. Deus continued striking without restraint, assaulting him from every direction. Evan commented to Alan that Deus's strikes look impressive. Alan's thoughts drifted to Deus's outrage at anyone harming his benefactor. Alan is touched that Deus truly regarded him as his benefactor. Since Deus had not sent any replies to the letter, Alan had assumed that grown powerful, Deus would not welcome him, who he barely knows. Alan now felt as though he had already received every reward possible for raising a son. Alan acknowledged that Deus had truly grown. Pride swelled Alan as he inwardly says, "That rascal, honestly. You can clearly see who sponsored him. He has grown remarkably well." He has matured into an exceptionally upright young man. Alan mutters, "So this is what it must feel like to see a well-raised son. This father is proud of you." Evan jokingly says to Alan, "Excuse me, father. You are aware your son is beating someone senseless." Alan, however, acts as if he can't hear him, and inwardly says to step forward like this because his father was disrespected in a foreign land. "Why is my son so unbearably sweet?" Deus continued kicking Viran relentlessly. Soon Viran lost consciousness. Alan could not help thinking the punishment was excessive, then remembered that Deus was one of the 5 great sins. Deus finally approached Alan, bowed respectfully, and stated that he would serve as Alan's escort, shocking the other knights. The scene shifts to a frozen icy land where a brutal war has taken place. Dead bodies lie scattered across the battlefield, their frozen forms covering the ground. Some of the corpses are engulfed in flames as the opposing side burns them without mercy. In the midst of this aftermath stands Delman, the third sword of Caliburn, and the captain of the Crimson Flame Knight Order. Overcome with triumph, he raises his sword high, announcing that one of the 8 chiefs, Kulkan the Great, and his clan has been annihilated. It's a victory for the Crimson Flame Knight Order. Hearing this declaration, all the Crimson Flame Knights erupt in joy. They cheer loudly, jumping and celebrating their hard-earned victory. After allowing the celebration to settle, Delman orders them to return to the forward base for maintenance. The knights responded in unison. Then as they begin to move, Delman's expression hardens. He inwardly says, having secured achievements of this magnitude, "I won't be outdone by him who just became a master knight. Even if I used underhanded means that no one knows about." Caliburn and the barbarians have long upheld wars that respect each other's honor. But I deceived Kulkan and dealt with him when he came out alone, together with an infiltration force. With that momentum, I successfully annihilated the entire clan. Because that bastard Deus took out Kurga of the Snowfield, I needed a clear result for this expedition. He then becomes uneasy while inwardly saying Kulkan's corpse disappeared during the battle. It's likely that the barbarians hid it. Even if he was still alive, he should have died by now due to the poison. Folks, I gotta make a slight correction. It appears that Deus wasn't the one who ambushed Kulkan. Delman, the third sword of Caliburn, was the one who cowardly ambushed Kulkan and killed the barbarians disgracefully with poison and other underhanded weapons. On the other hand, Deus had duelled Kurga of the Snowfield and defeated him with honor, without using any cowardly tricks. Folks, now with the mistake out of the way, I'll continue from where I left off. Delman, with a proud smirk, shrugs off his cowardly victory, thinking that it's all done once he returns and reports this achievement. But once they reach their base, they stop and gaze at something with their mouths wide open in utter disbelief. Their whole base has been wiped out, and a single barbarian stands among the corpses. It's none other than Kulkan.
Delman.
With a deathly aura, he calls out to Delman. Delman quickly unsheathed his sword, channeling flames. He becomes uneasy, wondering what that aura is, and that Kulkan clearly should have died. An overwhelming aura began to rise from Kulkan's body. Within Kulkan's shadow, Delman perceived the shape of a demon forming. The demon coldly asks,
"Why did you defile a great and sacred duel staked on honor?"
Terror radiated from his presence as Delman realized that it's a terror that devours even a superhuman who can sever hundreds of lives with a single sword strike. Cold sweat poured down Delman's face as he muttered in fear, "You're not Kulkan? Who are you?" Kulkan charged directly at him, catching him off guard. Delman quickly swung his sword, sending a path of blazing flames on the icy ground, while yelling that it's Kulkan's fault for trusting the word duel on the battlefield. However, Kulkan evaded easily. The flames scorched the land, melting the ice around them. The demon stared at him with a deathly glare, saying,
"You've climbed to a high caliber for a human. This is your last chance. Duel me."
However, Delman cowardly orders his knights to prepare for battle. Then demonic mana gathers in Kulkan's hands as he coldly says,
"A mortal without honor, I shall not grant such barbarism an honorable death."
Then the dark mana erupted and spread into the fallen knights' bodies. The toxin infected every corpse. The fallen knights began screaming in unbearable pain, crying out that it hurts. The knights look in unease as the undead's eyes turn blood red. The undead knight cried, "Kill me! Please end it!" Kulkan then swiftly severed Delman's arm with his bare hand, causing the coward to scream in agony. Immediately after, he struck the ice, triggering a massive explosion. The remaining knights were blasted into the air, and Kulkan delivered a powerful kick toward the sky, causing the debris to speed up like a bullet and crush all the knights who were flung up. Their blood rained down as Kulkan delivered the final blow to Delman, piercing through his chest. Blood poured from Delman's mouth. Delman muttered weakly, "What the hell are you?" Kulkan pulls his hand out of his chest, causing Delman to collapse in agony. Kulkan gazes at his bloody hand while coldly saying,
All savages of this place, made with the dead who were denied their deaths, welcome to the bloody Colosseum. The god of all barbarians, Altalrus, father of duels, personally wishes to bestow an honorable death upon you. Prove that you aren't savages through a duel.
The scene then shifts away from the battlefield. Deus lowered his head respectfully, saying that he'll guide Alan. The surrounding knights froze in shock that the swordless himself is bowing his head. In Caliburn, the aspirations of Deus Macalian the Swordless are as high as the heavens. He received no punishment for beating up the second prince, who had harassed his sister. He would never be polite to anyone other than the king. That's why it was so shocking that he'd bow his head to a count from a foreign nation. The knights wonder just who Count Palacio might be for even the swordless to bow his head. Deus then pointed Alan towards a luxurious carriage. Seeing this, Alan felt a burden that this is going to catch a lot of attention. Evan whispers to Alan to go ahead and get in, and that he'll follow after. Soon, Alan arrived at Deus's mansion. Stepping out of the carriage, he saw an enormous structure resembling a massive fortress. Alan is impressed that Deus has a successful life. Inside, we see them walk silently. Alan feels suffocated by this. He thinks that what Deus did was really touching, but maybe Deus is uncomfortable with him. That's why the silence. Then he sighs, thinking that it's better to get straight to the point. That's the best way to show his respect and consideration. Then he tells Deus to wait. As he turns, Alan reveals that the reason he's here today is because he has a request for him. Deus in shock mutters, "A request?" Alan affirms, and Deus nods, thinking that this time, it's not an order. Seeing his strange behavior, Alan asks if it's strange to ask. Meanwhile, Alan inwardly wonders if Deus thinks he's shameless. Deus turns saying, "Please, we can continue the conversation after taking a seat." Once Alan is seated, he's confused, since the host should be the one in the highest seat. Alan feels awkward by the situation, though he also feels comfortable since Deus treats him like a father. Alan then breaks the silence, saying, "I have to ask you for 2 requests. I'm aware this might be a burden for you, but I have to head to the north. Could you accompany?" But before Alan finished his words, Deus replied that he'd gladly accompany him. Alan stares in confusion, that he agreed this quickly. Deus revealed that he was just about to set out on an expedition to the north. Hearing this, Alan feels lucky. Then, with a serious tone, he calls out to Deus, saying that the second request will be the difficult one. He asks, would it be possible to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliburn's treasury? But before the question could truly receive an answer, the scene shifted outside the residence. There, a subordinate was seen offering a salute to the vice captain, reporting that he had just returned from an escort mission. The vice captain responded that he did well. Inwardly, though, he murmured to himself that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the captain himself had personally escorted the distinguished guest. Siley, who happened to overhear the exchange, looked visibly intrigued. A bright smile spread across her face as she guessed that her older brother must be hosting a highly honored guest. Hearing that, the vice captain simply let out a light chuckle, confirming her suspicion. He recalled a memory from several days ago. At that time, Deus had instructed him to inform all the knights that the northern expedition would be postponed for 2 weeks. The sudden decision had sparked curiosity, and the vice captain had asked for the reason behind the delay. With a warm smile, Deus revealed that his benefactor will be here soon. Now in the present, the vice captain couldn't hide his astonishment. He realized he had never seen the captain make such a warm expression before. The vice captain then finally informed Siley that Count Palatio of the Kingdom of Asteria had arrived. The moment she heard the name, Siley's eyes widened in shock. The surprise on her face was unmistakable. The scene shifted back inside the residence. With a serious expression, Alan repeated his question to Deus. He asked once more whether he was truly permitted to borrow the Ring of the Mad One from Caliburn's treasury. Inwardly, Alan was weighed down by heavy consideration. He knew the request sounded nearly impossible, one that could leave him deeply indebted to the royal family. Yet for him, the Ring of the Mad One was a crucial piece of his plan this time. Deus nodded firmly, agreeing to Alan's request without hesitation. But before he could finish speaking, the door to the room suddenly swung open. Evan stepped inside, apologizing for being late. Deus merely lowered his head in silence. Alan, on the other hand, felt that Evan came in the best time. He thinks that the gift he had prepared might improve the atmosphere. Alan gives a signal to Evan, asking if he have them, and Evan gives a thumbs up. A stack of gift boxes was promptly carried into the room, neatly lined up before Deus. The sight was striking, bright against the room's previously solemn and silent atmosphere. Deus looked visibly confused. Alan quickly explained, saying they were merely a few small gifts he had prepared. Without waiting for a response, Alan picked up one of the items. He recommends that this shoestring tie is a popular item nowadays. Meanwhile, he thinks that this is how you improve the atmosphere. Alan has chosen this one after thorough consideration and hopes he likes it. He slides it towards Deus, but the reaction he received was far from what he had imagined. Deus simply stared at the row of gifts with a blank expression, then offered a polite thank you devoid of enthusiasm. Alan and Evan fell silent for a moment, confusion creeping into their thoughts. Hesitantly, Alan asks if he's not going to open up the gifts. Deus averted his gaze and replied calmly that it would be improper to open them now. He said he would unwrap them later when he was alone. Alan stared at him with a strange feeling in his chest. The barrage of gifts he had imagined would melt, the atmosphere had utterly failed. His mind raced with speculation. Did Deus dislike the presents, or was he simply trying to be respectful? Alan's thoughts drifted back to earlier when Deus had referred to him as his benefactor. The expression on Deus's face back then had been so different. Anyway, Alan breaks the silence by saying that if Deus found the request difficult, he was willing to offer appropriate compensation. But Deus cut him off immediately, stating that he would bring the Ring of the Mad One to Alan at once. The speed of that response only deepened Alan's confusion. He asked whether Deus had truly listened to him earlier, especially regarding where the item was being kept. Deus nodded calmly, saying that it's in the royal treasury of Caliburn. Alan asked, wouldn't it be difficult? Deus agreed that it would usually take a week. However, there was another way. For a moment he fell silent, deep in thought. After that brief pause, he revealed that dealing with the king would be the most bothersome part, but he just has to take out about 50 people. The statement left Alan and Evan staring in shock. Neither of them thought Deus would say that with a serious tone. Alan thinks that Deus does not look like it, but he makes good jokes. But Deus's face remained utterly serious, devoid of any hint of humor. Alan narrowed his eyes as he was beginning to realize that the remark about eliminating 50 people had not been a joke at all. Alan then tells him that there was no need to go that far. Deus gave a small nod, accepting the statement without argument, and says that he'll retrieve it as quickly as possible. Alan couldn't hide his astonishment. He truly hadn't expected Deus to show such determination for his sake. On one hand, he felt grateful for Deus's concern. But on the other hand, he felt this is a bit excessive. Not long after, Alan and Deus stepped out of the room. At the same time, Sally approached, calling out to her older brother in a bright, cheerful voice. But before that warm atmosphere could fully settle in, Evan suddenly slipped forward without warning. With an easy, carefree attitude, he greeted Sally directly. The girl responded with a wide smile, calling him warmly, "Brother Evan." The two of them quickly fell into playful conversation, chatting as if no long stretch of time had ever separated them. Alan realizes that she's the younger sister he ordered Evan to save. Back in the game, only a brief glimpse was given of how she died. Seeing her in person, she looks just like Deus. Meanwhile, Deus did not look pleased at all. A faint, yet unmistakable hint of jealousy flickered in his eyes as he watched Evan and Sally interact. Without saying much, Deus extended his hand and called his sister over. With a firm motion, he pulled Sally closer to him and stated flatly that the man before her was not Brother Evan, but Mr. Evan. Those words struck Evan like an invisible blow to the soul. Alan merely watched in silence, offering no comment. He understood that Deus carried a deep sense of loss and emptiness when it came to family. As strange as it sounded, Deus's statement wasn't entirely wrong. Alan noticed that Deus's attitude revealed just how deeply he cherished Siley, far more than Alan had previously imagined. Alan seemed to reach a quiet revelation. Now he understood why Deus treated him so well. It all traced back to a single pivotal event. He had saved Siley from death. The awareness left Alan genuinely stunned. He had never imagined that act would carry such immense weight. All this time his focus had been fixed on Deus as someone who had not fallen into the path of the 5 great sins. That narrow focus had caused him to overlook that variable. Alan was filled with gratitude, yet alongside that gratitude came a troubling question. If things had progressed this far, would Deus be willing to help him with anything at all? The thought flickered through his mind, tempting, but Alan quickly dismissed it. Just then Siley approached him. In a respectful tone, she asked if the man before her was Count Palacio. Alan nodded in confirmation. Silly immediately broke into a bright smile. She said she had heard about him, about how he was the one who ordered Brother Evan to save her. Before she could finish, Deus cut in at once. He reminded her flatly that it was Mr. Evan. Alan replied that he had simply did what was right. Meanwhile, he inwardly says, "I did that because if you died, your brother would have become a killing machine. I even made sure you two would meet at the best timing, because that might not have been enough." Siley then clutched her brother's hand, and in a soft voice filled with sincere gratitude, she thanked Alan. Alan stood frozen. Those simple words struck his heart in a way he hadn't expected. Even if his original intentions had been different, receiving such honest gratitude from someone felt great. A strange warmth seeped into Alan as he nodded. And so, Alan ended up staying at Deus's mansion for the time being. Before long, Deus returned with the Ring of the Mad One. Naturally, Alan was stunned. Not even a full day had passed since he began staying there. Filled with curiosity, he immediately asked how it was possible to obtain the item so quickly. But before an answer could come, Evan rushed in. He reported that he had just heard something extremely strange. Alan asked what he meant. Without wasting a second, Evan stepped closer and whispered that Deus made a fuss at the palace, demanding the ring. Alan went rigid. Evan continued, explaining that the second prince, who was nitpicking him, received a few slaps from Deus. Alan becomes surprised by this. Time now passes. After 3 days of preparations, Alan finally set out on an expedition to the north, alongside the forces of the solar eclipse knights. 2 weeks later, grim news came pouring in from the forward outpost along Caliburn's northern border. News of a massacre. The Outer God had reportedly annihilated the Crimson Flame Order without mercy, leaving behind nothing but ruin and death. The report spread like wildfire, shaking the resolve of every soldier who heard it. From outside the main tent, raised voices could be heard. Inside, a meeting was underway. Important figures have gathered. Some demanded a retreat. They pointed to the severely wounded soldiers, arguing that pressing on would only invite further losses, but others rejected the idea outright. To them, retreat meant humiliation, a sign of fear before a mere collection of barbarian tribes. One knight spoke a bitter truth. The first sword was in seclusion. Without their greatest force present, the chances of victory seemed nearly impossible. Deus then clapped his hands once. That single sound sliced through the chaos. Instantly, silence fell. No one dared to continue speaking. Fiola, the fourth sword of Caliburn, and the knight captain of the Preservation Order speaks up that everyone's opinions are valid, so they should decide after cooling their heads. Deus and Fiola exit the tent, chatting about how the Outer God is sweeping their bases with his undead. The third sword, Delman, died at the eastern base. The second sword, Kiriana, has been severely wounded at the western base. Then Fiola and Deus look further, their eyes glowing as they can already sense the ominous, strange red mana from here. It's visible only to those who have reached that realm and opened their eyes to it. A chilling landscape of mana. Fiola reveals that the ominous aura keeps catching his gaze, so he reasons that retreating really might be the best option. Deus's gaze is distracted by the smoke rising from the distance. He decides to check it out. It appears that Alan is frying sweet potatoes by using his magic. Deus is stunned, wondering where he got those from. Then his gaze shifts as he hears a woman scold some knights. It's none other than Fenya Chrysina. She shouts at the injured knights, saying that the treatment is done, and there's nothing more she can do. She's here only to investigate the ritual of the barbarians. The knights, though, insist, asking her to attend their injury. Deus realizes that it's the King's Grace Knight Order of the Second Sword and the Vice Master of the Blue Magic Tower. Fenya then angrily walks off, and without even looking properly at who stood before her, she reflexively ordered Deus to get out of the way, her tone sharp and commanding, utterly devoid of courtesy. But then she freezes in shock as she sees Alan. His natural cold gaze frightened her, and she in panic asked why he's here. Seeing her, Alan perked up that she's the vice commander, and the rumors were true about her being here. He casually waves at her to come closer. The scene now shifts to some time later. Alan had offered her a skewer of fried sweet potato. She trembled visibly, and in a shaky voice, she explained that the medicine Alan had requested was currently out of stock. Preparing it would take time, and as it happened, she was rather busy at the moment. Alan expressed mild disappointment, admitting that he had hoped Fenya might be able to assist him. He then added that he understood her situation. Seeing the sharp stick he's holding, Fenya panicked and hurriedly corrected herself, insisting that she hadn't meant to refuse. Alan went on to mention that his finances were a little tight at the moment, so the payment might be slightly delayed. Fenya immediately replied that it wasn't a serious issue. For her, a single gold coin would be more than enough. Alan seemed genuinely pleased by that answer. In a light tone, he commented that such generosity was certainly difficult to decline. The two subordinates standing behind Fenya were visibly stunned. They had never seen her smile that widely before. To them, it almost looked as though Fenya was being scammed, especially considering that the potion in question usually cost hundreds of gold coins. The two silently wondered whether their Vice Tower Master had somehow lost her mind. Ignoring their reaction entirely, Fenya bowed respectfully to Alan and then hurried off, exclaiming that she'll whip up this portion immediately and serve it piping hot. Her two subordinates could only gape in disbelief, watching her rush to fulfill the request without hesitation. Their gazes slowly shifted to Alan, who continued eating his sweet potato with relaxed composure. Their confusion gradually turned into admiration, that he is truly impressive. The scene now shifts to later. Suddenly, a blood-red aura crashed into the encampment. Deus and Fiola, who had been inside the tent, both jolted upright. Fiola asked Deus whether he felt that energy. Without wasting a word, Deus rose from his seat and stated that the camp was under attack. Outside, the undead were already closing in. War erupted instantly. Screams and the clash of steel filled the air. Blood sprayed in every direction as the undead slaughtered knights without mercy. What's worse was that the fallen soldiers began to stir. One by one, the dead rose again, movements stiff and unnatural as they joined the ranks of the undead. Amid the chaos, Fenya began chanting. Ice shards burst forth. The undead surrounding her froze in place, trapped within layers of solid ice. With a follow-up explosion, Fenya shattered them all. Deus arrived to reinforce her, moving swiftly through the swarm. With a single swing, several undead were cleaved in half, but his movement abruptly halted. His head tilted upward. Fenya felt it too. She immediately activated observation eye magic. The blood-red sky churned violently. Lightning lashed across it in wild arcs before a massive bolt descended upon the ground. A catastrophic explosion shook the earth. From its center, a dreadful figure slowly emerged. The outer god Ultulrus descended from the sky. In a voice dripping with contempt, he called them savages, warning them not to defile souls that had already lost their honor. A shadow shot forward. Fiola appeared in an instant, his sword thrusting straight ahead. A resounding metallic clang echoed as the tip of the blade struck Ultulrus's body. Seeing what had just happened, cold sweat immediately drenched Fiola's face. His quick sword had utterly failed to pierce the god's body. With a single swing of his magic-laced hand, Ultulrus struck Fiola's head. In an instant, it separated cleanly from his neck. Without the slightest trace of emotion, Ultulrus declared that those who abandoned the nobility of their souls would never be granted an honorable death. Fiola's body collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Yet mere seconds later, it began to groan. The corpse had become undead. His subordinates stared in horror, eyes wide as they watched the man they respected begin to move again in such a grotesque state. Amid that suffocating tension, someone stepped forward toward Ultulrus. With utmost respect, he called out the god's name, addressing him as the great god of duel. Alan emerged. In a steady voice, he declared that in accordance with the Oath of Calgunia, he, Alan Palladio, offered himself to honor that sacred promise. With those words, he formally requested the Duel of Babylon. At the proclamation, Ultulrus's lips curled into a wide smile. Thunder roared across the blood-red sky as the god's laughter echoed. He admitted he had never expected a human to still remember the oath of his era. It was unexpected and quite pleasant. He then snapped his fingers. The undead under his control exploded instantly. Blood sprayed in all directions, then began to float upward, gathering and twisting together. Within seconds, a massive boundary took shape, a circular arena enclosed by towering walls of pulsing blood. With a wide grin, he welcomed him into the blood-soaked Colosseum, a domain where no being could interfere. In accordance with the Grand Pact, he declared that he accepted the sacred duel of Babylon. Alan's body began to tremble. His heart pounded violently beneath the crushing pressure. The sheer presence of Ultulrus was suffocating. In that moment, Alan realized his earlier assessment had been wrong. He had not expected Ultulrus to be this close to fully manifesting. The closer an outer god gets to perfect incarnation, the greater the power they could wield. At this stage, Ultulrus was already nearing the level of the 5 great sins. Alan understood something clearly. Without the potion of excellence he had taken earlier, he would have already collapsed. This was Alan's last chance before Ultulrus's manifestation is complete. Without further delay, Alan called for the duel to begin. Alan explained that the Grand Duel of Babylon was played turn by turn. The first rule, the challenged person held the right to strike first as the attacker. Ultulrus stomped the ground heavily, readying himself. He drew his arm back as waves of crimson energy pulsed around him. With absolute confidence, he declared that he would perform a melody of destruction for Alan. The crowd erupted. Panic and tension spread like wildfire, while others were simply bewildered. They could not understand why Alan remained completely still, showing not the slightest reaction to the overwhelming threat looming before him. The second rule is revealed. As the defender, Alan was forbidden from moving outside his turn. The absolute restriction bound him completely, leaving him no choice but to receive the attack head-on. Ultulrus's hand began to ripple as wild energy spiraled violently around him. The god even acknowledged that Alan was truly honorable for abiding by the rules of the duel without flinching. Before the strike was released, Alan calmly explained the third rule. Each turn consisted of only 1 attack and 1 defense. After that, the roles would switch. And now, he emphasized, this was the defender's turn. Alan then drew out a potion while chanting a sequence of arcane phrases. He understood that ordinary defense would mean nothing before divine power. 4 phrases flowed in succession: immobilization, condensation, reinforcement, deepening. Alan focused with everything he had. Dark magic coiled around his body, pulsing thick and dense. He had to withstand this single strike, even if it meant exhausting every ounce of magic he could use. Then a thunder-wrapped blast of energy was unleashed, streaking straight toward him. Alan did not move. He stood his ground, prepared to receive it in full. The impact shook the arena violently. The ground collapsed inward, debris scattering in all directions. A long scar of destruction carved across the earth, marking the path of Ultulrus's attack. From within the swirling smoke, a dark silhouette slowly emerged. Deus's gaze tightened. Fenya held her breath, silently questioning whether Alan had survived. Alan was still standing. His body was seriously wounded, blood streaming down his face. The defender's magic still enveloped him, and the potion in his hand remained unshattered. The necklace around his neck slowly dimmed, crumbling away like ash. His eyes had turned pale white. His consciousness hovered at the brink, but he had not fallen. Fenya had mentioned earlier that the potion of excellence, along with the Remithion potion, a concoction capable of dulling even the most excruciating pain. With curiosity, she had asked him when he intended to use such an extraordinary elixir. The answer was now. As his body is trembling, Alan inwardly admitted that the potion's efficiency was truly remarkable. Without it, he would never have remained standing after that attack. More than that, he felt a quiet relief. Everything was still unfolding according to plan. Without delay, he poured the liquid over his head. The elixir flowed down across his body, seeping into wounds and torn flesh. He knew the recovery would not be instantaneous, but a potion of that caliber should be enough to restore his mobility. Alan lifted his gaze toward Ultulrus and declared that all the conditions to enter a state of madness had now been fulfilled. He raised his left hand, and the ring of the Mad One clearly gleamed upon his finger. Without hesitation, Alan invoked the spell, Binding Summon. At last, the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. It was his turn to attack. He began to explain that the boss fight against Ultulris is turn-based and has a separate set of rules. That was why he had willingly accepted the challenge and demanded a sacred duel of Babylon. To limit the actions of the outer god with those rules, Alan deliberately dragged him into a duel. With the help of the pendant of reincarnation around his neck and Phenia's healing potion, he had barely endured a direct strike from Ultulris. Now that he had survived the killing blow, it was his turn to attack. Without hesitation, he invoked Binding Summon. He knew the activation condition of the Ring of the Mad One, being on the brink of death, and that condition had just been fulfilled. Alan fixed his gaze on Ultulris and murmured that all preparations were complete. Because Ultulris regarded duels as sacred, the god would neither defend nor interfere during this turn. Back when this had only been a game, Ultulris always accepted the first counterattack without resistance. Enhancements required preparation time, but they did not consume a turn. But this was no game. There was no time limit governing the reality before him. Alan began forming hand seals, assembling each phrase with deliberate precision. The first restriction was released. When magic is cast upon snowy terrain, Alan can alter the laws of the world just a little bit. As the bindings unraveled one by one, two colossal eyes appeared observing him. Dark, one crimson, one blue, suspended in unseen space. Alan used diffraction, and lightning began to crawl from his fingertips, crackling violently. The second restriction. When magic is cast in a near-death state, Alan can alter the laws of the world a little more. Alan then used focus. The scattered lightning converged into a single point, vibrating with terrifying density. Then he used condense. Instantly, the energy shot forward like a beam. Its tip sharpened, piercing through the air. Then he used extinction. The seal of the Unholy One radiated a thick black aura wrapping around the lightning. The attack transformed into something monstrous, a spear of light cloaked in absolute darkness. The third restriction was casted. When magic is used against a god, Alan can twist the rules of this world even further. Then he used Silent Front. The concentrated lightning swelled in size, shaking the plains as it tore forward, leaving a long trail of ruptured earth in its wake. Then the fourth restriction casted. When magic is used against Ultulris, the great god of duels, Alan can twist the laws of this world one more time. The lightning spell surged forth at an unstoppable speed. Seeing it, Ultulris merely smiled wide and spread his arms, almost as if welcoming destruction. A cataclysmic explosion thundered across the arena as the lightning struck Ultulris without mercy. The ground shattered into debris, thick smoke spiraling high into the blood-red sky. Behind the smoke, Alan had already expended everything he had. In his heart, he prayed that Ultulris would truly fall. For this to work, Ultulris has to be wiped out in a single hit. Even if the outer god's body were destroyed, such a being would not simply vanish, because a physical form was erased, not even if its heart were obliterated. The smoke slowly thinned. Ultulris still stood there, arms spread wide, but there was a massive hole through his chest. He grinned. He admitted that Alan was indeed strong. Seeing the god remain standing after an attack that had cost him everything, Alan could only stare in disbelief, his body trembling. His final strike had failed. Every last drop of mana he possessed had been drained. Then Ultulris with a chuckle says to Alan, "Could you really be the heir to his will? To think you can already do that." Alan froze, confusion flashing across his face. He wondered what's happening. Then Ultulris with a grin sat on the ground, remarking that it was an admirable duel against this noble warrior. His body began to fade, and Alan is confused by this outcome. Ultulris gazed at him with open fascination while saying, "I'm curious to see how things turn out between the black thing and the blue thing." Slowly, he removed the belt fastened around his waist, acknowledging his defeat without hesitation. His body began to rise into the crimson sky, floating higher and higher before he tossed the belt toward Alan. He called it a gift along with its powers. Then his voice grew faint as he spoke again, "O noble warrior who remembers the ritual gestures and mysteries of the great forgotten god, and who pursues his will. When those usurpers break free from their chains, call upon my name. Not that humiliating name shrouded in lies, but my true name, the God of Chaos." With that, the being vanished completely. Alan remained standing where he was, staring at the now silent sky before reaching out to accept the object that had been thrown to him. After the outer god vanished, the troops got to work burying the deceased, finally allowing them to rest in peace. And so, they finally prepared to return to Caliburn. Not long after, the carriage of Alan Palatio was ready to depart from the Northern Territories. Inside the carriage, he spoke privately with Fenya. Just as Alan was about to ask a question, Fenya raised her hand first, flashing a wide smile as she declared that Alan was a second circle mage. Alan cleared his throat softly and corrected her, saying he's third circle. Fenya scratched her head awkwardly and quickly corrected her statement to third circle. Alan then asked whether she knew anything about the terms black ones and blue ones. Fenya immediately shook her head in panic. In a trembling voice, she swore that she knew nothing about black, blue, or anything remotely related to such matters. Seeing her strange reaction, Alan just says it's fine. Then suddenly, without waiting for any further response, Fenya flung open the carriage door and bolted out in a frantic hurry, shouting her thanks and saying goodbye. Alan stared after her blankly. He had not even given permission to leave yet. To him, being thanked for such trivial things made him feel like some dark villain operating quietly behind the scenes. He leaned back against the seat, pressing a hand to his still heavy head. His thoughts had yet to drift far from what had just occurred. The outer god had vanished, even though Alan's attack had clearly failed to completely destroy it. Alan knew there were too many unanswered questions, especially regarding the final words of the God of Chaos. Slowly, his gaze shifted to the belt resting beside him. It's the belt of the Forgotten One. Alan had seen it countless times in the game, and reward obtainable only after defeating Ultulris. It doubles damage dealt, and damage taken. Inside the belt, an inscription had been etched. The one who carries on the will. Head to Kahara, the city of the ancient god. This is the first time Alan has seen this phrase. He wonders whether he'll find something when he arrives in Kahara. Just then Deus appeared and called out to him. Alan asked what it is. Deus stated that the insolent mage had bid Alan farewell in an improper manner, so he asked calmly whether that mage should simply be killed. His tone sounded serious. Alan was flabbergasted and quickly waved the suggestion away, stating that it would not be necessary. Meanwhile, we see Fenya getting goosebumps. The scene now shifts to later. 2 weeks had passed and the group arrived in Kirtham, the capital of Caliburn. The northern expedition officially concluded with Deus reporting the subjugation result to the king. He also safely returned the Ring of the Mad One. Alan offered his farewell to Deus. Alan inwardly reflected that he had received numerous rewards from the king of Caliburn as well. Alan inwardly laughs because he invested all his money on Deus and the protagonist of this story. But now he's receiving much more rewards by the king himself. While Alan was still lost in thoughts about the profits he had gained, Deus suddenly spoke. He asked whether he too could become strong like Alan. The question made Alan confused. The youngest man to ever become a master knight was acknowledging his strength. He inwardly says, "I guess it was the magic that impressed him? It's true, I hit pretty hard this time. Even without the descent of the god and the incarnation of the 5 sins, these children's innate abilities are still incredibly powerful. Deus excels in swords, so it's only a matter of time before he reaches the strength he desires." After a brief pause of thought, Alan answered that Deus absolutely could become strong, so long as he put in the effort. Deus looked startled and asked again to confirm whether that was truly possible. Alan affirmed, while inwardly saying that Deus was a child blessed with talent. Alan tells him not to overthink it, then gave a light wave and prepared to leave. But just before Alan could step away, Deus called out once more and questioned why Alan always asked for favors rather than just give orders? The answer made Deus's eyes widen as Alan replied that he would never issue commands to his own family. Those words left Deus speechless. Soon after, Count Palladio's carriage began to move, its wheels creaking softly as it rolled away from Deus's residence. Inside the carriage, Alan sank back into contemplation. He starts sobbing while inwardly lamenting. Did Deus still think that my sponsorship had hidden motives? Sure, I wanted to prevent the descent of the 5 sins, but I spent all that money out of the pure goodness of my heart. Alan becomes devastated, muttering, "What's the point of raising a kid?" Meanwhile, night fell over Deus's residence. He sat alone in his room, staring at the gifts arranged around him. Deus murmured that he had followed Alan to repay his kindness, yet had somehow received far more kindness in return. Slowly, he tried to imitate Alan's hand seals. His fingers moved stiffly before he swung his arm forward and chanted, "Silent front." But nothing happened, so he tried again and again. Then he coughs in embarrassment, wishing he could use magic the way Alan does. But then with a smile, he stares at the gifts, muttering that the great moon thinks of him as his family. After enduring the long days of travel, Alan finally arrived at his own residence. He stepped down from the carriage with a quiet sense of emotion. In the end, he had returned to the home he had long missed. However, the moment he opened the door to his study, his expression darkened. He had been gone for 3 months, and now the room was filled with mountains of documents waiting for him. Fatigue instantly washed over his mind as the piles of paperwork seemed to greet him with sweet smiles. Seeing the sight, Alan hurriedly closed the door. Turning away, he let out a long sigh and muttered that for a moment he had mistakenly thought the room belonged to him. He considered walking away as if he had never seen anything at all. But his steps halted. The weight of responsibility pressing on his chest made it impossible for him to truly run away. In the end, Alan returned to his desk. Fate seemed determined to make him work like a tireless horse. His stamp and pen moved seamlessly across the papers. He resolved that once everything was finished, he would take a proper vacation. Deep down, he even wondered whether it was truly possible for him to live the peaceful life of a noble if things continued like this. Anyway, after he completed his work, Alan took a week off as a reward to himself. He spent his vacation relaxing alongside Evan. For Alan, nothing was more pleasant than a peaceful life, accompanied by abundant wealth. Strangely enough, however, that week-long vacation only made him more stressed. He simply lounged in his chair with a gloomy expression, idly playing with a bit of magic at his fingertips, unsure of what to do. His overtime working instincts seemed to have become deeply ingrained in him. His mind kept spinning without rest. He recalled the words of Voltolrus, the blue ones, the black ones, and many other mysteries echoed endlessly in his thoughts. In the end, he decided to reconsider the words Voltolrus had spoken. Voltolrus had once declared that Alan was a human who had remembered the hand signs and the mysteries of a forgotten great god. Alan actually admits that he had heard about the hand seals and their mysteries before, but his knowledge went no further than that. What truly confused him was another name of Voltolrus, the god of chaos. He did not understand why Voltolrus possessed a forgotten name, one that resembled the names of Eastern gods. Moreover, this was the first time he had ever seen someone evaporate like that. Yet the most troubling question lingering in his mind was something else entirely. Why had that outer god appeared in that place? If one of them could descend, then it was entirely possible that other outer gods might also find a way to enter this world. Thinking about it made Alan's head throb. Still, he knew their existence was not as troublesome as the looming threat of the 5 great sins. At the very least, whenever an outer god descended, there were usually signs beforehand. Alan reopened his personal notes. In truth, he very much wanted to visit Kahala, but even though he knew where it was located, he could not simply go there. The notebook contained records about psychedelia, written so he would not forget important details. On one of the pages was an explanation about the belt given by Voltolrus. Kahala itself was recorded as a historical site hidden within the secret dungeon of the colony. According to the backstory, he remembered that dungeon had been discovered 3 years before the protagonist left his village, 3 years before the events of the game began. Alan began wondering whether the year mentioned might actually be this year. The problem was that the city had not even been discovered by explorers yet. If he rushed there now, he might only complicate matters further. While Alan was still lost in thought, Evan came to call for him. The man rubbed his arms while complaining about how cold it was inside Alan's room. He then asked whether the temperature drop was caused by magic. Alan paused for a moment, and inwardly remarks that his magical ability had probably improved. The research he had conducted during his vacation seemed to have finally produced results. Evan then delivered a report. A newly discovered hidden city had just been found within the colony region. Hearing the news, Alan was shocked. The scene then shifted to the regular meeting of the Blue Moon. It appears that the Blue Moon's semi-annual meetings were conducted through crystal balls. Usually, such meetings were finished in less than 10 minutes. In most meetings, Deus almost always remained silent, but this time, things are about to change. Seolrang opened the conversation, mentioning that she had heard a rumor that the Great Moon had briefly visited Caliburn. Filled with curiosity, she asked Deus what the Great Moon had been like during his time there. Deus finally spoke, revealing that coincidentally, he actually had something he wanted to tell them about the Great Moon. Hearing this, Radon and Seolrang were immediately surprised. Deus, who was usually silent during these meetings, was now genuinely starting to talk, and so Deus starts yapping like crazy. For nearly 50 minutes, Deus explained everything with remarkable enthusiasm. He described how when everyone had already been pushed to the brink of despair, the Great Moon stepped forward alone and challenged the Outer God to a duel. Deus was even convinced that the Great Moon had predicted the entire situation from the start and had prepared everything in advance. He briefly mentioned the sacred duel, which had initially seemed strange to him, but ultimately concluded that it felt as though the Great Moon already knew everything. Listening to the story flow continuously for nearly an hour without pause, Radon began to grow irritated. Rinne looked as if she might faint at any moment, while Seolrang eventually gave up and tried to point out that the discussion had already gone far beyond reasonable limits. But with an extremely serious expression, Deus said they had only just reached the most important part. According to him, no one could have predicted that final attack. No one except the Great Moon himself. Deus continued the Yap Fest without stopping. Eventually, Radon and Rinne were fully drained, while Seolrang started to feel dizzy. In her mind, she even prayed for Utia to intervene and stop Deus. But that hope proved futile. Utia actually seemed thoroughly entertained by Deus's story. A yandere smile appeared on her face as she remarked that the Great Moon truly was an extraordinary entity. Seeing Utia enjoying the tale only made Seolrang's headache worse, realizing it's completely hopeless. Anyway, 2 hours had passed, and the three of them looked spiritually exhausted. At last, Deus ended his story. Realizing he had spoken too much, he said his farewell and mentioned that they would meet again in 6 months. Utia welcomed the conclusion with a gentle smile, even praising Deus by saying that his story had been very exciting. It is then revealed that the meeting had lasted a total of 3 hours, a record that had never been reached in the entire history of the Blue Moon meetings. The focus of the story then returned to the Palatio residence. Accompanied by Evan, Alan entered his room. Inside, gifts filled nearly every corner. Large and small boxes were stacked neatly, one on top of another. Evan opened one of the boxes. Inside, he found an artifact from the deepest floor of the labyrinth. In disbelief, he remarked that the item alone was valuable enough to buy an entire mansion. Holding several gifts in his hands, Alan admitted that he had no idea which nobles had sent them. The letters accompanying the presents were just as extraordinary. Alan was certain that favorable rumors about him had already spread far and wide. Most of the nobles wrote about their admiration for his actions in saving the knights on the northern continent, an act that had shaken the whole of Caliburn. But to Alan, there was one thing that every small businessman like himself had to learn quickly: accept whatever is offered. And so, another week passed. Evan returned to Alan's room carrying more gifts. With a puzzled tone, he commented that a full week had already gone by, yet the presents still hadn't stopped arriving. Alan himself looked surprised upon hearing that. Inwardly, he muttered that simply knowing a single master knight had brought him incredible benefits. As a father, he even felt proud to have a son like Deus. Because of that, in his heart, he decided to forgive Deus for never once contacting him. Yet things became even stranger a month later. The gifts were still arriving without end. Alan began thinking that perhaps he should return some of the more extravagant ones. If things continued like this, the situation would eventually become embarrassing for him. By the beginning of summer, however, the stream of gifts finally began to slow. The story's focus then shifted to Teraya, the capital of the Kingdom of Asteria, where a grand meeting was about to take place. Nobles began arriving one after another. But oddly, the nobles were standing still. From the rear of the crowd, Alan hurried along to catch up with them. Sweat covered his face as he rushed forward. Inwardly, he felt annoyed with himself. Somehow, he had managed to arrive late to his very first meeting, even though the last thing he wanted was to draw attention to himself. Seeing Alan hurrying along like that, Evan let out a small chuckle. It was rare for him to see his master walk that fast. From the way he moved alone, it was obvious that Alan was truly in a hurry. But after a moment, Evan began to notice something strange. He looked at the nobles who had been outside earlier. Gradually, they seemed to start following his master from behind, almost unconsciously matching their pace to Alan's. Meanwhile, Alan quietly peeked into the meeting room. He was briefly confused when he realized that he wasn't late at all. He began examining the seating arrangement inside the room. The royalist faction sat on the left side, while the noble faction occupied the right. He had already looked into the seating arrangement before coming. If that was the case, the middle section must belong to the neutral faction. Without thinking much about it, Alan chose a seat at the very back. For him, sitting in the back was always the best and safest option. However, when he turned around, he was startled to see the nobles staring at him with wide eyes. He felt confused. Just a few minutes ago, they had all still been outside the room. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their gaze, Alan quickly stood up and moved to another seat. He assumed their strange stares were because he had chosen to sit in the back, so he decided to take a seat in the middle row instead. Strangely enough, the nobles' sharp gazes continued to follow him. That only made Alan feel even more awkward. In the end, he decided to sit in the very front row. Then the nobles eventually took their respective seats. Alan, wearing a flat expression, simply muttered to himself that they had probably been waiting for him to enter first because they didn't want to sit in the front row. His eyes drifted around the room. Inwardly, he wondered what difference it really made to sit close to the faction leaders in a place like this. The host had already taken his place, and the grand meeting soon began. In a loud voice, he opened the assembly and then made an announcement. A new faction called Kalpa had officially received voting rights within the council. The faction would be led by Count Palladio as the president of Kalpa. The moment he heard that, Alan's eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned around, wondering to himself if he was the only person who had not heard this news. At the back row, he spotted Loria and Kalia smiling broadly in his direction. Alan was filled with questions. He didn't understand why the two women were grinning like that. What confused him even more was that they were sitting side by side, as if they had already agreed on this arrangement from the beginning. A headache instantly began pounding in Alan's head. Countless questions surfaced in his mind. Had the alliance between Zenonia and Altaia truly resulted in the birth of a new faction? But what kind of faction was this supposed to be? Even the name Kalpa sounded unfamiliar to him. As far as he knew, the alliance between those two sides was never meant to last long. To him, this entire situation made absolutely no sense. Amid his confusion, the host spoke again and called his name. He asked whether Count Palladio, as the president of the Kalpa faction, had a few words he would like to say. The statement caught Alan off guard. In his mind, he asked himself uncertainly, was he really the president of the Kalpa faction? He swallowed hard. Cold sweat began pouring down his face as he realized the reality before him. He was now standing as the leader of a new evil faction he had never planned to create. Meanwhile, behind him, Loria and Kalia kept grinning as they watched him with pride. The scene now shifts to the snowy northern land where the battle between the Outer God and Alan had taken place. Countless graves of fallen soldiers can be seen. Standing silently among the graves, a mysterious hooded figure examines the surroundings. He sees the massive crater Alan made when delivering the final strike to Ultulrus. With a smirk, the mysterious figure mutters, "Interesting. Shall we see how far he goes?" Meanwhile, inside the Grand Assembly, the host asks again whether Alan has anything to say as the representative. Alan sweats bullets while inwardly saying, "Is this for real? There's no way I can become the villainous mastermind faction leaders overnight. What is this? Some kind of name of a light novel?" Alan stays silent, so the hosts move on with the meeting. After the Grand Council meeting ended, Alan somehow found himself being guided to the banquet, celebrating the birth of the Kalpa faction. The nobles all butter him up, while Alan wonders if he's just a figurehead. Just then, he hears a female voice, asking if he's enjoying the banquet. It's none other than Kalia and Loria. Kalia asks how it is, admitting she'd like to believe that it was close to perfect. Loria chimes in, saying she thinks it turned out well, just as he wanted. Alan feels dizzy while inwardly saying, Duchess Altia and Countess Zenonia, who had recently succeeded the county. If I recall correctly, I've only had a couple of conversations with them a few years ago. Could it be that I actually have a split personality, and my other self did all of this without me noticing? Loria then, with a blush, thanks him, saying, I'm glad I can repay you for saving my life. Alan, though, wonders what she even means. After some time, Alan recaps what had actually happened. According to the information he obtained through talking with them, after he, Alan Palladio, ordered an alliance between these two, the Kalpa faction was born through the instructions sent to Zenonia. The two women had read his letter stating, "Some nobles have complained to me. Because of that, there aren't many nobles I get along with. I hope you understand." But these crazy duo had misunderstood this entirely, and by sending presents to Alan, the head of the faction, the nobles were accepted into the faction. Now Alan swears to God that he has never told them to do any of this. He thought he only sent some sort of an apology letter, stating to Kalia, "Sorry if I offended you or came across as cold, because I am blunt and not good at speaking." Alan now remembers the strange letters he received from Kalia, which stated, "I look forward to working with you. Count, I love you lots. You know that, right?" Alan had been wondering why some of the letters didn't make sense. Now everything was clear. He should probably get this misunderstanding cleared up. But from his experience, people who operate from the shadows tend to have rather peculiar sensibilities. If Loria and Zenonia knew the truth, they would become embarrassed that it was a misunderstanding after all the gifts he received. And the ones from this game have terrible personalities, especially the Zenonias. They'll surely kill him if the truth come out. Alan decides to just take the position for a while and retire at the right time. Seeing his silence, Loria asks what he plans to do going forward. Alan realizes he knows nothing about politics, so he wonders what would be the coolest thing to say right now. Then the two women get startled as he coldly replies, "I'll start with sweeping up the underworld. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." Before either of them could ask another question, Alan immediately walks away, thinking he should make his escape before they ask any questions he himself doesn't know either. After leaving the banquet, Alan asked Evan whether he sent the letter. Evan affirmed and asked why he came back so early. Alan was already mentally exhausted, so he tells Evan not to even look back there, and orders the carriage to head to Colony right away. Back inside the banquet hall, Zenonia and Altia continued their discussion. Zenonia remarks, as expected, he disappeared after saying all he needed to say, but I've already taken control of my area's underworld a long time ago. Then the two women are interested in the fact of uniting the underworld. Once again, they had misunderstood Alan's words, and they cling their glass, saying they are looking forward for what he would show them from here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a shadowy figure was flying through the night sky above Count Palatio's carriage. It was an assassin. The assassin thinks that killing Count Palancio would be easy, but things could get troublesome if that Master Knight becomes involved. Even the organization's leader had warned them to try not to make powerful enemies, even if it leads to huge rewards. That is the rule. Still, the assassin believed that even the leader would understand this mission. Far in the southern part of the Ashutalon kingdom, Duke Comelon's mansion, Carmine had been speaking with a visitor. With an arrogant tone, he says, "You must be the agent, right? If you are, you'd know me very well." The agent replied that it's because he's related to the Seeker. Now it is explained that the agents are an assassin organization of the Federation Kingdom with Swordmaster-level skill. The agent then swiftly killed all the guards behind Carmine, saying that no rats allowed during the mission. Carmine was happy, acknowledging that he's strong as expected. Then he said calmly, "I want you to eliminate Count Palatio. You wouldn't refuse this request from me, who is called the Tyrant of Ashutalon." The agent replied confidently, "As long as the payment is done right, there will be no failure, even if the target is royalty. But I'm not so sure if you'd be able to afford the cost, Lord Carmine." Carmine then revealed something and said, "4 of these." The agent was surprised. These were abyss entities, not even abyss orbs. An abyss entity is an item that Duke Comelon distributes in extremely small quantities on the black market. Unlike abyss orbs that only enhance physical abilities, these entities could grant special powers. They were worth astronomical amounts. The agent thought to himself, "Thanks to the leader, I've already experienced a bit of their power once. If I used all of these, how strong would I become?" Then he vanished, saying he'll get back to him as quickly as possible. Carmine grinned while sinisterly saying, "Palatio, did you really think you'd live a peaceful life after looking down on me like that? Not a chance." However, the agent did not immediately begin the mission. Instead, he went to meet someone else. That person was none other than Duke Comelon, the head of the nobles of the Ashutalon kingdom, and the true power behind the Federation Kingdom's underworld. As the agent called him Seeker, the Duke calmly said, "I was wondering what my useless son was plotting after stealing the abyss entities." The agent bowed, thinking that although the reward was tempting, the organization's leader had given strict orders to never oppose the ducal house under any circumstances. So the agent came to confirm something first. The Duke waved his hand saying, "I didn't hear anything. Now get lost." The agent realized that the Duke would turn a blind eye to the coming conflict. The agent then asks, "Shall I send our leader your regards?" The Duke replied calmly, "Nice excuse for this sudden visit. Do as you wish." The agent left. Later, the Duke spoke to another person in the room. "So you were saying that you can't exercise any influence on the Asteria Kingdom?" He bowed and affirmed that the reason is due to the Cal faction. With Count Palacio as the head, it's getting more massive. It is now revealed that this mysterious man is Shutro, the underworld power of the Ashutalon Kingdom. Duke Kamalon looked at him with a cold gaze. He remarked that it would be quite troublesome if he had to intervene personally. Yet at the same time, a moment like this felt rather appropriate. The scene then shifted once more to Count Palacio's carriage, which was traveling toward the colony. Not far from there, the assassin still hovered in the air, watching from above. He idly spun his knife at the tip of his finger while muttering that the abyss entity would soon belong to him. With the small penknife, he began to summon his magic while saying, "No hard feelings, Count Palacio." But suddenly, before he could launch his attack on Alan, something flashed past at an unbelievable speed and sliced straight through his body. The assassin instinctively turned his head. A devastating impact crashed down from the sky, striking the ground with a thunderous roar. Under the pale moonlight, the sound of blood-filled coughing echoed through the air. The assassin now lay helpless on the ground, his right arm severed. Standing before him was a shadowy silhouette. It was the protagonist, Elaban. Elaban raised his index finger to his lips in a quiet gesture. In a casual tone, he said the assassin was simply wasting his energy, then calmly added that the man wouldn't be able to do anything tonight. He then pointed his finger toward the sky. In an instant, the assassin's body was violently lifted into the air, blood scattering across the night. Turning his back, he began walking away while telling the assassin not to have any hard feelings. Beneath the moonlight, Elaban continued to secretly escort Alan's carriage. He moved from place to place in silent leaps, leaving no trace behind. As he snapped the assassin's penknife in half, Elaban murmured quietly that if the man's target hadn't been Count Palladio, he might not have bothered to kill him. Several days had passed. Alan, now traveling with a caravan, was crossing the scorching and desolate colony desert. Evan kept complaining, saying his lungs felt as if they were boiling. Alan himself was still struggling to get used to the extreme conditions, even though it had already been 5 days since they entered the region. Evan looked like he was about to melt under the blazing sun. He muttered that if only they had an ice crystal, this journey wouldn't feel nearly as unbearable. With a weary face full of hope, he asked whether his master didn't feel like practicing magic, the same magic Alan had once used to create that strange, chilling circle inside a room. Alan calmly replied that he couldn't use that magic carelessly. Evan answered in a tone of despair, saying that, at the very least, it couldn't possibly be worse than being roasted alive like barbecue in a place like this. Alan let out a quiet sigh, before explaining that although the heat was truly absurd, joining the caravan had been the right decision. He kept trying to calm Evan, while occasionally glancing toward the carriage beside them. A woman who noticed his gaze immediately snapped at him, demanding to know why he kept looking in her direction. Alan said nothing in response, realizing this chick is bad news. The woman shot him a sharp question, accusing him of being the type of man who liked to spy on others. She was Liana Gules, the daughter of the Red Magic Tower Master, a 4th-tier mage. With a blank expression, Alan stated that he wasn't spying on her, but Lion immediately scoffed, accusing him of pretending ignorance and even criticizing that such behavior was exactly what one would expect from someone from the Blue Magic Tower. Alan quickly tried to calm his thoughts. Inwardly, he muttered a quiet complaint, feeling that even after entering the colony, he still couldn't catch a moment of peace. Meanwhile, Evan continued whining without pause, even urging Alan to peek inside Leon's carriage because numerous sparkling ice crystals were hanging inside. Alan ignored him. In his mind, only one short conclusion formed. The Red Magic Tower Master was insane, and it was probably best not to get close to the man's daughter either. Time passed until night fell. In the thick darkness, bandits launched a ruthless attack, slaughtering anyone who tried to resist. The guards assigned to protect the young lady now lay sprawled across the ground. Lion was held captive by the bandit leader. a blade pressed against her neck, ready to slit her throat at any moment. In a rough voice, the man ordered the merchants in front of him to listen carefully. For their own safety, he advised them to obey and cooperate without resistance. Lion Agules starts to tremble in fear, as if she's about to wet herself. The merchants quickly realize something. These bandits were from Bloody Sand. They had even managed to capture Lady Lion before she could do anything at all. The bandit leader looked down at the trembling girl in his grasp, then with a sly grin, asked if she wanted to have a little fun with him. With a shaking voice, Lion asked who the bandit really was. Meanwhile, she inwardly panics harder that, due to her trauma, she can't breathe. Just then, a single snowflake suddenly fell in the middle of the scorching desert. The bandit leader froze in confusion as he looked up at the challenger. Because of the cold, Lion was able to catch her breath. Alan Palladio stepped forward, and he immediately began casting his magic. Lion, who had once looked down on him, could only stare in stunned silence. Ice magic erupted beneath Alan's feet, slamming into the ground with explosive force. The bandits who rushed him from every direction were instantly blown away like flies. It is then explained that, as the daughter of a tower master, the trials Lion had endured because of her status had left her with deep-rooted trauma and a strong disgust for lies. That was why, despite being only a fourth-tier mage, she had become extremely sensitive to the flow of magical energy around her. Before the bandit attack, Lion had been hiding behind a stack of wooden crates, secretly spying on Alan, while he casually shared roasted sweet potatoes with Evan. At the time, she had quietly wondered to herself in disbelief. Alan barely possessed enough mana to even reach second tier. Yet now, she was expected to believe that this man had played a crucial role in a battle against an outer god. She had heard rumors that he had once saved a master knight, but to her, that had sounded like nothing more than a clever trick to take advantage of the situation. Because of that, she had unconsciously formed a very low opinion of Count Palladio the moment they first met. But now, all of those thoughts were crumbling. She realized just how terribly mistaken she had been. Right before her eyes, Alan was using a chained casting technique. At least 3 different elements, woven together into a single complex sequence of spells. Lion understood well the dangerous principle behind the magic. The more spells with different structures were forcibly linked together, the lower the chance of success would become, dropping exponentially with each additional incantation that disrupted the balance. She was utterly bewildered. As far as she knew, someone capable of such a feat should be at least 5th tier. And yet, the man standing before her, who supposedly barely had any mana at all, was performing it with perfect stability. The bandit leader, filled with rage, charged straight at Alan, his sword wrapped in a blue aura that hissed sharply through the air. But Alan calmly stood his ground and combined 2 phrases. Before the blade could reach him, the bandit leader's body froze mid-air. Without pause, Alan formed the final hand sign and shattered him into multiple pieces. Alan casted a cold glance at what remained and muttered that bandits like these usually scattered and fled the moment their leader was taken out. He coldly turned to the remaining bandits and warned them that he was giving them a chance. The bandits were hesitant on fighting, so they fled in panic. Lion's face was still filled with disbelief as she watched everything unfold. She realized that the rumors about Alan Palladio were all true. After the incident, the treatment toward the man who had saved the Red Magic Tower Master's daughter changed drastically. The merchants gathered around, eagerly presenting Alan with all kinds of food and drinks. Alan enjoys the special treatment and thanks them. They sincerely urged him not to be modest. After all, he had saved their lives, and offerings like this were nothing compared to what he had done for them. As they bowed and left, Alan thinks that everything was still going according to plan. Meanwhile, Evans was beside him with his mouth wide open, stuffing 3 pieces of meat in at once without pause. During the battle with the bandits earlier, Alan had realized something. Reducing penalties was an incredibly good idea. The spell called Snowy Lands, which he had designed during his vacation, combined space magic, frost magic, and maintenance magic all at once. Although its effect was merely to transform the surrounding area into a polar zone, its impact in battle was significant. He had also gained several important insights from the fight. He began classifying the conditions under which magic was used, from neutral, snowy terrain to extreme situations such as casting spells while on the brink of death, using magic against a god, and even during the battle against Ultulris, each of which carried consequences in the form of severe reductions to magical power. Yet through extremely precise control, Alan had managed to limit the burden of those penalties, as if he were pressing down on an invisible law to keep it under his command. Even so, combining 3 incantations into a single spell that could only be maintained for 1 minute still felt inefficient to him. He knew he needed to research the matter further. Despite that, he was fairly satisfied that his chained casting had worked as intended. Thanks to the belt he had obtained from Ultulris, his overall power had increased. So the only issue left now was solving the problem of penalties. As he sank into thought, Lion suddenly approached him and called out politely. The girl then bowed deeply, offering her sincerest apology for having misjudged him before. Seeing such a sudden change in her attitude, Alan and Evan could only stare at her with blank expressions. With a faint blush, Lion hesitantly made an offer. She asked whether Alan would mind discussing magic with her. Alan still looked at her in confusion. Throughout their earlier journey, she had been cold and sharp toward him. Yet now, her attitude had completely flipped. He cleared his throat before accepting her apology. At that, Lion broke into a bright smile, her eyes sparkling as she quickly thanked him. It is then explained that their conversation continued all the way until they reached the colony. And it turned out to be quite captivating. Even for Alan, a spell user capable of bending the rules of magic. The discussion felt interesting. Later, the scene shifted to the desert city of the colony. After escorting Alan to his destination, Lion thanked him once again for all the knowledge she had gained. She then made another offer, asking whether the Count would be willing to attend the upcoming conference. Alan explained that he wasn't affiliated with any magic tower, so he hadn't received an invitation. With her cheeks slightly flushed, Lion suggested that he simply join the Red Magic Tower. She admitted that she had truly enjoyed their conversations and felt that she had learned a great deal from him. Alan just thanks for her kindness. Then Lion and her attendant eventually took their leave. She waved at him while saying she'll wait for him there soon. Alan waved back, while inwardly saying that he actually needed something from the tower. So this works out. Evan soon returned to Alan and informed him that he had already taken care of their carriage and luggage. But before Evan could finish speaking, a nearby building suddenly exploded by a yellow flash. Multiple men were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. They both look around in confusion, and something shot through the air like lightning, only to crash into another building with terrifying power, taking out the remaining men. The golden flash then flickered toward the both, and Evan quickly drew his sword, telling Alan to stay back. But suddenly, the mysterious figure was already behind Alan, wrapping him in a tight embrace without warning. The woman clinging to him was Ciel Rang. She excitedly greeted, calling him Godfather. Alan is surprised that it's Ciel Rang. She excitedly wails around, saying that he should have told her that he's coming, and that this place is crawling with disgusting thugs. Evan is confused by her appearance, and she winks, telling them not to worry, and that she already took care of the trash eyeing their belongings. Ciel Rang is one of the 4 Baba Yagas in colony. She pulls Alan by the hand, confessing that she has been looking forward to this for so long ever since she got his letter. The others are stunned by what they witness. They wonder who exactly the man before them is, to even be capable of making that crazy tiger act so tame. Meanwhile, Alan, seeing the blood on her hand, hopes that she didn't kill those bandits. Anyways, she excitedly takes him to her guild, stating that it's only for her species. She hops forward, waving at Alan to enter the guild. Evan remarks that it's huge, and as they entered the guild, everyone greets Ciel Rang as their boss. She calls out to her second-in-command, Raug, and asks whether everything was quiet while she was away. He affirmed that nothing is out of the ordinary. Then he warmly welcomed Alan, while asking his boss whether these are the honored guests she mentioned. He tells Alan that the boss has been waiting so long for him, and that she sat at the entrance of colony every single day. Ciel Rang becomes embarrassed, and Alan feels touched by her eagerness. Later in her chambers, she leapt on the table and was goofing around. Alan notes that she really can't stay still, and remarks that she seems to take great care of her guild members. She affirms, saying that they are her family, so she doesn't need anyone else. Then she quickly sat on the table as a thought formed. She starts to theory-craft some family conspiracy, but Alan tells her that they are not blood-related even though he is their benefactor. Alan then wonders on how he should bring his request up. Then he signals Evan, thinking that he should just get straight to the point without wasting time. Evan gives a thumbs up, and in the next moment he piles a bunch of gifts on the table. Seeing this, Seolrang sparkled in excitement. Before Alan said anything, she quickly says, "Sure, I'll help." Alan is caught off guard by her behavior and points out that she didn't even hear what he wanted to ask of. She cheerfully shrugs it off, saying, "You might be family, but you're my my benefactor. And besides, it's thanks to you that I was able to bring my tribe together." Alan, seeing the golden glow emanating from Seolrang's gauntlet, is surprised that the affinity grind worked this time too. The one Seolrang is flexing is the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. It increases critical hit rate by 20% when equipped. If the Sin of Pride had obtained this, she would not have fallen into a sin, but would have become a great lichen. Anyways, Alan is glad that everyone is so willing to help, and that his support to his children are a huge success. Just then, Seolrang scooped him up, saying that her benefactor must have gone through a long trip so he should rest, and that she'll show him his room. Anyway, as they are walking through the corridor, she asks how was the desert, and remarks that it would have been boring, since it's nothing but sand. Alan hesitantly looks at Evan, and Evan asks whether he's worried about the trip back. Seolrang questions the reason, so Evan explains that it's because of the heat, and more importantly, there was an ambush. Seolrang becomes stiff, muttering the word ambush. Alan chimes in saying, "We were attacked by the bloody sand bandits. They say it happens often to caravans. I'd rather not run into them again." Hearing this, Seolrang comes up with a solution. During the night, we see bandits getting eliminated. Seolrang infiltrated the hideout of the Bloody Sand Bandits, a massive criminal organization. She lunged at them with no mercy, grabbing by their neck and throwing towards the wall, crushing them. She then calls out to the last man remaining and asks if he's the leader. The dude's legs tremble in fear, but he hides it while saying that he's Kalman's younger brother and that he's under the protection of the longest-reigning Baba Yaga, so he taunts whether she's trying to pick a fight with his big brother. But she holds up her glowing gauntlet while saying that he touched her benefactor first, and besides, she hates getting scolded. Then a massive golden energy erupted throughout the base, annihilating the entire gang. The next day, when Alan woke up, he's confused about the news of the Bloody Sand Bandits being wiped out. Seolrang excitedly exclaims that she's a genius, because if they are gone, he doesn't have to run into them again. He's surprised that she did all this overnight. She then leaned towards him, telling him to praise her. He pats her furry head while inwardly saying, "Weren't the Bloody Sands supposed to have hundreds of members at the night level? This was a pretty major quest in the game. I knew the title of Baba Yaga was a big deal, but I can really feel that she was meant to become the Sin of Pride." The scene now shifted to the Colosseum. It's a famous landmark in Colony, soaked in the blood of gladiators and the madness of the masses. We see a man getting surrounded by gladiators, but they all end up dead within seconds, standing no chance against him. The audience cheers in unison, as they have bet on him to win. It's another victory for Kalman, one of the 4 Baba Yagas in Colony, and the gladiator who has held that title the longest. Later, as he rested, he remarks that there are still so many idiots around to challenge him. Just then, a beast-kin approached him while agreeing that those dimwits thought they could defeat a Baba Yaga with just a few hundred men. As Kalman turned, he noticed that it was Raug, and greets that it's been a while. Raug informs that the Bloody Sands were wiped out by Seolrang. Kalman nonchalantly affirms, and hearing his tone, Raug asks, wasn't it his brother? Kalman nods that it's just a rumor he spread, and only kept him around because he needed to pacify the underworld. Raug confesses that he thought he could use that as an excuse, but it seems his prediction was off. But Kalman chimed in saying, "No, wait, I only held back because it's impossible to win through a fair match between Baba Yagas. But I still can't stand that bitch tearing up Colony. The death of a brother in revenge. It's the perfect excuse that the public will accept." He then says to Raug that the reason he came to see him means that he's finally ready. Raug smiled in affirmation, and Kalman handed him a box. He curiously opened the box, and is surprised to see 2 Abyss Entity and 2 Abyss Orbs. Kalman says that this is a gift from the father of all, the Seeker. Once he used it, he shall gain power. He then held the Abyss Entity while saying that once they split Seolrang's head open, they shall devour the colony underworld, and they can start eating away at the royal authority. Raug smirked sinisterly as Kalman declared that now they should conduct a test and see how long he can hold out. The scene shifts to 2 days later. Under the guild's protection, Alan is heading to the ancient city of Kahala. Once they arrived at the ruins, Alan thanked Seolrang and turned to head in. She lively waves him off. As the two explored the ruins, Evan's gaze shifted to a light coming from the distance. As they finally entered deeper, they reached the ancient city Kahala. Evan is impressed by the towering structure. Just then a voice called out to Alan. He's caught off guard by this. The voice instructs that if he can hear it, he should come to the tower. Alan then tells Evan that it looks like he has to climb this alone, and that he'll be back. Evan agreed and waited at the ground, while Alan climbed to the top, recalling that in the game, you couldn't even enter the central tower. Then when he reached it, the voice welcomed him, and is surprised that he could hear its voice. A dark shadowy figure appears and examines Alan's skills, while remarking that he at least possesses a minimum level of divinity, and that the requirements are met. Alan states that he came after what Ultulrus, the god of chaos, said. Hearing this, the figure took a closer look while saying, well, he did say it was a chance worth taking. However, I have nothing to teach you. Alan comments that the god of chaos mentioned it too, and Alan questions what exactly is this divinity. The shadowy entity explains saying, it is the standard by which the world judges you. An outer god will soon descend, so deal with it. Then you will have met the conditions to speak with me. Since something better than those idiots who mimic magic has arrived, shall I tell you something interesting? Magic is merely a set of laws designed to the world by a mage. The magic of this world consists of incantation, logic, and manifestation. After the incantation comes the logic. To manifest something through an incantation, develop it according to logic, and chant the name that is magic. Hearing this, Alan is confused as he had never heard the term logic in this game. The entity comments that Alan wouldn't know it anyway. Therefore, about the logic, it shall personally teach him the principle of one proper magic. Meanwhile, outside the ruins, Seolrang is worried, wondering why her benefactor is taking so long. Just then we see a figure speeding through the desert. It was Kalman. He ambushed her guild members, completely catching Seolrang off guard. As she turned, Kalman held up a head of her beast kin and taunted her. She filled with rage and lunged at him, calling him a coward for pulling this shameful crap outside the Colosseum. However, he claps back that she's one to talk. After all, she wiped out the Blood Sand Bandits, his adorable little brother. So now he's getting revenge for his family. Kalman charged towards the other beast kin with an ominous black aura. Seeing this, Seolrang shouted to not harm them, and she ran to save her family. Then, as she managed to block it on time, Kalman grinned, chuckling that he knew this outcome. Seolrang shouts, asking what he's saying. But then in the next moment, she's stabbed in the back by her own family. She turns in utter disbelief as Raug psychotically exclaims to the other beast kin that he was right about their boss being so predictable. She in betrayal mutters, "Raug, are you betraying me? No way." It is then explained that Seolrang had always felt deep affection for her kin. They had all praised her for being always kind to them, and she had happily remarked that they are her family. Ever since Seolrang left the orphanage, she held on to the memories of happy times when the descendants of the Golden Mane tribe lived together. She dreamed of revenge against the Black Dragon who destroyed everything, so she gathered her kin to reclaim that lost happiness. As the sovereign of the hybrids, the Golden Mane tribe enjoyed a great reputation among their descendants. But that wasn't the absolute truth. Now, Seolrang quickly backed away, asking why he did this. He simply tells her to stop this happy family charade. Kalman then lunged at her, telling Raug to stop beating around the bush and just kill her. Then a golden flash could be seen as they clashed, and Seolrang managed to block it. Kalman went for another strike, confident he can win due to Raug also having consumed the Abyss entity. Seolrang grit her teeth through pain, and they both lunged at each other. A deafening shockwave rippled through the desert as they clashed. Raug also ganged up on Seolrang, swinging his sword to slice her hand, while confident that they are guaranteed to win this time. He bids his boss farewell, and as he's about to slice her hand off, she quickly flung herself up by using Kalman's hand and narrowly avoided it. Raug taunts on how long she could hold out. After all, he also received incredible power. Seolrang ran as he chased like a maniac, sparks flying as she's managing to keep up even with an injured body. Then she landed on a rocky terrain and built up momentum before dodging Ralg's devastating strike and lunging at Kalman. Once impact, Kalman was sent crashing onto the rocky terrain, as she's still capable of 1v2ing them. Seeing this, Ralg realizes that he's still not on their level after using the Abyss entity. Kalman slowly stood up from the debris, coughing as he called her a little brat. Then his gaze shifted to someone. It was Alan. He remembers that Alan is the one Seolrang called as her benefactor. So he lunged at him, thinking that this works out perfectly for the plan. Since he can't beat Seolrang, he'll use Alan as a hostage before killing him. Meanwhile, as Seolrang was about to finish off Ralg, her body suddenly froze. He laughs that the poison is finally starting to kick in. He touched her gauntlet while saying, "The sword I struck you with earlier was coated in Kamanasa's poison. You won't be able to move for at least an hour. But you didn't ask why, didn't you? Do you really think all the descendants are thrilled to play happy family with you? Sure, we followed you because you have the essence of the Golden Mane tribe. Thanks to that, you had some authority. But do you know how ridiculous you looked, flaunting that strength? That you only got by pure luck?" Seolrang looked saddened as she muttered that they followed her for her strength. But after spending time together, they became a family, just like the old times. Hearing this, Ralg amuses, asking whether she still believes in her stupid dream. He signals the others, while telling her to see for herself on how much they hate her. The others then remove their hood, revealing that they are part of her kin. Seolrang is shocked that they were all traitors. As Ralg successfully made her lose hope to live, he goes to slice her hand off, while saying that the essence should go to someone who actually deserves it. But then he stops as he noticed a massive explosion blast through the sandy terrain. He turns in confusion and sees a hole through Kalman's chest. Evan unsheathed his sword and finally farmed aura as he swung at Ralg with blinding speed, sending him retreating away from Seolrang. Unease crept into Ralg as he noticed two ominous eyes above Alan as he approached them. Seeing the black smoke which Ralg is emitting, Alan wonders whether he's using the abyssal entities. They appear in the middle of the plot, and because of its vague description, it was the subject of much speculation. He noticed that Seolrang's guild betrayed her. He pours a high-grade recovery potion on her, while assuring that she should be able to move soon and that she shouldn't worry, since they are probably the only traitors. Seolrang somberly asks if it's true, and he affirms, remarking that the comrades she introduced to him looked truly happy. She looked at him with a sad expression, then turned away and resolved herself. Alan tells her to hold them off while he cast a spell, and she listens, declaring that her family is waiting for her. Evan and Seolrang swiftly rushed at the traitors and took each of them down. Alan began casting his spell, knowing that he can only use magic one more time. Then a vortex of icy flakes formed, and he recalled what the mysterious entity said to him. That Alan knows spells, but not magic's logic. Spells bend rules. Logic explains them. After centuries forgotten, they now butcher that legacy with absurd shortcuts. Then crackling sound could be heard as a massive multi-ice spear formed. Then it converged and lunged towards the enemies as Alan controlled the motion of the magic. Seeing this, Ralg hurried in order to interrupt it, but Seolrang blocked his way. Alan continued and sharp ice crystals formed and launched forward, striking directly into Ralg's companions, and landed heavily on Ralg's chest, sending him flying far back. Seolrang stepped away from the line of impact, and the other traitors met their grim fate. Meanwhile, Evan watched everything unfold, and was left completely shocked by the sheer power Alan displayed. The scene revealed the aftermath, as large razor-sharp ice fragments had pierced through the bodies of Ralg's allies. Some of them had already died from the attack. Despite this, Ralg didn't give up. For him, nothing else mattered. He broke free and lunged towards Seolrang with a dagger, driven solely by the desire to kill her. Seolrang was caught off guard by the sudden attack. At the same time, Alan instinctively began moving in between them to intervene. As Ralg advanced, a sinister resolve took over him, believing that if he killed Seolrang and took the essence, he'll be able to start everything from the beginning. However, in the next moment, Ralg's dagger drove forward and struck directly into Alan's abdomen. Ralg is caught off guard, and Seolrang immediately became worried for him. Alan coughed up blood, and the sight pushed Seolrang into a furious rage. Overcome with anger, she retaliated instantly and sliced through Ralg's neck, ending the fight in a single decisive move. As the intense battle came to an end, Raug's headless body lay on the ground, along with the lifeless bodies of the remaining traitors. Alan then sat down to recover. Evan approached him with concern and questioned his condition. Alan exhaled deeply and assured that he was fine. Then he realized that he had not actually been seriously hurt in the first place. The blade had only grazed his side. The blood he had coughed up was not from the wound itself, but from mana depletion. He acknowledged that while the power he used was undeniable, he had not expected it to drain him to the point of causing internal damage. Then he recalled something Kalman had once said, mentioning that Shutro himself had admitted that his father found Alan annoying. This memory left Alan briefly wondering about its meaning, though he brushed it aside, accepting that things had at least turned out fine in the end. With that, Evan helped Alan stand up, supporting him as he regained balance. As they moved forward, Alan reflected on the dangers ahead, especially when facing enemies who had absorbed abyssal entities. He recalled the concept of an abyssal entity, that it could grant divine power to someone of the right rank if absorbed. This thought led him to remember regarding the third restriction. When confronting a god using magic, he can twist the laws of the world. So he understood that he would only grow stronger by facing such godlike beings. Soon after, Alan's attention shifted to Seolrang. She stood with her head lowered, appearing deeply saddened. Observing her condition, Alan began to consider whether he should cheer her up first. He can't let her wallow in dark emotions and become a sin. Seolrang began sobbing and questioned why Alan had not dodged the attack. In response, Alan reminded her that she had claimed she could stop the enemy. Seolrang then questioned whether Alan had truly trusted her. In his thoughts, Alan admitted that it had been less about trust, and more about the fact that he could not dodge the attack and had hoped she would stop it, though he did not say this aloud. Still struggling with her emotions, Seolrang questioned why Alan had chosen to save her, even though he got hurt as a result. Alan inwardly thinks that his reflexes had kicked in because the daughter he had raised for years was about to die, and he had also not expected the blade to reach him. Straightening his neck, he expressed that saving family did not require a reason. Seolrang responded by stating that family was tied by blood. Hearing this, Alan realized internally that she was right, and that he had made a mistake. Despite that, Seolrang shyly admitted that she still wanted to become a family with him. This left Alan completely stunned, as his thoughts compared the moment to that of an adoptive father who had never been acknowledged finally being accepted by his daughter after years of effort. Almost like a long-awaited moment of being called father. Suddenly, Seolrang placed her hands on Alan's shoulders, leaving him confused. She smiled and explained that things could not remain the same, pointing out that she belonged to the Golden Mane tribe while he was human. Then she directly proposed marriage as the solution. Hearing this, both Alan and Evan froze in shock. Alan's thoughts raced in confusion, questioning why she's talking about marriage now. Seolrang then asked him again for his answer, and Bro stood confused. Anyway, the scene shifted to 5 days later. News of Kalman's atrocities spread throughout the entire colony, causing public outrage over his cowardly actions as a Baba Yaga. During this time, Seolrang gained enough support to become the first to receive the title. Even after everything, Seolrang continued insisting on marriage. Alan found himself unable to avoid or skip these repeated moments. He had felt proud at first, but gradually overwhelmed as she kept saying that she would marry him once she grew up, her overflowing cuteness making the situation even more complicated. Alan noted that this had already happened 19 times and reminded her that he already considered her family. However, Seolrang firmly insisted that marriage would make them a real family, expressing full confidence that she could make him happy and that she was completely serious. In response, Alan sighed and inwardly reflected that his happiness was simple, consisting only of sweet potatoes and a peaceful, laid-back, noble life. Soon after, it was time for Alan and Evan to leave as their carriage arrived. Before his departure, Seolrang expressed her dissatisfaction and demanded that he give her a proper answer next time. Alan casually agreed, though internally he wondered if she would eventually stop. With that, Alan left while Seolrang waved goodbye. After his departure, Seolrang's thoughts turned serious as she reflected on how much had changed. The guild had genuinely improved, and the tribe members were truly angry and concerned about the betrayal of Raug, who had been the second in command. She realized that simply gathering their kin had not automatically brought happiness. The ideal family she envisioned was one built on trust and care for one another, even in life-threatening situations. Determined to achieve this, she resolved to build it more carefully by creating an elite guard capable of protecting her benefactor at all times, believing that only then could they truly become a happy family forever. The scene now returned to Alan. Evan informed him that the Information Guild had confirmed there were no other suspicious parties aside from Raoul's group. He also mentioned that he had already requested constant monitoring and regular briefings to ensure nothing was overlooked. Alan acknowledged his effort and praised him for the good work. Alan inwardly reflected that he can't let anything happen to Sailrang after raising her so well. He then thinks, I was told to take care of the other outer gods for what's to come. I only know about divinity. That can't be it. So is there anything else? That goes for logic too. More and more questions keep piling up. This train of thought reminded him of the words spoken by the shadowy figure who had instructed him to go to the eastern end of the fortress at the bottom of the tower. Anyway, when Alan had reached the eastern end of Kahala Fortress, a stone tablet was present. He questioned whether what he was seeing was a record of the past, realizing that although he had never seen it before, he was somehow able to read it. As he examined the writing, it described beings in symbolic terms, referring to one who valued honor, one who searched for forgotten deaths, one who looked too deeply into the mysteries of magic, the many-handed one, and one filled with greed and envy. Analyzing this, Alan concluded that the gods were being described metaphorically, just like in the game. He recognized that the many-handed one and the one associated with greed were clearly part of the 5 great sins. However, beyond that, nothing aligned with the knowledge he already possessed. Since the story of psychedelia belonged to the future, he reasoned that the inconsistencies made some sense. Even so, one detail deeply confused him. He could not understand why the terms outer gods and gods were written in reverse. According to the explanation, outer gods referred to deities from other worlds or human beliefs, while gods referred to the 5 great sins that had existed since the beginning. Yet on the stone tablet, the 5 great sins were labeled as outer gods. The scene then returned to the present, where Alan felt frustrated as this contradiction continued to bother him. At that moment, Evan shifted the topic and mentioned that he had news about the children. He revealed that Deus had defeated the first sword. Alan immediately connected this to Reinhardt and was shocked, recalling that even in the game, his strength had been on an entirely different level. The fact that Deus had reached such power within just 6 months made Alan question how extraordinary his talent truly was. He also remembered a moment when Deus had once asked if he could become as strong as Alan himself. Continuing, Evan shared that Rinna had become a member of the 3 Council, which decides on the policies of Larthania. Alan reacted by noting that she had effectively become a politician and was rising quickly in status. Evan then brought up Radan, explaining that he had unified the 5 archipelagos and had become the Pirate King. This revelation shocked Alan, especially upon learning that his bounty had reached the millions, matching that of the first Pirate King. In his thoughts, Alan compared this transformation to a Somali pirate evolving from level 99 to an unimaginable level 9,999 Somalian Pirate King. Bro felt troubled that Radan had become this. After that, Evan began speaking about Utia. The scene then transitioned to another location where Saolrang was seen on a virtual meeting with the other sins. During this meeting, she boldly declared her intention to marry the Great Moon. Her statement left all the sins in complete shock. Among them, Utia reacted with visible anger, clenching her teeth as she struggled to comprehend the situation, especially at the thought of such a declaration being directed toward their boss. But despite the irritation building inside her, she forced herself to maintain composure by hiding her anger behind a faint smile, convincing herself that Saolrang had a habit of exaggerating everything. Keeping that controlled expression, Utia calmly agreed that the Great Moon was indeed a wonderful person, adding that it was only natural for someone like Saolrang to admire him. Saolrang then excitedly says, "Yeah, I'm going to marry him. I'm sure I'd be a great wife." That statement struck a nerve as Utia's anger deepened. Even though she tried to suppress it, the other 3 sins observing her closely, they silently noted how she was holding everything in. After a brief pause, Utia steadied herself. She explained that such a dream was impossible. They were merely shadows, beings that could never truly stand beside someone like him. Saolrang, however, refused to let go of her fantasy so easily. With innocent persistence, she argued that even a shadow should be allowed to marry. That response shattered the last thread of Utia's restraint. Her eyes widened with anger as she raised her voice, emphasizing that as shadows they could never stand by his side. She demanded that Seolrang understand the reality of their existence. Seolrang flinched slightly at the intensity, momentarily intimidated. Yet her determination did not fade. She pushed back again, insisting that what truly mattered was the Great Moon's opinion. Utia countered sharply, questioning whether Seolrang genuinely believed she would ever be chosen. However, Seolrang revealed that he said she wasn't bad. It appears that Seolrang had misunderstood what Alan had said. She had asked him whether he really hates her, to which Alan had replied, "That's not it." But since Seolrang said it out of context, Utia was shocked, and Dues asked Seolrang to explain what exactly happened. Sometime later, Seolrang had recounted the entire incident in detail. Hearing all these, Deus replies, "I see. This reminds me of his magnificence that I saw half a year ago. His calm demeanor, as though he'd walked the path to hell many times over." Seolrang perked up that Deus had also seen the same. Deus then kept yapping, and 2 hours passed by. Eventually, he cleared his throat, acknowledging that he had spoken a bit too much, and tried to bring his point together. However, Utia firmly rejected the idea of Seolrang marrying the Great Moon. In contrast, Seolrang openly declared her willingness to marry the Great Moon. Utia kept refusing again and again, while Seolrang continued to challenge Utia's authority. The other two sins grew increasingly frustrated watching this back-and-forth argument. As a result, the Blue Moon meeting minutes were effectively established. The first rule became clear. Under no circumstances should anyone ask Deus questions about the Great Moon, because Bro would keep yapping all day long. The second rule, regarding Utia, if it involves the Great Moon, she will show a childlike demeanor. Radan sighed in exhaustion that he didn't want to know any of this. The scene now shifted to the back alley of the Asteria Kingdom capital. Inside a bar, two powerful figures were engaged in discussion while drinking. One was Marquis Filboid, the leader of the aristocrat faction, and the other was Duke Rimgrave, the leader of the royalist faction. Their conversation revolved around the possibility of forming an alliance to eliminate the Cal faction, which are made up with a bunch of maniacs. The idea intrigued them both, as the group had become a shared nuisance. However, there was uncertainty about whether such a plan could actually succeed. Duke Rimgrave revealed his strategy, which involved seeking assistance from the Holy Kingdom of Rosario. His plan was to utilize something known as a letter of reformation. As the center religion, the Holy Kingdom of Rosario may send this letter across nations to any it suspects of heresy. In order for it to be sent, multiple cardinals must be in support, leading to this letter bearing great strength. Upon hearing this, Marquis became confident that victory would be guaranteed under such flawless conditions. Duke Rimgrave explained that they would need the support of at least 2 cardinals, and each of them would be compensated with half of the required bribe. Marquis Filboid readily agreed, considering it an obvious necessity. Duke Rimgrave added that he had already sent someone to handle the arrangements, implying that it would not take long for things to fall into place. With everything set in motion, the two leaders chose to let events unfold naturally, and raised their drinks in a toast to their anticipated success. The scene now shifted inside a church, where a priest sits quietly on a bench. Then as someone approached him, he turned with a smile, saying, "Although there are 8 under the saint and the pope, we are quite busy, so I believe this is the second time we've met." He then stands up and adds that it is a pleasure and addressed the other as Cardinal. The mysterious woman responds with equal politeness, addressing him as Cardinal Sergius. The priest then drops the formality and decides to get straight to the point. He reveals that he plans to borrow her name for Count Palaccio's letter of reformation. He frames it as a beneficial deal for her and assures her that evidence of heresy is easy enough to fabricate. He mentions that the profile has already begun and asks for her decision, addressing her as Cardinal Utia. It is then revealed that the mysterious woman was Utia. She reacts with a subtle smirk, acknowledging that he intends to use her name to bury Count Alan Palaccio. The priest confirms that this will proceed if she agrees. He then threatens her, stating that in return, he will remain silent about the mysterious death of Cardinal Viantra, implying that she cannot pretend ignorance about it. As he smirks to himself, He thinks greedily that this arrangement would allow him to keep the entire bribe for himself. In his mind, paradise feels within reach. He imagines himself surrounded by many beautiful women and feels delighted by the fantasy. But suddenly his body mangled, and he fell to the ground with a guttural scream. His bones started to break and deform, and a dark red aura begins to emanate from Utia's body as she glares at him with deadly intent. She expresses outrage that he would ask her to kill her own god. The priest groans in pain and screams, but Utia uses a mana technique that prevents anyone from hearing him. She calmly informs him that he can scream all he wants because no one will come. In desperation and agony, he begs her for mercy and pleads for death instead. Utia refuses to grant him that relief, reminding him repeatedly that she will not kill him. Then his body started to twist back to normal and healed completely. He quickly knelt and begged for mercy. He pleads her to kill him already and end this torture. She tells him again that she won't, and that there's something he must do for her. That being said, she declares that those who wish harm upon her god deserve punishment. She continued the torture, making him repent for his sins. The scene transitions smoothly as a month passed after Alan's return from the desert. Evan informs him that the preparations are nearly complete. Alan acknowledges this while reflecting internally that before leaving for the magic conference, he is also preparing for another assembly. Now that he is the leader, he realizes he has no choice. He feels overwhelmed, thinking about how he already has enough to deal with between the abyssal entities and the outer gods. He complains about feeling lazy, and admits that under normal circumstances, he would have done everything to refuse. But he cannot this time. Evan notices that Alan is still carrying the letter he received 2 weeks ago. Alan responds that it warms his heart. He reflects that he has received the certificate confirming his position as faction leader. Along with the amount of his allowance, the amount far exceeds his wildest imagination. Before the deposit arrived, he had questioned why he has to endure so much after everything he has been through. But after the deposit arrived, his demeanor completely flipped, and reasons that with great power comes great wealth. I mean responsibilities, not wealth. Alan is exactly like Sid from Eminence and Shadow. Money motivates him more than any woman could. Anyway, Alan thinks that he does not fully understand how the Cal faction is structured to be making so much money. He chooses not to complain given his financial situation. He becomes emotional, thinking of his money as something precious. He concludes that the only miracle cure for modern man is money. He cries of joy, asking, is this not the true magical nature of capitalism? Later, the scene shifted to the Vrician Marquisat conference location. Alan and Evan are present among a diverse group of attendees. Alan observes that all sorts of important people have gathered, including mercenaries, merchants, and priests. Kalia and Altia are also present. They greet Alan warmly and ask how he is doing. Although Alan does not feel happy to see them, he still responds politely that he is fine. As he eats snacks, he thinks to himself that even though he is in the same boat as these two underworld hotshots, he feels uneasy because of misunderstandings. He internally wishes they would just leave him alone. Evan approaches him with a large amount of snacks and whispers that he has incredible news. He shares that the leader of the royalist faction received a letter of reformation and was dragged away to the Holy Kingdom. Alan reacts calmly, noting that he is fortunate he'll never cross paths with him. Meanwhile, he casually enjoys the food as the focus shifts to the French almond cakes. At that moment, a man approaches Alan nervously. Kalia and Altia turned, surprised to see this figure. It was Marquis Filboyd. In a low tone, he admits defeat and bows deeply before Alan, begging to spare him. This shocking act stuns everyone in the hall. The guests are left in disbelief, and Kalia and Altia are equally astonished. Kalia reflects that Marquis Filboyd is a major political figure and the leader of the aristocrat faction. A man of such status bowing his head signifies something extraordinary. She understands that, unlike the underworld, politicians value grand causes and honor, and bowing is equivalent to surrendering control. She then inwardly says, I knew it, he's incredible. Even now he remains calm, as though he foresaw this all. The Marquis remained bowed, his body trembling with a mix of fear and anger as his thoughts drifted back to a few days earlier, when he had received a mysterious letter that bore a striking resemblance to a conversion letter. Along with it had come a strange magical orb that delivered a brief 5-second message of royalist faction leader Duke Rimgrave. He was tied up to a chair and was being tortured, and he cried out, urging Marquis Filboid to read the sacred letter and look up at the sacred moon while frantically apologizing and admitting that a grave mistake had been made. As the orb began to crack, its voice delivered one final chilling statement, declaring that the Marquis would be next. Hearing this, the Marquis had trembled in fear, confusion flooding his mind as he questioned why the Duke had been targeted. They just wanted to end Alan's political career, that's all. Receiving a conversion letter meant the end of one's political life, but not necessarily physical danger, as long as the recipient was not truly a heretic. Despite this belief, Duke Rimgrave, who had no ties to heretics, had still suffered severe consequences, which made the situation far more terrifying. The Marquis cursed Palatio, suspecting that he must be behind everything and wondering how he could possibly have better connections than them. Yet beneath all the anger, the Marquis realized that the true problem was that he himself was next. Returning to the present, the Marquis was seen kneeling before Alan, desperately pleading that he only wanted to live the rest of his life in peace. He declared his intention to quit politics entirely and begged for everything to end with the conversion letter. Alan listened in confusion, unable to understand why the Marquis was revealing all of this to him. His thoughts drifted toward Altia and Kalia, and he suspected that the two of them had orchestrated yet another scheme. He began to believe that they were finally revealing their true nature as the masterminds behind Asteria. At the same time, Altia and Kalia exchanged subtle glances, thinking that Alan is incredible. It appears Alan and these two misunderstood, and doesn't realize that there is an organization called the Blue Moon, which is helping him from the shadows. Anyway, just like that, the suspicions that Altia and Zenonia had placed Count Palacio at the head of Kalpa for their own interests were all cleared. 3 days after the start of the assembly, Alan set out for the east to attend the magic conference. Soon after, the scene shifted to a market where Alan and Evan were walking together. Alan mentioned that he had heard Marquis Filboid had also received a conversion letter and had left for Rosario, noting that the same fate had finally reached him as well. Evan questioned whether Alan himself had sent the letter, but Alan immediately denied any possibility of doing such a thing. Evan expressed confusion, recalling that Alan had previously said he would try to be lenient, which he had interpreted differently. Alan, now even more confused, realized that he had only said that to escape an awkward situation. Anyway, the scene now shifted to Larthania, the city of labyrinths. This city of infinite exploration possibilities is home to the 5 great guilds. Inside a dungeon, members of the Iron Blood Guild, which is one of the 5 great guilds, discussed rumors of someone defeating 1,000 enemies alone, while a senior member reminded his junior that guild leaders were practically superhuman. Their leader, Alderic, laughed confidently and dismissed any unrealistic expectations, explaining that he had only accepted their current mission because of the massive down payment offered. He noted that floors that were multiples of 5 were usually safe zones, making the situation unusual, but remained unconcerned due to his experience exploring over 50 floors. Anyway, even if they fail, down payments aren't refundable. It's in the contract. Then as the guild members reached the 20th floor of the labyrinth, it was eerily quiet. Just then, a woman noticed something and called out to her boss, pointing at a weird creature. A senior member laughs that it's a goblin. It's the weakest monster they could have run into. Now they just need to kill this ugly thing to get the rest of the gold. It's the golden egg goblin. However, the others noticed something weird, asking what's with the outfit it's wearing. It's from the east. The creature then coldly glared at them, scoffing that they were making too much noise. In the next moment, he moved his hand through the air and called them a bunch of cockroaches. In an instant, several members of the guild were sliced in half. Alderic, overwhelmed with shock and rage, charged at the creature, moving in a zigzag pattern to prevent himself from being struck easily. Then, as he leapt above it, he too was effortlessly cut down with a single gesture. The creature then coldly glared ahead, and it was revealed that he was the arrogant king of the hungry specters. He then began his ascent toward the surface, marking the beginning of a far greater threat. The story then shifted back to Alan and Evan as they stood before the central tower. Its immense height left Evan in awe. Alan noted how exceptionally tall it was, even comparing it to the Eiffel Tower in his mind, and that it feels weird for him to see the game's graphics in real life. Soon after, individuals dressed in red approached, and Leon greeted Alan, welcoming him warmly as they entered the tower together. Leon informed him that the official conference program would begin the following day and encouraged him to explore freely. Alan then requested directions to the library as he was searching for a specific book. Leon agreed and led him through the tower, while Evan was sent to the break room since he was not permitted inside. As they walked, Leon mentioned upcoming events such as a new theory presentation by the Green Magic Tower and that the friendly duels will begin. Just then, their conversation was interrupted by loud shouting from another room where a heated argument was taking place. Leon explained that it was another dispute involving Panaya, the vice master of the Blue Tower, known for her arrogance. As they approached, they saw Panaya belittling another mage, claiming that even 20 rank 5 mages would not stand a chance against her. The other mage responded angrily, vowing that she would one day apologize. Just then, when Panaya stepped outside, she noticed Leon and began belittling her, saying, "Well now, what do we have here? Isn't it our little rookie mage who got crushed last year? Did you bring a friend?" But just then, she noticed that it was Alan. Upon meeting his gaze, her demeanor changed completely as she froze in fear and quickly bowed in respect. Alan greeted her calmly, noting that it had been about 6 months since they last met. Panaya responded nervously, unsure whether she should speak formally or casually, while Alan reassured her to do whatever she felt comfortable with. Despite her earlier arrogance, Pania's behavior shifted drastically, becoming timid and polite, which left everyone else stunned. Alan, confused, suggested that mages should try to get along. Taking his words seriously, Panaya rushed back to the others, apologized for her behavior, and proposed that they become friends, before quickly fleeing using a lightning flash step technique. The remaining mages stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Alan himself wondered if he had done something wrong, while Leon commented that Panaya only behaved politely when Alan was around. Alan questioned her harsh description of Panaya, but admitted internally that she was an arrogant genius nonetheless. As they continued toward the library, they encountered another mage named Baruch, the son of the Purple Tower Master. He greets her saying, "My dear Leon, did you come to see me?" She responded with clear annoyance. Then he asks who the guy next to her is, and she revealed that it's Count Palatio. Baruch then lightly bowed, saying, "You're the one from the rumors. Pleasure to meet you. I am Baruch, son of the Purple Tower Master." Alan greeted back. However, he inwardly admits he doesn't know who this dude is. Baruch then casually placed a hand on Leon's shoulder before leaving, promising that she would eventually warm up to him. Once he was gone, Leon warned Alan not to engage with Baruch, explaining that despite being a rank 4 mage, he had a reputation for stealing others' research to humiliate them. Alan acknowledged this, but privately noted that reaching rank 4 at such a young age was impressive, making him feel slightly jealous. Eventually, they reached the 38th floor, where the library was located. Leon left him there, reminding him to attend the presentation later. Inside, Alan was amazed by the sight of countless books, some even floating in mid-air. He reminded himself of his 2 objectives: to set all the clock needles to 12, and to locate a black book without a title or author which contained a hidden compartment. After searching, Alan found the book and reached inside, successfully retrieving the Ring of Radiance. The scene now shifted to the next day. After the presentation, Alan was informed that Baruch had challenged him to a friendly duel. Annoyed by yet another unexpected development, Alan could only react with frustration at the unfolding situation. Alan wonders why Baruch wants to fight him, suspecting it might be because of Leon, who had told him that Baruch keeps hitting on her and even brings up marriage. Soon after, Baruch approaches Alan with a smug attitude, addressing him as Count Palatio and expressing a desire to receive a few pointers from the great mage who helped take down an outer god. Meanwhile, Baruch internally reflects that he needed influence greater than simply being the Tower Master's son, and that he had just landed a big opportunity. He continues thinking about Alan's growing reputation, recalling his contribution to defeating an outer god, surviving Baba Yaga's ambush, and the rumors that even Panaya grovels before him. In Baruch's mind, Alan's reputation among mages has skyrocketed, but he dismisses it all as hype spread by fools who cannot gauge an opponent's true skill. Baruch judges Alan harshly, thinking that despite being only rank 3, Alan hides behind pride and lies, making him the perfect stepping stone. With that mindset, Baruch chuckles and provokes, saying, "Surely you aren't getting cold feet, are you?" Baruch frames the fight as merely a friendly duel and tries to bait Alan further. Hearing this, Alan becomes angry and recalls the saying that if someone messes with you for no reason, you should respond in kind without hesitation. Alan accepts the duel. Internally, he criticizes Baruch, that they say people act like they look. In Baruch's case, his personality is a complete dumpster fire. Both of them step forward and face each other for the duel. The host announces that lethal magic is strictly prohibited and instructs them to prepare themselves before beginning the match. Baruch wastes no time. Using his staff, he immediately tries to cast an attack toward Alan. In his thoughts, Baruch plans to end the fight quickly before Alan uses any pathetic skills. This way they won't know Alan is weak, and Baruch can trample his reputation and climb to the top. However, in the middle of his aggression, Baruch suddenly feels an unexpected coldness spreading around him and becomes confused. Looking down, he realizes his feet are encased in ice. Shock takes over as he realizes this is Alan's mana at work, specifically the technique called Glory of the Snowy Mountains. We then get a flashback. The disciple who got scolded by Panaya earlier informs to their master that Panaya has apologized to all the mages for her rude behavior. The old mage reacts with disbelief, grabbing the disciple by the shoulders and shaking him, convinced that such a thing is impossible. However, the disciple insists it is true, and explains that Pania apologized the moment she saw Count Palatio. This revelation adds to the growing rumors surrounding Alan. The old mage begins to wonder what kind of man Alan truly is, and decides he must see him for himself. Other mages nearby begin discussing Alan as well, judging that based on his presence, his rank does not seem particularly high. They note that his mana capacity appears small, and assume he must have spread false rumors about himself. Despite these doubts and prejudices, they move closer to watch the duel unfold. The old mage reflects that knowledge is essential in magic, but it becomes difficult if someone is born with a low mana capacity. Another group of mages continues doubting Alan, believing that everything about him will soon be exposed. But now in the present, their expectations are immediately overturned as soon as they witness Alan's manner in action. They are shocked. They realize that he is perfectly executing a triple combined magic, something even a rank 5 mage would struggle to manifest confidently. They are left in disbelief, unable to understand how someone of Alan's supposed rank could perform such a feat. Alan continues channeling his power, rotating his mana crystals, and unleashing a series of attacks toward Baruch. Baruch, overwhelmed, realizes he must act quickly to secure victory, so he tries to cast a deadly spell. The other mages are shocked that Baruch is using a lethal spell in a friendly duel. Meanwhile, Baruch grits his teeth and desperately tries to win, while Alan's ice magic hit him from all directions. Then the crowd watches in complete shock as Alan ultimately freezes Baruch entirely, leaving him immobilized and defeated. The host then announces that the winner of the duel is Count Palatio. After the duel, many mages gather around Alan, amazed by his mana control and techniques. They express admiration and curiosity, asking how he arranged such a complex array. Then the Green Tower mage apologizes, in case they are asking about a proprietary spell. One mage mentions recognizing hand-based catalysts, something he recalls from ancient texts. However, Alan casually states that he is only rank 3. The surrounding mages laugh in disbelief. They assume he is simply being humble and insist that such power cannot belong to someone of that rank. Sensing the growing attention and questions, Alan decides to leave. He mentions that he has things to do and bolts off. Later, as he successfully escaped their grasp, Alan finally allowed himself to relax. He then checked the item he's wearing, which is called Memory of the Black Eye. He's impressed that it's incredibly useful. As an enhanced memorizer, it can store one of the user's spells and manifest it with amplified power. The realization settled in his mind with growing clarity. When magic was used on frozen lands, a unique interaction occurred. He reflected on the technique known as the Glory of the Snowy Mountains. Normally, this ability consumed 3 out of his 5 daily magic slots, making it a costly spell to use. However, by combining it with the Ho-Gaftu ring and the black box, the limitations changed drastically. The amplification provided by these artifacts was immense. So much so that it allowed him to freely use all 5 of his magic slots without restriction. At that moment, Alan finally understood the true nature of the glory of the snowy mountains. It was not just a simple spell, but an effect that froze the surrounding air at the exact moment of manifestation, altering the environment itself in a precise and controlled way. As this understanding deepened, Alan recalled the words of a shadowy figure he had encountered before. That figure had told him that sentences were the keys to accessing the laws governing magic. The idea echoed in his mind. If one could truly understand and use the correct sentence, it might allow interference with the laws themselves rather than merely changing surface-level properties. This realization shifted his perspective. He acknowledged that he had previously treated such sentences like simple incantations, using them only as mana boosters. But now, the more he learned, the stronger his desire to explore became. Satisfied with his progress, Alan decided that he would rest for now and retrieve what he had prepared later that night. The scene now shifted to later. As night fell, Alan arrived at the 38th floor. Entering the library, the atmosphere was quiet, yet filled with an unseen presence. Suddenly, he heard a voice addressing him, acknowledging that he had arrived on time and suggesting that he had solved the riddle. Alan looked around, searching for the source of the voice, and replied that he came to solve more. The mysterious entity reacted with interest, noting that he had not panicked despite hearing her voice. Then above, a blue aura began to radiate the library. Alan could make out the silhouette of a girl. As he observed her, a realization struck him. He wondered if this was the very being who had inspired both fear and worship among those who disturbed the world. This figure was known as the Slayer, the Eternal Terror, and among mages she was called the Cup of the Primordial. She was the first human to reach such a rank since the age of the Forgotten Gods. It was Archmage Heinkel. The situation became tense in his mind. He understood that one wrong move could mean his instant death. He recalled how players in the game referred to Heinkel as the retry witch. To obtain her items, one had to choose the correct dialogue options. A single wrong choice would result in immediate death. By the third encounter, players could grow slightly closer to her. But even then, mistakes would only earn curses instead of death. Despite her terrifying reputation, players often teased her because of her childlike appearance. They even gave her another nickname, the Messy Milk Witch, due to how quickly she could eliminate them. As Alan focused on her, he felt an overwhelming pressure radiating from her presence. Instinctively, he prepared his defenses. He knew he could not afford to die instantly. However, something unexpected happened. As Heinkel observed Alan, she seemed to notice something that sent chills down her spine. She could sense a terrifying presence behind Alan. Alan now tried to begin the riddle game, but Heinkel began trembling unusually, horrified by something beyond comprehension. Seeing her clearly now, Alan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He wondered if this was because he was noticing things that had never appeared in the game before. He looked again carefully and realized something surprising. She was extremely short. She resembled a small child, and realized that her hat was the item which made her look big. As Alan observed her more closely, he noticed that Heinkel was crying. Fear overwhelmed her as she hurriedly offered him what he wanted. Before he could even process the situation, Heinkel ran toward him, handed over the box he had been seeking, and then immediately fled. Alan stood there confused. He reflected on how he had prepared his magic just in case things turned hostile. But something felt off. He realized that when Heinkel had looked at him, it seemed as though she had been staring at something behind him. He turned to check, but there was nothing there. Despite the confusion, Alan chose not to dwell on it too much. After all, he had obtained what he came for, and it had been far easier than expected. After the friendly duels came to an end, the presentations continued one after another throughout the conference. Alan made sure to attend as many magic roundtables as possible, realizing that learning directly from experts was far more efficient than trying to figure everything out alone. Unlike Alan, who specialized in mana control, Leon excelled at arranging magic sequences. Their discussions became incredibly enlightening, and the two exchanged knowledge constantly. Even while teaching, Leon kept doubting Alan's actual level, repeatedly questioning whether he was truly only a rank 3 mage. After hearing it for the 15th time, Alan could only sigh internally, while Lion awkwardly apologized again. He then began thinking about slowly attempting rank 4 magic, even if his current power still wasn't enough to fully handle it. As the conference reached its 4th day, Alan suddenly received an urgent report. News had spread that an outer god had appeared inside the Larthania labyrinth. According to the Information Guild, a strange mutation had begun spreading through the entire labyrinth about a week earlier. The moment Alan heard it, he immediately ordered Evan to send a letter because they would be leaving at once. Soon after, Alan departed from the tower and headed toward Larthania. Before leaving, Penia nervously came to see him off and asked if he's really leaving already. He affirmed, and she hurriedly says he's definitely a rank 3 mage. Alan is left confused. Then, as his carriage departed, she bowed and bid them a safe trip. Alan found himself confused by Penia's behavior. Despite coming all the way to personally see him off, she strangely didn't seem sad about his departure at all. The more he thought about her, the less he understood her personality. A few days later, Alan and Evan finally arrived at Larthania, the labyrinth city. When he got down in front of Rene's residence, he's surprised by what he sees. He wonders, is this actually Merida, which Rin owns? Evan was equally shocked by how prosperous it had become. Alan quickly realized a truth that transcended dimensions. Money was absolute power. He had already heard that magic item experts held enormous influence. But seeing Rene's residence with his own eyes made him finally understand why. The entire place was massive, overflowing with wealth and authority. Just then, Rene's assistant stopped them and asked whether they had a reservation. Evan quietly remarked that even entering required an appointment. Alan politely requested the guy to announce that Count Palatio had arrived, despite the sudden visit. The assistant internally exploded in frustration, thinking it was already the 325th person that day, claiming to be a close friend of the boss. Then he explained that without a reservation, the meeting fee alone would cost 3,000 gold coins. The price shocked Alan immediately. That amount was enough to buy an entire house. When he asked for the next available opening, the assistant casually informed him that he could squeeze them in around 10 months later. Before Alan or Evan could react further, someone threw a bag of gold coins to the guy and mocked Alan, asking what he's doing here when he doesn't even have money. We are now introduced to this fatty. He is Labard Claystone, son of the Lord of Larthania. Rinna's assistant is frustrated that this bastard had come again. He's just trash-acting high and mighty because of his father. The gates opened, and the fatty called them a bunch of bums. Evan and Alan hold back their anger. Just then, Rene walked out the gate, saying there's no point in entering. Labard immediately noticed her, and remarked normally she never came to meet him out. But before he could continue talking, Rene struck him in the stomach and told him to get lost. She then warmly greeted Alan, revealing that she had been waiting for him for a long time. The assistant quietly noted how polite and fair their boss always was, regardless of whether she dealt with a prince or a beggar. Labard, humiliated in front of everyone, furiously reminded Rena that he had close ties with the Council of Three and warned her that she would regret turning her back on him for outsiders like Alan and Evan. Rena ignored the threats completely and calmly invited Alan and Evan inside. Alan asks whether this would truly be okay, especially since he had heard the Lord of Larthania deeply favored his son. Rene simply reassured him not to worry because he probably would never see Labard again. Then she revealed that she received Alan's letter, and he inwardly feels strangely reassured by her claims of never seeing Labard again. Anyway, after entering, Alan and Rene were finally able to catch up peacefully despite the chaos outside. Sitting once again in the master's chair, Alan found the situation strangely nostalgic, as this was similar to the situation he faced with Deus. During their conversation, Alan became curious about why Rene always referred to him as patron. The other children usually called him benefactor or godfather, making her choice of title feel unusually formal. Rene calmly explained that patron was simply the title that suited him best. Hearing that answer made Alan quietly proud of her. Rene had always been serious and mature, and now she was clearly doing exceptionally well for herself. Eventually, Alan brought up the true reason for his visit. He explained that he had realized influence was necessary if he wanted to move forward. Because of that, he wanted Rene's help in allowing him to join the strike force formed to deal with the outer god. Rene confirmed that a task force had indeed recently been assembled. Alan hesitated slightly, worrying that the incident with Labard earlier might complicate things for her. Rene immediately dismissed the concern and questioned whether Alan was truly that worried about the Lord's son. Alan clarified that he simply didn't want to create unnecessary trouble for her. Rin reassured him once again, confidently, stating that she could fulfill exactly what he requested. Relieved, Alan thanked her sincerely. Rin then advised both Alan and Evan to get some rest after their long journey and personally showed them to their rooms before leaving. Once alone, Evan commented on how mature Rina had become. Alan agreed, noting that she definitely carried the aura of someone who always ranked at the top of her class. Later at night, lying on the bed, Alan felt relieved that Rina was willing to help. However, he still couldn't ignore the lingering uneasiness from the recent incident in the north. Deciding he needed a clear head, he planned to rest briefly before reviewing everything carefully. By noon, Alan was still asleep until Evan woke him up. No matter how much he rested, the exhaustion still lingered heavily in his body. The two eventually headed toward the dining hall where Rina was already waiting for them. While they ate, Rina casually revealed that she had already handled Alan's request from the previous day. The strike force was meeting today, and they should head there soon. Alan was surprised by how quickly everything had been arranged. Rinny then calmly added that Alan also no longer needed to worry about Labard Claystone, because she had disposed him cleanly. Alan calmly says, "I see. Good work. I knew you would," but then he froze in shock as it hit him. Labard might have been nothing more than a cancer within Larthania. But he was still the Lord's son. Every side quest connected to Larthania had pointed toward Labard as the mastermind behind horrific incidents like the massacre on the 30th floor, the Abyss body monster, and the biological experiments involving chimeras. Even so, assassinating someone who practically ruled the city like royalty was an entirely different matter. Trying to remain calm, Alan seriously asked Rina why she had killed him. Rina answered casually while continuing her meal. Labard had made Alan uncomfortable, and leaving him alive would only prolong that discomfort. She also assured Alan that he didn't need to worry about the Council of Three either. Hearing that explanation only deepened Alan's concerns. Rina had always been one of the seeds destined to give rise to the sins. But even considering that, this felt excessive. What confused him even more was how a magic item expert like Rini had managed to eliminate Labard and all his mercenaries so easily. Sensing Alan's silence, Rinny asked whether there was still a problem. She even seemed slightly disappointed, as if she was willing to go even further if necessary. Realizing her reaction, Alan quickly clarified that he was only worried about her safety. That answer immediately eased her expression. She calmly assured him once more that everything had already been handled perfectly. Watching her speak so naturally about murder made Alan fully realize just how different their ways of thinking truly were. Even so, he still thanked her sincerely and told her not to be upset. Rinny immediately denied that she had been upset at all. Alan insisted that she was clearly upset, but Rinny continued rejecting the idea completely. Deep down, Alan started wondering if she was simply embarrassed and trying to hide it. Even so, Alan calmly warned her to avoid placing herself in dangerous situations. He reminded her that it would be tragic to lose everything she had worked so hard to build over the years. Rinny quietly acknowledged his word, that she fully understood what he expected from her as her patron. Then she stood up saying, "Patron, since you are here, I would like to show you the Eye of the Stalker." Soon after, Rinne presented the artifact to Alan, and proudly explained that the number of black marks had continued increasing without any issues. The moment Alan heard that, his thoughts immediately raced. He recalled the strange rumors about black marks boosting the power of artifacts. Until now, he had always believed the Eye of the Stalker was nothing more than a basic appraisal artifact, with no special history behind it. The true ability of the item then became clear in his mind. The artifact allowed the identification of weak mana artifacts and greatly assisted in their appraisal. That realization shocked Alan completely. He finally understood why Rinne's shop, Merde, had become so successful and why she had always treated him so kindly. Despite his surprise, Alan forced himself to remain calm and act natural. He casually commented that she was putting the artifact to very good use. Rin then explained that once the number of marks passed 400, the process had slowed down slightly. Even so, she firmly believed they would be able to obtain every single one within only a few years. Alan listened carefully while silently wondering what exactly she was talking about. After finishing her detailed progress report, Ryan politely guided Alan toward the meeting room. Soon enough, he found himself standing before the strike force, assembled against the outer god. The atmosphere immediately turned hostile. "My arm, the leader of the Antiquity Tracker Guild and ranked fourth among the 5 great guilds, suddenly pointed directly at Alan and demanded that everyone stop. She openly questioned whether they were seriously planning to bring someone like him along. In her eyes, Alan's reputation was nothing more than empty rumors and exaggerated stories. At the same time, Maverick, the chief of the Nomadic Lands Guild and third among the 5 great guilds, coldly declared that there was no reason to listen to Alan at all. Nearby, Hyman, the leader of the Acadia Guild and second among the 5 great guilds, stared at Alan with visible disgust. Argonia, the leader of the Kalamadra Guild and the strongest among all 5 great guilds, showed the very same reaction. Without warning, Mayam suddenly pulled out her dagger and lunged toward Alan aggressively. She ordered him to stop meddling in matters where he did not belong and tells him to simply return home quietly. Alan remained calm on the surface, but internally he understood the situation perfectly. These people were mercenaries who valued strength above everything else, so he had expected resistance from them. However, even he had not anticipated such openly hostile treatment. At that moment, Alan realized there was only one way to change their opinion of him. He would have to prove his worth through strength alone. With that determination hardening inside him, Alan finally began activating his mana. Alan now stands surrounded by his own icy magic. He had 2 main reasons for wanting to join the strike force. His first reason was that he knew from experience that traditional military forces would be useless against an outer god. And his second reason, he needed some heavy-hitting mercenaries to pull off the plan he had in mind. But convincing them was proving to be a challenge. Alan had freezed Mayam before she even could do anything. The furious guild leader, Maverick, challenges him, asking if he's looking for a fight. Alan's expression remains as cold as the air around him. He calmly points out that they were the ones who started it. Maverick doesn't take kindly to that, charging forward with his sword raised as shards of ice erupt from the floor. Alan's internal monologue betrays his cool exterior. He panics, thinking he might have overdone it, and that his heart can't take the stress. The other guild leaders draw their weapons as the situation becomes extremely volatile. But just as the chaos is about to peak, Alan does the unexpected. He casually takes a seat, looking down on them. With complete composure, he asks if they can finally talk now. The mercenaries are stunned by his sheer audacity. Alan thinks to himself that his confidence wasn't a bluff. He remembered this exact situation from the game, a hidden quest he knew by heart. He knew everything hinged on one person. If Argonia accepted him, the fight would be over before it even began. Argonia studies Alan with her piercing green eyes. Then her voice cuts through the tension like a blade, ordering everyone to stop. Maverick's sword halts just inches from Alan. He turns to Argonia, demanding to know why she wants them to stop. She simply states the obvious. They were the ones who underestimated Alan and disrespected him first. Maverick reluctantly sheathes his weapon. With the confrontation diffused, Alan gets down to business, asking when they plans to enter the labyrinth. Argonia proposes they start in 2 days and continue the meeting tomorrow. As Alan leaves the room, the other mercenaries watch him go. The moment he's out of sight, Alan's composure shatters. Clutching his chest, he vows to never pull a stunt that risky again. Back in the meeting room, Maverick fumes, asking Argonia why she let that pretentious snob get his way. Hyman pushes Maverick back, telling him he has no idea what he's talking about. Argonia just saved his life. Maverick is utterly baffled. Argonia struggles to explain, but says that if Alan's attack had actually connected, Maverick would have died instantly. Argonia's mind flashes back to a memory, a warning from her mother, that one day, if a black eye appears in the sky, she must ignore it at all costs. And if she succeeded, it's best to erase it from her memory. She should never forget that under no circumstances must she meet the gaze of he whose caliber surpasses all. That was the only warning her mother left her hundreds of years ago. Argonia wonders who Alan really is. The next day, the meeting is a completely different story. To his astonishment, everyone unanimously agrees to his plan. Everything is decided in no time at all. As they leave, Renee comments to Alan that she's surprised it went so smoothly. He inwardly notes that even Miaom, who was ready to pounce on him yesterday, is now quietly licking her thumb, seemingly subdued. The scene now shifted to a few days later. The preparations are complete. The strike force entered Lartania Labyrinth and began their descent. a formidable group of elite mercenaries carving a path through the hordes of monsters. The sheer number and strength of the monsters make Alan glad he joined such a powerful team. He would have been overwhelmed if he had went alone. As they navigate a dimly lit corridor, Miam playfully gets right up in his face, asking if he has some sort of problem with beast folk. Alan said he did not, and that freezing her had nothing to do with discrimination. Miam said that was a relief, then suddenly asked if he would be interested in sleeping with her. Alan froze. Miam explained that this was already their third meeting, and that she had recognized his strength. Alan remembered that her tribe revered power above all else. He then declined her proposal. Miam stretched her body while saying, "Is that so? What a shame. My heart was racing when you cast your spell. If you change your mind, let me know. I can be very persuasive, you know." As she walked away, Rinny appeared behind Alan and asked if she should take care of it, saying Miam had spoken rudely to him. Alan immediately told her there was no need. A day later, the group reached the 4th floor, but frustration spread because they still had not found the foreign entity. Tired, Alan realized reality was nothing like the game. Moving as a large group was slow, there were no shortcuts, and monsters kept attacking from every direction. Soon Argonia announced they were close to the 5th floor. Alan saw a massive glowing portal ahead, and the group finally entered the 5th floor. Rinne explained that it was a safe zone, so it was relatively peaceful. Argonia ordered everyone to rest briefly and prepare. Maverick watched Alan, still unimpressed. To him, Alan looked like someone already tired just from walking. Then Maverick noticed something strange. The noise had vanished. He turned and saw the mercenaries frozen in place like dolls. A moment later, their bodies collapsed one by one, blood spreading across the grass and ruins. Maverick and Mayam looked in disbelief as standing before the corpses was a goblin. The creature asked who had given permission to meet its eyes. It slowly raised its finger toward him, marking him for death. Just then, Alan's ice magic shot towards the creature, saving the remaining mercenaries. Alan calls out to snap Maverick out of it, telling him to get a hold of himself. The outer god broke through the glazer and lets out a condescending laugh. He finds Alan's ice technique interesting for a miserable human. Alan muttered the name Kairos. The creature seems genuinely surprised that this human knows his name. The smug demon strikes a pose. Clearly enjoying the attention, he calls Alan a charming little man. Alan's mind races, recalling every detail about him. He inwardly says, Kairos was once a mere insignificant being hungry for knowledge, until the day he opened his eyes to the laws. He is the king of all demons, who nearly reached the caliber of the gods through his own efforts. According to the report, it should have taken him at least 3 days to get here. So what the hell is he doing here? Kairos announces that he's in a good mood, and since these insects are with Alan, he'll show them some mercy. He gives them an ultimatum. Leave now and their lives will be spared, but Alan has no intention of backing down. He gives the orders to prepare for battle. The mercenaries draw their weapons. Alan is confident that this time the mercenaries are well prepared and the stabilization phase isn't very advanced, so they have a fighting chance. Kairos perches atop a massive pillar, looking down on them with amusement. If they're that desperate for punishment, then he shall graciously grant their wish. He launched an attack towards the crowd. The attack tore through the landscape, shattering the ancient ruins and turning the tranquil safe zone into a chaotic battlefield. But the elite strike force isn't so easily defeated. Maverick and Argonia leap forward, swords glinting as they meet the colossal wave of energy head-on. Their swords cut through his magic, and Kairos is amused that they are using a sword of dissipation. Alan feels confident, as the sword works against the magic of an outer god that hasn't fully manifested yet. He feels glad for coming prepared. The others press the attack. Heman launches his own spells, while Miam lets loose a volley of enchanted arrows. Kairos weaves through the assault with impossible grace and summons goblins to tank the arrow attacks. Alan knows they're running out of time. If they want any chance of winning, they have to seize the initiative now. He begins to chant a complex multi-stage incantation. He unleashes the full might of his ice magic, calling upon the snowflake formation, the glory of the snowy mountains and blind man's fatality, forging a massive spear of pure ice. At the same time, Rin joined in. Her grimoire glows with an ethereal green light as she begins her own spell. She summons massive ethereal chains, each one imbued with potent binding magic. The chains surge forward, wrapping around the area of Kairos, so he can't escape. With the outer god restrained, Alan's massive ice crystal halberd hurtles towards Kairos. The mercenaries watch in anticipation as the projectile neared Kairos. Alan watches with determination, convinced that this attack will at the very least give the outer god the scare of his life. But Kairos doesn't even flinch. He simply raises a hand to meet the attack. With just 2 fingers, he prepares to stop the full force of Alan's ultimate spell. With a deafening crack, the ice spear and the chains shattered into pieces. A smug grin spreads across his face. He taunts Alan, telling the little insect that he missed. Alan's became horrified, as he can't believe his most powerful attack was nullified so easily. Kairos then says, "Just as I expected. You still don't understand a thing, but I like the atmosphere here. So I'll play with you a little longer. In my current state, it might not be perfect, but it should still be entertaining." He then utters a single chilling word. Release. A torrent of dark, malevolent energy erupts as shadowy tendrils fill the air. A second command echoes across the battlefield. Quake. Seeing Kairos is standing still, Maverick and Argonia quickly moves forward to attack. Miam fires fire arrow, while Hyman launches a swirling vortex of magic. Kairos is caught in the full force of the strike team. But he doesn't flinch, and the third word of his spell rings out. Expansion. A blinding, sickly green light expands outwards, engulfing the entire safe zone in its destructive embrace. The mercenaries are ripped apart before they could even do anything. With a sadistic grin, Kairos completes his incantation, unleashing the final terrifying technique, the Way of the Anonymous. A brilliant world-ending flash of light consumes everything, and Kairos stood alone at the epicenter of the massive crater. Maverick and Argonia had imploded into extinction, and their blood draped the surroundings. Hyman is confused by what he witnessed, and Kairos launched an attack towards the noisy insect, but Hyman ducked and dodged it. However, Kairos, with amusement, asks whether he can dodge when it comes from above. In an instant, he appeared above him, and Miam witnessed Hyman getting cleaved in half. She screamed her companion's name in horror and rushed at him, but Kairos swiftly delivered a crushing kick, sending her crashing into the wall. He had killed all the insects which were sent to eliminate him. Kairos now turns back to Alan with a condescending smile on his face. He admits he has high hopes for him and asks what other tricks he has to keep him amused. Alan stands in stunned silence, his mind reeling from the sheer, overwhelming power gap. He realizes this is the worst-case scenario. Kairos can use the magic he has never seen. He can even use the ritual gestures and incantations like him too. The difference isn't just in skill, but in information preparation and raw godlike power. The ground around Alan is littered with empty mana potion vials. He's pushed himself to the brink. With no other choice, Alan pushes his magic to its absolute limits. Preparing for one last stand, he casts a defensive spell. A massive shield composed of rotating ice crystals materializes, deflecting a barrage of Kairos's attacks. For a fleeting moment, Alan feels a flicker of hope. He then asks Rina to help him, and she does so by channeling the magical chains towards Kairos. But even as Alan defends, he knows Kairos is just toying with him, watching their desperate struggle with the detached amusement of a cat watching a mouse. So he grits his teeth and defends again and again. Alan had used up a lot of mana portions, and now the side effects are starting to kick in. Suddenly, Kairos is right in front of him. Alan quickly gives Rinny the signal. At his command, Rinna's magical chains once again erupt, shooting towards the outer god. Her face is a mask of fierce determination as she puts every last ounce of her power into the binding spell. Meanwhile, Alan begins a new frantic incantation. He knows he only has one constraint left on his power. He needs one more constraint to twist the very laws of this world. Spitting blood, he pushes through the pain. He knows even that won't be enough. He needs a miracle, a one-shot kill. He remembers Kairos's voice, dripping with condescension, as he told Alan that he still doesn't understand a thing. Alan also remembers the mysterious figure's word from before who lectured him, explaining that in this world there are phrases, principles, and self-expression. Out of everything Alan had experienced, he wonders what is it that could surpass principle. Clutching his head in agony, he pushes past his limits, seeking a breakthrough, a way to reach the next stage of power. In a flash of insight, he receives a mudra. He understands now. Confusion and awakening are one and the same. As if responding to his epiphany, a shimmering ice construct begins to take shape before him. For the first time, Kairos looks genuinely surprised, his smug demeanor replaced by a look of shock. Rene's chain sees the opportunity, wrapping around the distracted outer god and binding his surroundings. Finding it annoying, Kairos unleashes an attack towards her, shattering the chains instantly, and was heading right at Rene's heart. In a blur of motion, Alan quickly pulled her away, resulting his shoulder to be grazed by the attack. Without wavering, he got back to casting, and the moment he had formed the Bodhasri sign, something incredible happened. The massive ice spear he had created earlier began to reform, twisting and changing into a new intricate shape, a snowflake-like key. The key inserts itself into a massive invisible lock in the fabric of reality, turning with a resounding click. And when the key turned, Alan's true power was finally unleashed. His ultimate spell, Ice Crystal Halberd. A cataclysmic explosion of frigid energy erupts from when Ki finally reaches it, turning endpoint. In an instant, Kairos was frozen, transforming the zone into a silent, glittering glacier. Alan now looks upon his creation, his own hand now crystalline, finally understanding the true meaning of self-expression. But this absolute power only holds the outer god for a mere 6 seconds before the immense glacier begins to crack and shatter. Coughing blood, Alan seems calm as his goal is accomplished. From within the ice, Kairos emerges, not angered, but with an amused smirk on his face. His body is heavily damaged, and he gives excuses saying, "It seems I have been hit. What a weak and contemptible body. Had I properly manifested myself, I would have easily blocked such an expression." Alan then cuts him off, saying that his excuses are meaningless. With a final condescending smile, the outer god accepts his defeat and dissipates into particles of light. As the ice vanishes, the hellscape reverts to a tranquil field. The devastating battle is finally over. The victory came at a great cost, however, as Alan, his body pushed far beyond its limits, finally collapses to the ground. The scene now shifted to later. As he's unconscious, he hears a mysterious female voice, promising that she will always be there for him. Her ethereal form reaches out to him before his world fades completely. Her figure looks similar to Utia. Alan's head throbs with pain as he slowly drifts back to the waking world. He finds himself on a bed in the Strike Force's camp, his body completely spent. He's heavily bandaged and can barely feel a thing. He thinks to himself that it could have been worse, and that he'll be back on his feet with a bit of patience. However, the mana toxicity from chugging so many potions has ravaged his system, a dangerous condition that could cause permanent damage, or even death. Just then, Rina pulls back the curtain to his tent. She informs him that he's been unconscious for an entire day, and asks how he's feeling. He learns that while Miaum is recovering quickly, Argonia is still hovering between life and death. Alan is surprised that Argonia survived that attack, and thinks that it's due to her being a half-dragon. Rinny then sits by his bedside, her expression troubled. She finally asks the question that's been weighing on her mind. Why did he save her? Alan is caught completely off guard by her sudden question. The shock and the strain on his injured body send him into a violent coughing fit. Rinny's eyes are filled with a grim conviction as she presses on with her point. She tells him she was useless in the fight, and by saving her, he put his own life and their mission in jeopardy. She can't understand why he would make such a reckless sacrifice, even if he still needed her for her Eye of the Stalker completion. Alan is utterly flabbergasted, waving his hands in protest. He can't believe that's what she's been thinking this entire time. In his mind, he despairs, wondering why everyone he saves seems to think he's only doing it to exploit them. He laments to himself, asking if he truly has the face of a villain. Turning back to her, he tries to clear up the misunderstanding. He tells her plainly that he didn't take her and the others in just to use them. He considers all of them to be his family. Rinna is stunned into silence, the word family catching her completely by surprise. He explains that their bond isn't based on necessity or self-interest, and it's not a one-way street. To lighten the mood, he adds that if she really feels like she owes him, she can just wish him a happy birthday when the time comes. Rinna remains silent while inwardly saying, "I thought I was just a tool he raised in order to deal with the black things." Then with a blush she says to him, "I understand, Godfather." Alan doesn't understand that he just now made Rin into a yandere. He just thinks that everything is cleared up now. The scene now shifted to 5 days later. Alan had recovered enough to move around. He notes that this labyrinth has no night. It's always sunny. He then asked Argonia whether she can move now, and she affirmed. They then left the labyrinth after 3 more days. But when Alan returned to Rinne's mansion, Evan was shocked at the two's condition and scolded Alan for not allowing him to join their expedition. Alan thinks that it's better this way, otherwise Evan would have been in danger. Anyway, after spending some time in her mansion, the news about their heroism had spread through the whole region. Alan decided to leave and bid Rinne farewell. Before he leaves, Rinne shyly asks when his birthday is. He revealed that it's September 20th. Last month was September. Rinne says she'll remember it. As he got in the carriage, Evan asked whether he's excited about his birthday next year, and Alan just says he already gets plenty of gifts. Evan cheers that it's a different story if the kids are celebrating it. Alan nonchalantly says he's not expecting much. However, he inwardly hopes she might send him at least a small artifact. Meanwhile, as his carriage left, Rinne mutters, "So I have a family, too." Then, given that the Great Moon is a fundamental different being from us, our faith and reverence for him is given. And I believed his victory would be only natural as well. However, he himself acknowledged that I could approach what had been merely another word to me, family. And Godfather became not just a symbol of respect, but a description of our relationship. Rinne then stood in front of a mirror, and with a yandere look, mutters that it's so nice. A birthday gift for the one that recognized her as his family, she wonders what would be good. Then she turned, observing the Lord's castle. She decides to gift that as a present to Alan. Anyway, as summer passed by the Palladio territory, winter came upon it. After focusing on his recovery, his poisoning symptoms had improved, and he'd been caught up on piles of territory work as well as replying to Utia's letters. Just then Evan enters, complaining about the blizzard outside, and hands Alan a package that's arrived from the Altia Duce. Alan activated the magic orb, and the smiling face of Duchess Altia appears, ready to give her report. Alan, now a faction leader himself, still finds it awkward having a duchess report to him like an underling. She gets straight to the point, confirming that their faction, Cal, is doing well, and she's also taking care of that other matter he mentioned. She smugly reports that, as of the previous day, Cal has taken complete and total control of Asteria's underworld. Alan is completely shocked, blurting out that he never asked for anything like that. He vaguely recalls an offhanded comment he once made about needing to bring order to the kingdom's underworld. Bro is stunned that she actually followed through on his casual remark. He just replies that she did well. The Duchess explains that since he'd already eliminated the heads of the royalist and aristocrat factions, the task was made much easier. Alan internally screams that he didn't do anything of the sort. That was all her doing. But Alan doesn't know that Utia was the one behind it. Anyway, once the report concluded, Duchess Altia bids him farewell and her image fades from the crystal ball. Alan sits in stunned silence, processing the fact that he's gone from leader of a villainous faction to king of the underworld overnight without lifting a single finger. As he despairs over this absurd development, his eyes fall upon a red, wax-sealed letter on his table. It's a formal invitation to the royal banquet. The event is being held for the first time in 5 years, and by Her Majesty the Queen's personal decree. Count Palacio's presence is required. A royal messenger had present the formal invitation with a deep, reverent bow. Overwhelmed by this latest turn of events, Alan can only clutch his face and cry. All he ever wanted was to live his quiet, noble life in peace. The scene now shifted back to the 5th floor of the labyrinth, where the battle took place. A mysterious cloaked figure walks across the field. He stopped to observe a massive, intricate magic circle, etched into the ground, a remnant of Alan's power. Impressed, the figure lets out a smirk, wondering if Alan will be able to hold his own in their next encounter. Folks, I think this entity is the one speeding the process of the Outer God's arrival. Anyway, the scene now returned to Alan. He contemplates the 2 items that have thoroughly ruined his peace, a communication crystal and a royal invitation. He sighed, suspecting the Queen's summons is directly related to the growing influence of his Cal faction. Alan inwardly complied his thoughts. Asteria's 8th monarch is Cian Critenia. As a bearer of the Golden Archives, an ability passed through the royal bloodline, she possesses the ability to inherit information like game data, allowing one to pass down their strength to the next generation, and the existence of this ability itself is a powerful symbol of royal authority. When the 5 great sins appear on Asteria, She briefly enters the player's party and displays incredible power. Alan wonders whether that queen is actually going to make a move on him over dealings in the underworld. In the game, she was popular enough that there were memes of her being a guardian dragon. She was a lazy woman who didn't usually care about stuff like these. Alan then laid back saying, "It might not be too bad. If this incident happens to lower the power of the Cal faction, he will have less work." Alan now thinks of a plan to upset the queen, so it will cause friction and make him have less power, which would result in a laid-back life. Alan sighs of relief that he's essentially a bystander, so he should be fine. It's not like he's challenging royal authority. Later, the scene shifted to the forest, where the real protagonist killed an agent. A different agent kicked the man's body, realizing that he's dead, and his neck seems twisted. He remembered Carmine throwing a tantrum that the agent he sent didn't come back yet, and he questions their reputation, asking whether they are looking down on him. The agent bowed, saying he will quickly go and confirm the situation. However, he inwardly fumes that he's going to end up being a scapegoat. Now in the present, the subordinate's body suddenly dissolves into a puff of blue energy. The assassin realizes this is a powerful anti-decomposition spell, which was used to preserve the body, so they will find and realize that they shouldn't mess with him. He grimaces, knowing his boss will be furious that their agency's 100% success rate has been broken. He wonders if the rumors about the Count's influence are true. To find out, he decides to seek out the person who knows Alan best. With a burst of speed, he takes off into the night. The scene now shifted to Caliburn. As Deus was walking down the hallway, he stopped and calmly points out the assassin's presence. Surprised, the assassin launches forward with his scythe, ready to attack. He demands Deus tell him everything he knows about Count Palacio. The assassin smirks, confident that whether Count Palacio is benefactor or not, even he will crack when his life is on the line. But just as he's about to issue a final threat, he noticed a razor-sharp thread, and it was dripping with ketchup. He then heard several movements above, and as he looked up, he saw the corpses of the other agents which were sent to investigate. They have all been struck with their own weapons. He realized that Deus is not just a swordsman, he can use puppeteering too. Deus calmly asks if he is also a part of those agents. Then threads constrict, wrapping tightly around the assassin's limbs and neck. The threads then shifted, moving his own weapon towards his neck, ending the assassin. As Deus controlled his puppeteering, he coldly says, "How dare you utter such things in my presence?" The scene now shifted to Radon. He was in the meeting with the others, while clutching his head in frustration as the ladies fight over the great moon. Seolrang again declares that she will marry Alan, and Utia retorts that they are his shadows. Seolrang then complains to Rine that Utia is being unfair. Rine calmly states that Utia has served the great moon far longer, asserting her own seniority. So Utia tells Seolrang to quiet down, and Seolrang is flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Radon feels something unusual. Rina is going out her way to calm down things. Rina then addresses Utia, who currently handles all correspondence with their master. Utia asks what she wants. In a series of polite but firm messages, Rina insists on reporting matters concerning her tracker eye to Alan personally. Utia pushes back, but Rina stands her ground, adding with a sweet smile that she has her own news to give him as well. Radon and Seolrang are stunned to see the usually stoic Rina smiling so warmly, while Utia looks on with suspicion. Rina simply dismisses it, saying she just thought of something amusing, leaving the others completely confused. Their bickering is interrupted by the arrival of Deus, his uniform still stained with blood. Wasting no time, he gets straight to the point. An organization called the Agents is after their master. Utia's expression hardens instantly. She demands an explanation. Deus reports that there were 15 agents in total, but he's already taken care of 3. The mood in the room turns deadly serious. He tells them that he had located some of the remaining agents. The Sins are now united in a single chilling purpose. They must kill them all right now. However, Radon, ever the strategist, urges caution, suggesting they gather information first. His rational approach is met with immediate suspicion and hostility. They all question if he's a traitor for not wanting to eliminate the threat instantly. Stammering, Radon tries to explain the need for a full picture, but he's met with intense glare. Defeated, he gives in, agreeing to take action first. Utia confirms that they will take action immediately and resume their meeting once Alan is safe. The four most devoted followers of the Great Moon prepare to hunt down those who would dare threaten him. Meanwhile, Radon sighs, saying, "Geez, calling me a traitor is going too far. I'd never betray him. He gave me the opportunity to claim power and revenge. My loyalty to him is clear and certain. It's just that you guys are absolutely fanatical in your devotion." The scene now shifts to Teria, the capital of Asteria, where a carriage pulls up to the royal palace. Alan steps out with Evan, who salutes and says he will wait for him. Evan sighs, knowing this is going to be another social ordeal for his master. As Alan walks toward the palace, he's immediately swarmed by nobles, as if they were waiting for him. Evan chuckles that Alan's days of being ostracized are long gone. In the past, he and Evan would be completely ignored at such events. Now, Alan sweats nervously, thinking this new popularity isn't necessarily a good thing. He's being dragged along by the crowd, feeling like he's being set up to challenge the Queen's authority. However, he realizes that this will help him. If they all get lectured together by the Queen and bow their heads together, then his tug-of-war plan might be more effective. Anyway, once he reaches the Grand Throne Room, the golden light is almost blinding. The palace is indeed impressive, but Alan has no time to admire it. He can feel the eyes of the royalist and aristocrat factions on him, whispering and scheming. Alan knows that they tagged along because they think the Cal faction will be reprimanded by the Queen. Anyway, he decides to calm down, since all he has to do is get lectured and act submissive. He then comes to a stop before the throne, flanked by loyal followers, and gives a deep formal bow. From her throne, Queen Cian Cretinia looks down and commands him to rise his head, and asks whether he's the current Count of Palacio. Alan respectfully confirmed his identity, while the others were delighted that finally that damn Cal faction is going to be reprimanded. The Queen observes him for a long moment, a thoughtful expression on her face. Then she makes a declaration that shatters everyone's expectations. She bestowed Alan with the title of Marquis. Damn, bro wanted to get reprimanded, but instead got promoted. Alan stands frozen in shock. The Queen states that this promotion is his reward for cleaning up the rotting underworld of Asteria. Alan processes the situation. He wonders if her actions mean she is actively helping the Cal faction, noting that she previously showed no interest in running the country. He thinks that cleaning up the underworld doesn't warrant a promotion to Marquis. He questions if she is flexing her power to show she can crush him whenever she wants. Then the Queen steps forward and commands him to raise his head. He quietly complies. Then, catching him completely off guard, she gently pokes his cheek and tells him to smile a little, remarking that it suits him much better than the cold expression he always wears. She concludes the interaction by telling him to enjoy the banquet and walks away as the large doors close behind her. The nobles congratulate Alan, while he wonders whether the Queen actually smiled. Kalia expresses disbelief that even the Queen favors him. Altia remarks that Alan is truly incredible. Meanwhile, Marquis Philboyd grits his teeth and asks what kind of scheme Palladio pulled. The scene now shifts to the slums of the Ashutalon Kingdom. Philboyd walks down a narrow alleyway while shouting, "Nothing can stop me now. Despite even kneeling before him, I was tortured for a month in the Holy Kingdom. And despite not suffering the same fate as Rimgrave, I have lost all authority. I eagerly awaited the day you would be reprimanded for having grown your faction to such a degree. And yet even the Queen has acknowledged him." Philboyd now approaches a door, and the guard asks for the password. He whispers it, and is told the boss is in the back. Philboyd enters the room and finds a woman with cat ears standing with her foot on a dead beastkin body. Philboyd is shocked and wonders if she is the boss, recalling rumors of a bloodthirsty beastkin who desecrates corpses. Sealrang notices him and asks who he is. He explains that he has come to commission Count Palatio's assassination, offering to pay whatever price they demand. Sealrang responds with mild curiosity, and then, without warning, she tosses a severed head toward him, revealing that he's the actual boss he should be asking the request from. The horrifying sight instantly drains the color from Philboyd's face, and with a terrified scream he ran out of the room. The guards noticed the commotion and instantly began investigating. Sealrang sighs at the mess and began hunting them down. Now Philboyd was the only one left. Desperate to survive, he tries to use his noble status as leverage, claiming to be a Marquis of the Asteria Kingdom. He frantically begs for mercy and promises a massive reward if she simply lets him go. Unfazed, Sealrang asks, "Why did he say that then?" Confused, Philboyd asks what she means. She responds, "Why did you ask to have my benefactor?" "No, my husband. We'll be married soon after all." Phil Boyd still doesn't understand her vague reply. Without wasting time, she ended him, declaring that not a single person may lay their hands on her benefactor. Meanwhile, far away from that massacre, Altia and Kalia continued staring at Alan's strange behavior. Bro was tasting all the desert, as he needs to survive for the next week. Soon after, Alan finally began returning home. During the journey, his thoughts drifted back toward the Queen's strange behavior. No matter how much he thought about it, he still could not understand her attitude. As the carriage continued moving forward, Evan accidentally addressed Alan using his old count title before quickly correcting himself, after remembering that Alan had now become a marquis. Alan immediately told him once again to call him whatever he wanted, since the official ceremony had not happened yet. Evan pointed out the carriage, asking is that the forest he was looking for. Alan recognized the location immediately, as it was Atla, a land of grass and desert. Alan affirmed to Evan that since it's close to Colony, they should stop by the forest first. However, his thoughts soon became increasingly complicated. After defeating Kairos, he now needed to return to the ruins in Colony. He also needed to travel to Raxus in order to reactivate the item Heinkel gave him. On top of all that, he had suddenly received the title of Marquis for cleaning up the underworld. Alan realized he needed to prepare himself carefully, especially if the Bone Eater within the Empire became involved. His thoughts then shifted towards Psychedelia and Calypsophobia, two games that both took place across the continent of Ampelin. Although both games had been created by the same development team and occurred simultaneously, their worlds were so separated that they shared almost no common elements. Alan remembered that he had dropped Calypso very early, meaning he barely knew anything about its storyline. Still, he quietly hoped that the changes happening in this world would not trigger a butterfly effect within Calypso's story. In the end, he convinced himself that the protagonist within the Western Empire would probably handle everything. Eventually, Evan stepped out of the carriage and informed Alan that the rest of the journey would have to be completed on foot. At that moment, Alan prepared himself mentally, deciding that it was finally time to lure out the nearest threat, the agents. As Alan approached the hideout, he carefully recalled the original method for entering the cave. According to his memories, all he needed to do was recite a specific incantation while stepping inside. Even so, seeing a real boss zone with his own eyes sent chills down his spine. Back in the game, people used to call the agent leader the Spine Splitter, while constantly throwing insults at him. Still, Alan convinced himself that everything would work as long as he followed the original plan. After arriving at the entrance, he attempted to call upon Al-Kamail, the leader of the agency, while reciting the protocol exactly as he remembered it. However, before he could properly finish the incantation and request a favor, Alan abruptly paused. Evan noted that this place is in shambles. At that moment, the story shifted several hours into the past. Earlier that day, Utia had personally arrived before Al-Kamail, the leader of the agency and the strongest elite assassin group in existence. Al-Kamail asks whether she just said that she had come to kill him. Clad in a black ceremonial robe embroidered with red, Utia held in one hand a staff that emitted a chillingly eerie red glow. Al-Kamail scoffs, saying, "This is new. It seems that secluding myself while awaiting the will of the Seeker has led others to look down on me." Meanwhile, he inwardly rages. "How dare you against I, the man that has brought destruction and carnage, who has beheaded many that gained fame through their strength over 300 years. Drawing his sword, he lunged at her, saying he can finally have some entertainment after so long. Then dozens of tendrils emerged from the black space behind Utia and headed right towards him. Al-Kamail suddenly began coughing. He fell to his knees, was confused. He realized that his perception was caught in an endless loop. Even though he became aware of it, his thoughts couldn't process. The same thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Terror, despair, futility, fear. The horrifying mixture of emotions constantly drove Al-Kamail into a pit of hellish agony. He managed to mutter a single sentence. Why is this happening to him? Utia coldly replies that this is the crime of daring to lay a hand on that man, which is a grave one indeed. She then delivered judgment. The black tendrils seized Al-Kamail and began dragging him into the black rift. Desperately, Al-Kamail tried to resist, but the tendrils devoured him, and a deafening crunch sound echoed. The tendrils devoured his entire corpse. Watching this, Utia was bored, and remarked that such an easy death was far too gentle for him. She even stated that he should feel grateful toward Seolrang. Utia then read the letter Alan had sent her, stating that he's planning to head to Colony soon to visit a ruin with Seolrang again. Realizing he's going with Seolrang, Utia mutters that she needs to quickly make a move on Alan. In a sweet yandere smile, she's delighted to give Alan a surprise. And with that, the agency that had once ruled the entire underworld was swallowed up by the shadows. Soon after, the story returned back to the present. Standing inside the cave, Evan questioned whether this was truly the place Alan had been searching for. Alan confirmed that this was indeed the correct location, but even he could not understand what could possibly have happened there. Despite the eerie silence, the enormous mansion hidden inside the cave still looked incredibly impressive. Evan then held the massive piles of gold stored throughout the mansion and immediately suggested taking everything with them. He desperately hoped Alan would not refuse by claiming they were forbidden from touching anything. At the same time, Alan quietly realized that if Al-Kamil were truly present, nobody would have been allowed to touch even a single treasure. That alone confirmed that something terrible had happened to him. A grin slowly appeared on Alan's face as he finally agreed to take everything, especially the potions and jewelry. Evan was terrified at Alan's strange expression and tells him to not do that expression. Not long after, both of them began hauling away enormous amounts of treasure. The carriage became so overloaded with gold that some of it could not even fit properly and started falling out. Alan inwardly says, "Does money grow on trees? It sure does here. Money is justice." Anyways, after Alan grown rich in worry and wealth and arrived at his destination in Colony, Seolrang clinged on him lovingly. After that, they set off for the ruins under the Golden Mane tribe's protection. Seolrang suddenly mentioned that she wanted Alan to do her a favor. He curiously asked about it. Seolrang turned to her tribe member and coldly asks to hand it over. Seeing this, Alan realized Seolrang is cautious of her members, as the betrayal had an effect on her. He decides to treat her better so that the trauma from then doesn't twist her. Seolrang then handed him a document and tells him to sign it. He read, confused that even a witness signature is required. Seolrang, like a sly fox, tells him to just sign at the top. Alan finally realized that this is a marriage certificate. With a loving smile, she hands him the pen, instructing again to just sign it. The scene then shifted to the Ashudalan kingdom. Inside the Camelon Duchy, the Duke received a report that the agency had completely disappeared. He accepted that they had worked well together, but now that partnership had come to an end, which he considered a real shame. His attention then turned towards the Asteria kingdom. The assistant revealed that every organization worthy of receiving an abyssal body had also vanished, leaving no one left to recruit. As a result, they no longer had any influence within Asteria. The assistant apologized, explaining that the Cal faction had expanded its power far beyond their expectations. The Duke showed no concern over the apology. Instead, he proposed he'd apologize with his life. Then shadows appeared and dragged away the body. The Duke called out to Ingela and handed the remaining work over to him. Ingela, the dark elf with black skin and large ears, bowed respectfully. He then spoke about the ongoing experiment. Lord Carmine was still locked inside the isolation chamber. Absorbing the abyssal jade had only filled him with overwhelming anxiety. While the abyssal body had completely destroyed his ability to control his aggression, the Duke concluded that Carmine had never been a worthy enough vessel to achieve the expected results. Even so, he was not surprised, since Carmine had only been used as a replacement after losing another test subject. Every guinea pig used in his experiments possessed enough power to withstand the absorption of an abyssal body. Unfortunately, the specimen from Colony had already been lost, and the recent experiments had failed to produce satisfying results. Among them all, Kalman remained the only true success. The story then shifted to a few weeks earlier. At that time, the pilgrim had showered Kalman with valuable gifts in exchange for assassinating Count Palatio and take control of the underworld. However, despite all that support, Kalman still failed to eliminate him. Now in the present, the Duke admitted that he had believed Kalman could handle the mission alone. Looking back, he realized that his only mistake had been underestimating Count Palatio's true strength. He then ordered Ingela to keep a close watch on the colony underworld. Although the Duke claimed not to hold grudges, the situation had become increasingly irritating, and he wanted it dealt with as quickly as possible. The Duke instructed Angela to send the corrupt nobles to offer their condolences to Palatio. By damaging Alan's reputation, cracks would naturally begin to spread among Asteria's nobles. Since those nobles constantly sought their support, the Duke intended to use the situation as an opportunity to expand their influence even further. Finally, he made it clear that the plan had to be carried out at all costs, believing that everything they were doing was ultimately for the greater good. The scene now returns to Seolrang as she handed Alan a marriage certificate and asked him to sign it. Seeing her determination, Alan realized that calling her his family had only given her the wrong idea. He thought to himself that raising a child was far more difficult than he had expected, but he also knew he couldn't hurt her feelings. Instead of rejecting her outright, Alan gently told her to think about it again after growing older. Seolrang sniffled, asking how long she should wait. He just replied that after 2 years she would become much more mature. Seolrang happily agreed to wait. Alan then patted her on the head, while thinking that one day when she had grown up, she would understand these feelings and marry someone she truly loved. After that heartfelt moment, the group finally arrived at the Forgotten Ruins. Alan asked Evan and Seolrang to wait outside while he entered alone. As he walked deeper into the ruins, he realized it was once again time to meet the mysterious entity he had chatted with before. Upon reaching the central tower, he found himself face to face with a dragon woman who welcomed him. Alan is surprised, muttering that it's a dragon. Last time, he only had just seen a shadowy entity which he couldn't tell what it was. The dragon is surprised that he can see her, and concludes that it's because he defeated an outer god, which allowed him to raise his caliber to see her. She admitted that she had been certain he would fail. Alan acknowledged that he had come very close to failing. The dragon woman burst into laughter, believing it was only natural since a mere human had been forced to confront a god. Curious, she wanted to know exactly how he had managed to survive. Alan explained that he had used essence manifestation, although he wasn't entirely sure himself. Hearing that answer, the dragon woman was stunned. She questioned whether he even understood what spirit projection was. Alan admitted that he had never heard of spirit projection. The dragon woman laughed even harder, claiming that arrogance truly was a common trait among mages. At that moment, Alan realized she believed he was lying. Still laughing, the dragon woman declared that if he could actually prove such an impossible claim, she would gladly call him her master. Annoyed by her attitude, Alan wondered whether he still had enough mana left. Even so, he decided he had to give it a try. He immediately began channeling his mana and cast the powerful spell Snowflake Formation. The dragon is shocked as he's actually doing it. The key which was formed turned, and the casting was completed. The bratty dragon was speechless. Alan calmly reminded her of the promise she had just made. Instead of accepting defeat, she became furious. She accused Alan of lying about not knowing spirit projection from the very beginning. She refused to acknowledge the result, insisting that it was completely unfair and that it didn't count. Alan then questions whether she's going to break her word. With a frustrated pout, she finally calls him master. Then she wanted to know whether he truly had no idea what spirit projection was. Alan once again insisted that he knew nothing about it. Unable to believe him, she demanded to know how he had managed to perform such a feat. Alan explained that he had simply structured his incantations according to their principles and memorized their names. He pointed out that this was exactly what she had instructed him to do during their previous meeting. She then began explaining the true nature of magic. She revealed that magic was not something superficial that merely followed principles. Instead, it required accessing and manifesting the laws engraved by the original mage. Once someone understood the incantations, the sentences, and the ritual gestures, they could freely manifest and reshape the essence of magic. As Alan listened, he realized that this was essentially what he had been doing all along. However, she clarified that to manifest the essence through sentences, a mage first had to invoke spirit projection. She further explained that spirit projection corresponded to the memory of the very first time a mage engraved a law using incantations, principles, sentences, ritual gestures, and the manifestation of essence. Those memories formed the foundation of every spell. Hearing this, Alan concluded that sentences actually had two completely different purposes. She then explained that without spirit projection or a mage capable of inheriting that legacy, she could never have believed him. Sentences were the key to understanding magical laws. The few clues she had accidentally revealed were far from enough. Without spirit projection, achieving that understanding should have been impossible. Alan calmly replied that he had always cast his spells the same way by reciting the incantation while performing the ritual gestures. At that moment, Alan suddenly realized that their ways of thinking were completely different. The dragon believed that true understanding had to come before casting magic. In contrast, Alan had gradually understood the meaning only after repeatedly using the spells themselves. That realization led him to another conclusion. It seemed that becoming a mage through self-study alone might actually be impossible. Wanting confirmation, Alan asked another question. She was left completely shocked that he had figured all of that out by himself. She could not understand how he had managed it. Alan simply explained that this was how he had always learned magic. Before the conversation could continue, a light suddenly shimmered through the area. The dragon realized that her time had run out and explained that they would not be able to continue their conversation for quite some time. Before disappearing, she advised Alan to obtain Sparrow's staff so he could receive its incantations and sentences. Alan wondered whether Sparrow's staff was a sentient weapon. She revealed that it belonged to a madman who had implanted his own personality into the weapon. Alan then pointed out that phrases were supposed to be secret techniques, making it unlikely that the owner would ever willingly hand them over. The dragon replied that the weapon's owner had never managed to find an heir, so she believed he was probably still desperately searching in frustration. Finally, she told Alan that she would be waiting for him. If everything he had said was truly the truth, then he would eventually be able to wield the magic of a true mage. She even believed he might one day be capable of repelling those mysterious beings back. With those final words, the dragon completely vanished. After leaving the forgotten ruins, Alan boarded the carriage and began his journey back. His mind remained occupied with everything he had just learned. On top of that, Sailrang kept asking him to pat her head, leaving him with no choice but to indulge her. While traveling, Alan focused on Sparrow's staff. He realized that the staff was most likely stored inside the royal treasury of the Colosseum. That meant he would have to register as a fighter. If he earned enough victories during the tournament, he would receive the right to choose an artifact from the royal treasury. He remembered that this was a mandatory quest that he had completed many times before. However, in every previous attempt, he had ignored Sparrow's staff because it had always seemed completely useless. This time, though, he knew he had no other choice. As the carriage continued forward, the driver suddenly informed Alan that they would have to stop for a while because the streets ahead were packed with people, making it impossible to move. Since they were forced to wait, Alan decided to step outside and stretch his legs. The moment he entered the streets, he noticed an unusually massive crowd. Many people recognized the Rosario crest on the mysterious carriage and reacted with amazement. They were equally shocked to see the paladins accompanying it, leaving everyone wondering what was happening. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Alan himself became curious about the reason behind such excitement. Before he could figure it out, Saolrang grabbed his hand and pulled him toward another side of the street. At that very moment, someone greeted him saying, "Professor, it really has been a long time." The person turned out to be Utia. She smiled warmly and ran to him. Her white silky hair fluttered by the wind, and as Alan stared at her features, she held his hand gently and gave a sweet smile. The sight of her familiar red eyes immediately caught Alan's attention. Realizing who she was, he leaned closer in surprise and muttered Utia's name. Alan looked at Utia and couldn't help but feel amazed. Seeing her in person instead of through a game screen felt completely different. At that moment, a small child spotted Utia and excitedly recognized her as the beautiful saint. Utia let out a soft chuckle and gently corrected the child by explaining that she was now a cardinal and should be addressed with proper respect. Hearing that, Alan was left surprised by the realization that Utia had truly become a cardinal. The child quickly knelt down and offered Utia a flower while praising her beauty. The innocent admiration only embarrassed the child's father. Unable to handle the awkwardness, the man hurried away while dragging his child along with him. Afterward, Utia suggested that since they had unexpectedly met each other, they should move somewhere more comfortable and continue their conversation there. Utia asks what Saolrang thinks, and Saolrang nervously agrees to the plan. Now they head straight to the guild headquarters. Seolang quietly sat inside the carriage looking unusually depressed. Evan noticed her mood and asked Alan what had happened to her. In response, Alan brought up the fact that a cardinal from Rosario was an extremely influential figure. Confused, Evan asked why that mattered so much. He explained that a cardinal held the highest position right below the pope. According to church protocol, a cardinal possessed the authority to issue an outcall, something capable of triggering an actual holy war. Alan then reveals that Utia became a cardinal. Evan was shocked, realizing that Utia had reached such a position. Meanwhile, Alan remained deep in thought. He never imagined that unwavering faith alone could allow someone to climb to such a powerful rank. Even so, he felt relieved as long as Utia herself was happy. At the same time, another thought crossed Alan's mind since they had exchanged letters for such a long time. Asking Utia for help would probably be easy now. For the first time, he finally felt like he had someone truly influential supporting him from behind. Soon the group arrived at the guild headquarters and sat down together. Seolang once again tried to cling closely to Alan, but this time Utia stopped her instantly with a sharp death glare. As the atmosphere settled, Alan asked Utia whether she also had business to handle in the colony. Utia responded with a warm smile. She mentioned that Alan probably already knew by now, but she still wanted to personally tell him that she had officially become a cardinal. More than anything, she was simply happy to finally see him again. Alan replied that he felt the same way. Looking at her smile, Alan couldn't help but think how angelic she appeared. Her gentle expression was enough to make anyone mistake her for a true saint. Meeting Utia face-to-face for the first time also brought back many complicated thoughts for Alan. For a long time, he had instinctively avoided children. Back in the game, the only side of Utia he had ever witnessed was her terrifying, destructive nature. The contrast between that image and the calm, mature woman before him had completely thrown him off at first. But now, seeing her properly, Alan realized just how well she had grown up. And deep down, he genuinely felt proud of her. Meanwhile, Seolrang quietly whispered to Utia and accused her of intentionally coming there only to meet Alan, rather than arriving by coincidence. In response, Utia immediately shot her a terrifying death glare. She coldly implied that accusing her of ignoring the moon's directives and making excuses was nothing more than slander. The pressure instantly frightened Seolrang. She backed down and quickly apologized. Watching the interaction, Alan noticed that Seolrang had been acting unusually nervous around Utia the entire time. Concerned, Alan tried checking if everything was all right between the two of them and hoped they were getting along properly. Without hesitation, Utia suddenly wrapped Seolrang in a sweet embrace and warmly insisted that they were actually very close. Seolrang nervously forced herself to agree with her, while clearly panicking under the pressure. Trying to change the topic, Seolrang suddenly reminded Alan about reconsidering their marriage proposal again in 2 years. The unexpected comment caught Alan off guard. He responded that they would see when the time finally came. Hearing that, Udio immediately focused on the mention of 2 years. Seolrang then happily revealed that Alan had promised to seriously think about marrying her in the future. The shocking statement instantly stunned Utia. Meanwhile, Alan desperately tried brushing the situation aside. Utia simply laughed and commented that Seolrang could still be very immature. She believed Alan had only agreed to calm her down and stop her from causing trouble. At that moment, Alan couldn't help but think that Utia behaved incredibly maturely, perhaps because she was the oldest among them. Utia then calmly explained that their patron had been pressured into reassuring Seolrang. According to her, Alan only promised to reconsider things in 2 years because he had been placed under duress. She added that sometimes lying in situations like that was simply the better option, especially when someone was being forced into an uncomfortable position. In her eyes, Seolrang was still far too young for marriage. Anyway, Seolrang instantly protested against that opinion. She insisted that even her vice chief had said the age gap was not a problem. Right after that, she boldly declared that Utia herself was the one who was too old. Utia calmly pointed out that she was only 2 years older than Seolrang. However, Seolrang quickly exposed the truth by revealing that Rinna had already told her Utia was actually 1,000 years old. The moment the sensitive topic was brought up, suddenly the floor collapsed due to Utia. Euthia simply let out a graceful chuckle and sarcastically blamed the building's poor construction for the sudden collapse. Seeing all of this unfold, Alan quietly realized once again that a woman's age remained a forbidden subject, even among the cursed bloods. Euthia calmly volunteered to go downstairs and retrieve Seolrang. After that brief chaos finally settled down, the group was at last able to continue their conversation peacefully. Eventually, Euthia revealed that she needed to leave soon. Alan remembered that she was supposed to begin working at the royal palace. Euthia confirmed it, and assured him that she would visit whenever she found the opportunity during his stay. She also brought up Alan's intention to participate in the Colosseum tournament for its reward. Euthia kindly offered to check with the royal palace and see whether the item Alan was searching for was still available. As the conversation continued, Alan quietly thought about the item he truly wanted from the royal treasury. His target was Sparrow's staff. In Alan's eyes, it was considered nothing more than a worthless artifact, so he doubted anyone else would bother taking it. Not long after, Euthia prepared to leave and calmly bid farewell. Alan thanked her, and once she was gone, Alan quietly muttered to himself that he needed to start moving as well. The registration process alone was known for taking forever. With that in mind, the next day Alan headed toward the F-rank deathmatch together with Seolrang. While walking beside him, Seolrang proudly pointed toward Alan's standard F-rank gladiator tag. She excitedly reminded him that she had already told him the process would only take a second. She continued boasting that there had been no reason for him to worry so much, and no need to wait all night in the line. Alan realized that simply bringing Seolrang along had been enough to finish the entire process instantly. At the same time, Alan focused on his true objective. The only way to gain access to the royal treasury was by reaching A rank. Even so, he believed that if he played his cards correctly, reaching that level should still be possible. Soon, 2 days passed and the long-awaited F-rank deathmatch finally began. The host enthusiastically welcomed everyone to the F-rank deathmatch, proudly describing it as the bloodiest battle of all. Unlike ordinary individual duels that required participants to pile up multiple victories over time, this brutal event offered a completely different reward. The winner would immediately skip ahead and jump straight to D rank. As the atmosphere grew more intense, the host explained that battles like these always followed one simple rule. The strongest fighter became the first target. Because of that, it seemed Count Palladio had already become the center of attention with a massive target placed on his back. Finally, after building up the tension, the host officially signaled the start of the battle. The moment the battle officially began, all of Alan's opponents charged at him together at the same time. Facing the overwhelming assault, Alan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. Until now, he had only relied on a single spell when fighting overwhelmingly powerful opponents, one-on-one. However, against multiple enemies at once, he realized he needed to completely change his strategy to survive this fight. Alan understood that he needed to create a much wider area of effect. At the same time, he also needed enough destructive power to wipe out every single F-rank gladiator surrounding him in one attack. Without hesitation, Alan immediately activated his spell, Snowy Lands. Right after that, he reinforced the ice crystal. Next, he created a vacuum and made a concentrated ice sphere containing multiple spikes. Then he detonated the bomb, causing the spikes to speed like bullets and cut down every single opponent in one swoop. The audience were stunned by this. The host stuttered in disbelief and finally announced that Alan Palladio is hereby promoted to D rank. Now, as Alan walked away from the sight of the audience, he quickly hid. Even after winning the battle, Alan's entire body continued trembling from fear and exhaustion. His heart pounded violently as he struggled to calm himself down. Although he had managed to defeat everyone, the experience had pushed him to his limit. Luckily, he had succeeded in taking out all of his opponents at once. However, expanding the spell's range had instantly drained almost his entire mana pool. Alan realized he seriously needed to improve the regulation of his spell sequences. At the same time, he understood that he also needed a proper method to control the flow of mana itself. While Alan was still recovering, Evan suddenly approached him and praised his performance. He also revealed that Euthia had sent him a gift. The moment Alan looked at it, he immediately recognized it as Sparrow's staff. The sight completely surprised him. Alan had originally believed that accessing the royal treasury required proving one's worth through the arena first. Everything had worked out perfectly for him instead. Evan explained that Utia simply thought Alan would like the gift, and judging by his reaction, she had clearly been correct. Hearing that, Alan felt unexpectedly emotional. Receiving such a thoughtful gift from his oldest daughter genuinely touched his heart. Then the next day arrived. After restoring his mana, Alan finally picked up Sparrow's staff and prepared to activate it. All he needed to do now was pour mana directly into the staff itself. The moment he did, Sparrow's staff suddenly awakened and began speaking. The staff immediately demanded to know who had dared to wake it up. Alan calmly introduced himself and explained that a dragon woman had sent him there because she claimed the staff once belonged to a mage. Hearing that explanation, the staff mocked the situation and commented that among all those fools, there had apparently been at least one idiot after all. Without wasting time, Alan directly asked whether the staff could teach him incantations and spell sentences. However, Sparrow's staff reacted with disbelief. It questioned whether Alan truly thought he could use such magic without properly understanding it. The absurdity of the idea amused the staff so much that it nearly drove it crazy. In the end, the staff coldly declared that it neither possessed the desire nor the intention to pass down its legacy. After saying that, it simply demanded to be left alone. Anyway, Evan now suddenly arrived with urgent news. He informed Alan that an A-rank gladiator named Persian had officially challenged him to a duel. The announcement completely stunned Alan. After all, he was still only D-rank. Alan could not understand why someone at A-rank would challenge a fighter like him. To him, it felt completely shameless. Evan commented that an A-rank gladiator would never risk losing their rank without a reason. Alan found the situation incredibly strange. But after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized something important. This duel was actually his chance to reach A rank immediately. According to the arena rules, Alan himself was normally only allowed to challenge gladiators ranked C rank or below. Because of that restriction, this unexpected challenge felt like an unbelievable lucky break. With renewed confidence, Alan turned towards Sparrow's staff and proposed making a bet if the staff truly doubted him. Hearing that, the staff suddenly burst into laughter. The idea instantly caught its interest. After being bored for so long, the staff finally felt like things were about to become entertaining. The very next day, Alan's competitive spirit burned even stronger because of the bet. Determined to grow stronger and raise his rank, he returned to the arena once again. The announcer declared that strength was the only truth and called upon warriors to conquer the world with their own hands. He then revealed that the arena had prepared a very interesting duel for the day. The crowd learned that a rookie fighter had arrived to confirm all the rumors surrounding him. D-rank gladiator Alan Palladio had officially accepted the challenge of the rowdy A-rank fighter Persian. As the audience roared, the rowdy fighter stared at Alan with a grin. He wanted the cheers to grow even louder so that even the throne itself would hear his name. To him, this duel was both a dangerous risk and a rare opportunity. Rumors had already begun spreading that a new Baba Yaga would soon be selected from among the A-rank fighters. Because of that, he planned to defeat the Count publicly, create a massive sensation, and skyrocket his fame in a single battle. Meanwhile, Alan carefully observed his opponent. He recognized the fighter's strength immediately, but he also realized that victory was still possible if he analyzed him correctly. Soon after, the announcer officially began the duel. The moment the fight started, Alan activated his icy mana. At the same time, the rowdy fighter released his blazing fire across the arena. The rowdy fighter believed that the Count's greatest strength was his ice magic. However, every spell required casting time. He assumed that forcing Alan to use different forms of magic would naturally weaken his overall power. As a member of the Fire Beast tribe, manipulating flames was his greatest specialty. His mana erupted with overwhelming intensity, causing the arena itself to tremble under the pressure. Confidence filled his expression as he became convinced that even the Count's magic could not withstand fire, which he considered the ultimate weakness of ice. He briefly considered ending the fight immediately with one devastating attack. At the same time, another thought crossed his mind about waiting until Alan completed a spell before striking. In the end, he abandoned the idea of dragging the fight out. He wanted to finish the duel as quickly and as flashily as possible. With that decision made, he charged directly toward Alan. At that exact moment, Alan unleashed a new spell through his mana. Lightning alignment and dissociation activated instantly, creating an enormous surge of destructive electrical energy across the battlefield. The rowdy fighter smirked after seeing the spell. He became convinced that Alan had been forced to abandon his preferred element. Although he originally wanted a spectacular and entertaining battle, he quickly realized that fighting against secondary skills would make Alan's attacks far harder to predict. Without hesitating any further, the rowdy fighter rushed straight toward Alan while wielding two swords. He decides to finish Alan before he completes the incantations. However, he becomes confused as Alan's body started fusing with electricity. His hair turned white, as throughout heaven and earth, he alone is the honored one. Alan dodged his attack with surprising speed. Perseon gazed up in disbelief, unable to understand what on earth is he witnessing. Alan made Gojo's hand sign, and in the next moment his body completely fused with electricity and moved in a flicker. His form is now pure electricity. Perseon tried to block it, but he was dragged throughout the arena, knocking the wind out of him. With the duel finally over, Alan was declared the winner. After securing victory, Alan stood there in exhaustion and realized just how close the battle had been. He understood that the spell itself was terrifying beyond imagination. It twisted the laws of the land and converted the user's body into pure magical power. The danger of the technique far exceeded ordinary mana exhaustion. The sentence known as lightning alignment replaced the physical body with a flow of pure magic infused with the lightning element. The incantations that followed existed for the process of fusion, which meant enchanting the body itself with lightning magic through the spell called Form of the Lightning God. This fused alignment materialized completely. As a result, the physical body transformed into lightning itself for a temporary period in order to exploit the properties of the element. At that moment, Alan finally realized that the manifestation of essence taught by Sparrow for their bet was actually a horrifyingly difficult spell, capable of turning a mage into living lightning. The instant he used the spell, he was forced to fully understand its meaning. He realized that if he had failed to comprehend the spell properly, or if he lacked the level required to master mana alignment, his body would have completely disintegrated in mid-air, like exploding fireworks. Later, while leaving the arena, Alan continued reflecting on the danger of the technique. He considered himself fortunate just to still be alive. The biggest issue was the unstable nature of lightning magic. Once fused with the physical body, even the slightest movement risked destroying the alignment completely. Because of that, Alan had been forced to stop immediately during the battle and repair his body's alignment before it collapsed. Even so, something still felt wrong. Intense pain continued spreading throughout his entire body. Not long afterwards, Seolrang noticed the large number of bandages covering Alan's body and cried her lungs off. Alan reassured her that he was fine now. Meanwhile, Sparrow struggled to accept what had happened and could not understand how such a result was even possible. Meanwhile, Alan admitted that he still did not know whether Sparrow had intentionally given him that spell as a trap. Even so, the outcome of the bet was already decided, and Alan had emerged victorious. After that conversation, the scene shifted to the following day as the group traveled toward the castle. During the journey, Alan thanked Seolrang for helping him. At the same time, he reflected on the unexpected influence of a Baba Yaga. Even after reaching A rank, he originally believed he would need to wait an entire week before receiving permission to enter the royal treasury. However, the authority carried by the title of Baba Yaga far exceeded his expectations. Seolrang reacted playfully and clung to Alan while brushing off his gratitude as something insignificant. As they continued forward, Alan focused on another realization. He understood that if used correctly, his mana could establish a telepathic connection. Soon after, Alan turned his attention back toward Sparrow and reminded him about their bet. Sparrow reacted nervously before suddenly changing the subject. He then proposed an entirely different offer and asked Alan to become his heir. Sparrow wanted him to sign a contract and officially become his disciple. Alan immediately reminded him that they had already discussed the matter the previous day and agreed to think about it later. However, Sparrow refused to give up so easily. He insisted that the opportunity was something most mages could only dream about. Alan responded coldly and reminded Sparrow that the loser of the bet should not speak so casually to the winner. Even after that warning, Sparrow desperately continued persuading him. He proudly explained that the laws he had created were incredibly powerful. Furthermore, if those techniques continued improving across future generations, they could overwhelm every other mage effortlessly. Although Alan genuinely wanted to learn Sparrow's magic, he remained cautious about the contract itself. He remembered the dragon woman mentioning that Sparrow had never found a proper heir. Because of that, Alan suspected Sparrow was still frustrated and desperate over the issue. For that reason, Alan decided he needed to speak with the dragon woman before making any final decision. The conversation then shifted once more when Alan brought up Sparrow's earlier insults. He reminded Sparrow that he had once considered him useless, without spirit projection. Embarrassed by his past judgment, Sparrow admitted that he had been ignorant, and claimed that he had already apologized for it. Alan showed no interest in the apology. He sarcastically remarked that he was apparently too stupid to qualify as Sparrow's heir. Anyway, that response immediately irritated Sparrow. Not long afterward, the group finally arrived at the castle. Seolrang cheerfully dragged Alan inside and brought him before the king himself. Alan knelt down and greeted the ruler properly. King Carmaxes the Third of Colony welcomed him with a smile and instructed Alan to raise his head, acknowledging that he had already proven his worth. Afterward, the king mentioned hearing about Alan's request to access the royal treasury. Alan calmly confirmed. The king then explained that the kingdom's treasured possessions could only be earned through merit. According to Colony's ancient tradition, only a valiant champion possessed the right to enter the royal treasury. Alan respectfully thanked the king for granting him the opportunity. However, the king was not finished speaking yet. He revealed that he had also been considering offering Alan an additional gift. The king suddenly brought up the existence of his daughter. Hearing that unexpected statement, Alan immediately assumed the king simply wanted to brag about his daughter like any proud father would. The king asks what does he thinks about it. Alan doesn't realize that the king wants him to marry his daughter. The king calmly explained that the final decision would belong entirely to Alan and advised him to think carefully before making any choice. Soon after, the king called for Maxime and ordered him to escort Count Palatio to the royal treasury. Maxime then guided Alan deep inside the treasury while explaining that he was allowed to choose only a single treasure. After searching through countless relics for nearly 30 minutes, Alan finally discovered an item known as the Oath of the Blindfolded One. The moment he saw it, he immediately became interested in taking it. Most people considered the item nothing more than a decorative object, but Alan clearly saw value hidden within it. Without hesitation, he selected the artifact as his reward. After leaving the treasury, Alan began mentally preparing himself for another conversation with the king. He was convinced the discussion would once again shift toward the king's daughter, which made him want to leave the castle as quickly as possible. Just then, Seolrang waved at him cheerfully and asked whether he's finished. The king appeared unusually nervous. Alan immediately sensed that something strange was happening. Alan was about to bow and thank for the treasure, but then the king awkwardly explained that his earlier comments about his daughter had merely been a joke, and hastily sends them off. Without wasting another second, Seolrang quickly dragged Alan outside the castle. As they hurried away, Alan pointed out that they had not even said goodbye properly. He then asked Seolrang why she didn't greet the king, and whether it wouldn't cause trouble. Seolrang casually explained that formalities were unnecessary because she was the first Baba Yaga. Still confused, Alan asked what exactly she and the king had discussed while he was away inside the treasury. Seolrang brushed the question aside and claimed they had only talked about ordinary things like food supplies and minor things to watch out for. She then smiled at him warmly and giggled sweetly. Even so, Alan could not shake the feeling that something suspicious had definitely happened. Meanwhile, after the group finally departed, the king quietly reflected on the strange situation. The more he thought about it, the more fascinating Seolrang's behavior seemed to him. He admitted that he had never expected to see Seolrang smiling like that. However, the moment Alan's back had turned, her true nature instantly resurfaced. In fact, her behavior had become even more terrifying than usual. Normally, Seolrang appeared cold and emotionless, but this time, she radiated enough killing intent to make the king genuinely fear regicide. Although she openly called Alan her godfather, the king never imagined her loyalty toward Alan ran that deeply. At that moment, Maxime suddenly entered the room once again and informed the king that the cardinal had requested an audience. The king immediately ordered that she be allowed inside. Soon after, the king respectfully welcomed the cardinal by addressing her as Your Eminence. The visitor was then revealed to be none other than Yutia. She thanked the king for always welcoming her so kindly. However, the king quickly noticed something unusual about her expression. Unlike her normal self, she was not smiling at all. Instead, Utia maintained a cold expression as she addressed the king directly. She explained that she had recently received information regarding certain matters and wished to ask him a question about them if he permitted it. The scene now shifted to later. After Utia had left, King Carmaxes sighed as he found the situation completely unbelievable. First it was Sailrang, and now it's Utia. He reflected that Sailrang, who normally kept her distance unless she needed something, had now become openly hostile toward him. Even though her actions could easily be considered an act of treason, he had been unable to arrest her because only 2 of the original 5 Baba Yagas remained, and he desperately needed their overwhelming strength. He then recalled that this same reason had motivated him to approach Sailrang's benefactor with a marriage proposal involving his daughter. It had never been about family ties. It was purely a political calculation. If the proposal had been rejected, Alan would have felt indebted to him. If it had been accepted, Carmaxes would have gained a way to control the unpredictable behavior of Sailrang. Alan's prestigious reputation had also been an attractive advantage since he was closely connected to Cardinal Utia Bludia of the Holy Kingdom. The proposal had been nothing but beneficial for the king. However, after witnessing both Sailrang and Utia's reactions, he realized he could not refuse the cardinal's request. From the very beginning, he had needed Rosario's support, and he had even agreed to offer one of his treasured possessions in exchange. Although traditions were important, securing their support had always been his highest priority. Carmaxes had believed everything was progressing exactly as planned. Until recently, Utia had constantly worn a warm smile whenever she visited his kingdom. That memory was quickly replaced by another. He recalled the cold, intimidating glare Utia had directed at him while confronting him over the marriage proposal he had offered to Count Palatio, whom she immediately corrected as her professor. Remembering that, King Carmaxes could no longer understand why Count Palatio had become someone so important to everyone around him. As he struggled to comprehend the situation, the scene shifted back to Alan. Alan headed toward the dragon woman, while carrying the sparrow stick. Sparrow began throwing a tantrum, not wanting to meet that dragon lady. However, Alan ignored and walked forward. After entering the chamber, Alan was welcomed by the dragon woman. She revealed that she had been waiting for his arrival. Alan immediately reminded her of the promise she had made. The dragon woman sighed that Alan certainly had an excellent memory. In a tsundere tone, she addressed him as master and asks whether he's happy now. He teased her that he shall be magnanimous this once. The dragon woman remarked that Alan never hesitated once he decided to take action. She noted that he had already retrieved the staff. Then she asks about the magic he learned from the staff. Alan explained that he had successfully manifested its essence, although the process had been far more dangerous than necessary. The dragon woman was shocked. She admitted that she had never expected the method to actually work and found the outcome impossible to believe. Wanting confirmation, she turned to the sparrow staff and asked whether Alan was telling the truth. The sparrow immediately confirmed that everything Alan had said was true. As it spoke, the staff began trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Alan silently wondered why the sparrow staff was shaking so much. Satisfied with the confirmation, the dragon woman decided to begin answering Alan's questions. She explained that he had come with many things he wanted to know. Although he had already met every requirement to speak with her during their previous meeting, his turn had been postponed until now. Alan decided to proceed one question at a time. He first recalled their very first meeting when the dragon woman had told him that he needed a higher caliber before he could speak with her. She had also described it as the standard by which the world judged every individual. Alan wanted to understand the true meaning behind those words. The dragon woman revealed that she had been referring to his divine caliber. Hearing that answer, Alan realized it matched the only conclusion he had previously considered. Even so, he had never dared to believe it because there was no reason someone like him should possess divine caliber. He reflected that even if he killed the gods within that universe, its very structure prevented him from absorbing divine caliber. Alan then pointed out that killing outer gods should not have allowed him to increase his divine caliber either. The dragon woman confirmed that such a thing was indeed impossible for an ordinary human. Unable to understand, Alan wondered why it had happened to him. The dragon woman explained that ordinary humans could not obtain divine caliber because they lacked the vessel required to contain it. That vessel was created through faith, and for humans it was known as piety. Alan realized that this meant humans could acquire divine caliber through piety. The dragon woman confirmed that conclusion. She explained that if Alan had possessed no divine caliber at all, he would never have been able to see her. That was precisely why she had advised him to confront the outer gods in the first place. By doing so, his originally insignificant divine caliber had grown enough for him to speak with her. Even after receiving that explanation, Alan became even more confused. He could not understand who could possibly have enough faith in him to create such divine caliber. His reputation alone should never have been sufficient. He realized that every answer only gave rise to an entirely new set of mysteries. Folks, it's obvious that Utia is the one who has faith and created a religion based on Alan. That's why Bro is getting all these skills. Anyway, Alan shifted the discussion toward the gods of that world. He pointed out that divine caliber allowed them to obtain extraordinary, almost unfair special skills, and he wondered whether he would also gain abilities like theirs. Sensing Alan's excitement, the dragon woman finally gave him an amusing comparison. She explained that if she had to describe his current state, he was essentially like a small local god worshipped in an isolated region. Alan realized that even divine caliber had different rankings. He also pointed out that he had already defeated 2 outer gods. The dragon woman explained that defeating them did not mean Alan had absorbed all of their divine caliber. To be precise, he had only eliminated them temporarily. Even so, simply confronting outer gods already required divine caliber, and she wanted him to understand that fact. She wondered if he could truly be the heir to someone's will. She noted that Alan already possessed divine caliber, and found the situation increasingly interesting. The dragon woman admitted that Alan had already accomplished many feats that should have been impossible without divine caliber. She found it surprising that he remained so ignorant about it. However, she decided that the important thing was that Alan now knew the truth. Confident that he still had many more questions, she encouraged him to continue while she listened. Following the list he had prepared beforehand, Alan continued asking one question after another. He wanted to know about the heir to that mysterious will, the true name of the outer gods, the mysteries and ritual gestures of the great forgotten god, and the archives hidden at the bottom of the tower. However, every answer the dragon woman gave remained extremely simple. When Alan asked about the archives beneath the tower and the mysteries and ritual gestures of the great forgotten god, the dragon woman explained that they merely described the current situation. She added that this was also how a mage had once been described, and that was all she could reveal. Still unsatisfied, Alan wondered if that was truly all there was to it. He then asked whether there had been a specific reason he needed to obtain divine caliber. The dragon woman confirmed that there was. She explained that every one of Alan's questions ultimately led to the same destination. She revealed that the truth awaited him in the deep depths, and that knowledge alone would be enough for now. Alan then asked about the deep depths, and wanted to know why she refused to answer his questions directly. The dragon woman revealed that she could not speak about the past aloud because certain beings were listening. She explained that within absolute darkness, those beings continuously gnawed away at the very roots of history, swallowing the past into the depths of the abyss. She also warned that the entities which had once brought the Age of Gods to an end were now returning to the surface. Understanding the seriousness of her words, Alan accepted the explanation. The dragon woman then handed Alan a pendant. She instructed him to offer it to the last mermaid living at the eastern end of the coast. In return, the mermaid would guide him to the deep depths. Alan agreed that he would investigate the place himself. He also realized that he already needed to go to Raxus to unseal the artifact, so making this journey fit perfectly with his existing plans. Before leaving, Alan brought up one final matter. He mentioned that the god of chaos had claimed the blue things, and the black things were watching him, and he wanted to know whether that was true. The dragon woman confirmed that it was. She casually advised Alan to think of it as receiving recognition from a great god. After that, she made one final request. She asked Alan to leave the sparrow staff with her, promising that she would return it after 2 years. The sparrow staff immediately began trembling in panic. It desperately tried to show that it was perfectly happy staying with Alan. Despite its resistance, Alan still handed the staff over to the dragon woman, unintentionally betraying the poor sparrow staff. Before he leaves, she tells him that she'll teach him about his new magic, because they won't know when will they meet again. After coming outside, Alan apologized to Seol Rang and Evan for making them wait so long. However, he quickly noticed that neither of them had been waiting idly without him. Seol Rang and Evan had been happily enjoying crispy potato fries together. With everything settled, Alan explained that they later returned to the guild to prepare for their journey to Raxus. The following day, everyone gathered at the gates of Colony for the group's departure. Before saying goodbye, Seolrang reminded her godfather not to forget signing the paper. At the same time, Yutia also arrived to personally see Alan off. Alan thanked her for coming despite her busy schedule. While looking around, Alan noticed King Carmaxes standing at the city gates as well. The king explained that he had come personally to wish Alan a safe journey. Yutia responded with a knowing chuckle, making the atmosphere noticeably awkward. Trying to maintain his composure, King Carmaxes laughed forcefully before presenting Alan with a gift. He insisted on handing it over personally. Seeing the unexpected generosity, Alan immediately became suspicious. He reflected that although he lived by the principle of never refusing money, this gift went far beyond ordinary courtesy. Since it came directly from the king, he was convinced there had to be political motives behind it. Under normal circumstances, he would not have minded, but he felt it would be better to politely decline. Alan respectfully explained that he was grateful, but did not deserve such a generous gift. Determined to change his mind, the king grabbed Alan's hands and insisted that the gift came purely because he liked him. He repeatedly claimed there were no hidden motives and urged Alan to accept it. With the king refusing to back down, Alan had no choice but to accept the gift. After Alan finally departed, Yutia looked at the king with a satisfied grin. She remarked that their negotiations had gone well. Completely exhausted, the king could only agree. He then inwardly declared that, from that day onward, he never wanted to deal with Count Palacio again. The entire experience had drained him so much that he even felt tempted to start using the magic herb he had quit 13 years earlier. Meanwhile, Alan and Evan continued their journey inside the carriage. To calm himself, Alan began separating his gold coins into several small bags. As he counted his wealth, Alan felt a rare sense of peace. He happily remarked that it had been a long time since he had felt this relaxed. He also believed they would finally be able to reduce the county's financial deficit. Evan then commented that Alan seemed to desire a peaceful life. Alan admitted that this was exactly what he wanted. Evan found the idea rather ironic, considering everything surrounding Alan's life. Alan simply replied that he was only a little busy at the moment. Evan jokingly predicted that this situation would probably continue for several more years, although no one could truly know what the future held. Changing the topic, Alan suddenly requested sweet potatoes for dinner. After watching Evan the previous day, he had become convinced that Evan was now an expert at making them. Evan was completely shocked by the unexpected request. He could not believe Alan wanted to eat sweet potatoes today also, and desperately asked him to confirm he was being serious. Poor Evan is fed up of eating the same food daily. 2 weeks after leaving Colony with the Merchant Guild, Alan finally returned to his territory. Evan sneakily stole something from the gifts. Anyway, after storing away all the gifts from the King of Colony, the group resumed their journey toward Larthania. Since the route passed through Raxus, the trip also served as a short break before reaching their destination. As the carriage continued moving, Evan noticed that Alan had been unusually lost in thought for quite some time and became concerned about him. At that moment, Alan recalled everything the dragon woman had told him. She had explained that mages who possessed spirit projection could use laws and essence manifestation. Yet, Alan had broken that absolute rule. Based on that, she had reached only two possible conclusions. Either he was an unimaginably powerful otherworldly being, or he had lost his memories. She urged him to think about it once again. Those words left Alan deeply worried. He believed neither explanation truly fit him. If he had really been an omnipotent otherworldly being, he would never have struggled through so many life-threatening trials. As for the era of forgotten gods, he considered it nothing more than a piece of game lore that occasionally appeared. The only reason he knew the incantations and ritual gestures was because they increased attack power. To him, that knowledge was only the bare minimum. He also believed that memories could only be lost after living a life first, making the mystery even harder to understand. With every passing moment, the unanswered questions continued to pile up. Seeing how troubled Alan had become, Evan grew even more concerned. Alan reassured him that everything would eventually work out. But deep inside, he remained determined to uncover the truth. He believed the answers were hidden somewhere deep below. Yet before anything else, his highest priority was confirming whether a disaster was about to strike this world. Evan assured Alan that he could always rely on him. Alan then stared down at the dessert Evan had stolen earlier. He remarks that Evan deserved such a high-end dessert. Evan quickly clarified that his concern had nothing to do with receiving food. Then Evan joined both of his hands together before eating. Alan asks whether it's a pre-meal custom. Evan explained that he was praying for Alan and described it as a religious ritual. However, his real prayer was simply to avoid having sweet potatoes for dinner once again. Alan was surprised to learn that Evan disliked them. Evan explained that anyone would eventually get tired of eating sweet potatoes at every single meal. A few days later, Alan arrived at the finest gift shop in Larthania. He searched carefully, hoping to find a present that Reen would truly appreciate. Since he had been unable to give her anything during their last meeting because he was in such a hurry, he wanted to make up for it this time. After remembering that her fountain pen had become badly worn out, he decided it would be the perfect gift. While browsing the shop, Alan overheard a conversation between two customers. They discussed the recent death of another member of the Council of Three and claimed that the council members had all been corrupt. They especially spoke about Baima, believing he had accepted countless bribes and even taken money from Ashudalon. Although they admitted the rumors had not been confirmed, they felt the accusations matched Bima's reputation perfectly. The conversation then shifted to Riot's death, leaving only Rene alive among the three. According to the rumors, the current chaos was caused by the conflict between the Council of Three. Some people even began wondering whether Ryan had personally killed the other two. Others immediately dismissed the claim as nothing more than unverified rumors. They also mentioned another story suggesting that the two victims had slandered Rene's patron. Hearing every word of the discussion, Alan was left completely shocked. The scene then shifted to Caliburn's separate place. There, the rogue's second prince, Tyrion, angrily read a report and became furious. He found the contents unbearable and could not understand why everyone admired Deus Macalian so much. The report described Deus, the second sword of Caliburn, as someone with unmatched fame. It even mentioned an unconfirmed rumor, claiming that he had defeated Reinhardt, the first sword, in a duel. An even stranger rumor claimed that Deus had become strangely obsessed with magic. Every night he was reportedly seen practicing specific gestures as though he were casting spells. According to the report, even during meetings of the Five Swords, Deus constantly praised Count Palacio whenever anyone merely mentioned the word mage. He admired Count Palazio's magic, believed it to be incredibly beautiful and powerful, and even praised him for standing against an outer god. He often recalled how a single spell had transformed a lifeless gray wasteland into a field of pure snow, and pitied anyone who had not witnessed that miracle in person. The report concluded that Deus's admiration for Count Palladio had gone far beyond ordinary friendship. It even mentioned that he constantly praised the Count without any reason at all, while others openly admitted that Deus's charisma was impossible to deny. After finishing the report, Tyrion angrily threw all the letters aside. He was furious that his order to investigate the Count had resulted in nothing but meaningless praise. His frustration toward Deus only grew stronger because Deus had publicly challenged him after he had casually tried rizzing up his little sister. Failing to understand that it had simply been a modern style of flirting, Deus had turned the situation into a public confrontation. The conflict eventually led to a duel approved by the king, where the second prince suffered a humiliating defeat. After that incident, public attention shifted entirely toward his elder brother. Tyrion managed to remain in the struggle for the throne only because of a mysterious offer provided by the Ashudalon underworld. Believing the proposal benefited him completely, Tyrion had accepted it without hesitation since he had no room to negotiate. Now he finally had an opportunity to target the Count, whom Deus admired so deeply. The risk appeared minimal because the underworld had already provided information that could serve as a reasonable excuse to pressure a foreign noble. Without the king's permission to interfere, Tyrion believed that even Deus would never be reckless enough to come after him. Just then, the door to Tyrion's office was violently smashed open. Tyrion was left completely shocked as Deus suddenly stepped inside. Deus calmly introduced himself as the Second Sword of Caliburn and addressed the heir to the 5 swords. The unexpected appearance left Tyrion wondering if Deus had completely lost his mind. Tyrion demanded an explanation for his actions. Deus replied that he had come to ask about the defamatory rumors targeting Count Palatio. He had heard that those rumors had been spreading for the past 2 days, and that Tyrion was responsible for starting them. Tyrion argued that the rumors might simply be true. Deus immediately rejected that claim and demanded that the rumors be stopped. Instead of agreeing, Tyrion mocked Deus, reminding him of his previous act of rebellion. Deus showed no understanding of what Tyrion was referring to. He then casually remarked that no one could ever be too careful about the possibility of the annex suddenly collapsing in an accident. Tyrion immediately recognized it as a threat. Deus calmly insisted that he was merely expressing concern about the quality of the building materials. Although Deus remained completely composed, Tyrion became convinced that the threat was real. Deus then asked whether Tyrion intended to clear up the rumors. Tyrion refused and inwardly convinced himself that Deus was only bluffing. He believed Deus would never attack him without a valid reason. Hearing that response, Deus simply expressed his disappointment. At that moment, Deus released countless mana threads throughout the entire palace. The building immediately began to crack and shake, as if it were about to collapse. Deus nonchalantly says, "It seems the crack in the 8th pillar, which has been there for 18 years, is finally causing trouble. The historic contribution of the successor, who will widely raise awareness with the mournful realization that maintenance should not be neglected. I shall never forget it." Falling to the floor in fear, Tyrion asks what he's talking about. It appears Deus is trying to spin the story as if Tyrion died in an accident due to the building collapsing. Anyway, Tyrion panicked and agreed to retract the false rumors. Only then did Deus stop. After examining the palace again, he casually remarked that the damage had only been superficial. He concluded that the annex must have been built by an excellent architect, claiming that he had rushed over out of concern for Tyrion's safety, and it appears his worries had been unnecessary. Watching the entire scene unfold, Tyrion became convinced that Deus was completely insane. Outwardly, Tyrion pretended everything was fine, but internally, he began planning to use this incident to eliminate Deus in the future. However, before leaving, Deus revealed one final warning. He reminded Tyrion that his secret relationship with the foreign criminal organization from Ashutalon was already known. If the king discovered those connections, imprisonment would be inevitable. Because of that, Deus advised him to abandon those dangerous ideas and trust that he would make the correct decision. After delivering the warning, Deus quietly left. The moment he was gone, Tyrion exploded with rage and began smashing everything around him. The very next day, another strange rumor spread throughout the kingdom. The palace butlers whispered that the second prince had already caused trouble by harassing Deus's younger sister. But now he has caused another problem. According to the news story, the second prince had struck Deus, who had gone to check on him out of concern. Anyway, as bad rumors about the second prince continued spreading, the scene shifted to Merd there. Rinny presented Alan with the artifact he had requested. She insisted that no payment was necessary. However, Alan explained that this item was meant to be a gift for someone else, so he chose to pay for it instead. He also tells her to use a blue ribbon. Respecting his decision, Rinny accepted the payment and began tying it using a blue ribbon. Alan thanked her, but she replied that she was the one who should be grateful to her patron. Seeing the fountain pen he gave her today, Alan was pleased to see that she genuinely liked the gift. Deep down, he regretted not giving her a present much earlier. He couldn't believe that Rhine would have killed all the council members because she was such a kind and gentle woman. However, he soon began doubting himself as he remembered her killing the fat noble who had mocked him. Anyway, as Alan prepared to leave, Rinna lamented that he was leaving so soon. Alan explained why he had to leave in such a hurry, and she understood the grand vision he was pursuing. She then sweetly encouraged him to seek her help whenever he needed it. Alan sincerely thanked her. Inwardly, he noticed that Rinna seemed far more expressive than before, and wondered if it was simply his imagination. Finally, as he departed, Rinna quietly watched the carriage with a shy expression. With a satisfied smile, she softly muttered that there wasn't much left. It seemed she had indeed killed all the council members. This is the end of the video. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed it and want to see more, don't forget to subscribe and leave a comment.